Section 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. 537th Night to 539th Night. Sinbad the Seaman and Sinbad the Landsman. There lived in the city of Baghdad, during the reign of the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, a man named Sinbad the Hamal, one in poor case who bore burdens on his head for hire. It happened to him one day of a great heat that whilst he was carrying a heavy load, he became exceeding weary and sweated profusely, the heat and the weight alike oppressing him. Presently, as he was passing the gate of a merchant's house, before which the ground was swept and watered, and there the air was temperate, he sighted a broad bench beside the door, so he set his load thereon, to take rest and smell the air. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 537th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Hamal set his load upon the bench to take rest and smell the air, there came out upon him from the court door a pleasant breeze and a delicious fragrance. He sat down on the edge of the bench, and at once heard from within the melodious sound of lutes and other stringed instruments, and mirth-exciting voices singing and reciting, together with the song of birds warbling and glorifying Almighty Allah in various tunes and tongues, turtles, mocking-birds, merles, nightingales, cushats, and stone-curlews, whereat he marvelled in himself, and was moved to mighty joy and solace. Then he went up to the gate, and saw within a great flower garden wherein were pages and black slaves and such a train of servants and attendants and so forth as is found only with kings and sultans, and his nostrils were greeted with the savoury odours of all manner meats rich and delicate, and delicious and generous wines. So he raised his eyes heavenwards and said, Glory to thee, O Lord, O Creator and Provider, who providest whomso thou wilt without count or stint. O mine Holy One, I cry thee pardon for all sins, and turn to thee repenting of all offences. O Lord, there is no gainsaying thee in thine ordinance and thy dominion, neither wilt thou be questioned of that thou dost, for thou indeed over all things art almighty. Extolled be thy perfection, whom thou wilt thou makest poor, and whom thou wilt thou makest rich, whom thou wilt thou exaltest, and whom thou wilt thou abasest, and there is no God but thou. How mighty is thy majesty, and how enduring thy dominion, and how excellent thy government. Verily thou favourest whom thou wilt of thy servants, whereby the owner of this place abideth in all joyance of life, and delighteth himself with the pleasant scents and delicious meats and exquisite wines of all kind. For indeed thou appointest unto thy creatures that which thou wilt and that which hast foreordained unto them. Wherefore are some weary and others are at rest, and some enjoy fair fortune and affluence, whilst others suffer the extreme of travail and misery, even as I do. And he fell to reciting. How many by my labours that evermore endure all goods of life enjoy, and in coolest shade recline. Each morn that dawns I wake in travail and in woe, and strange is my condition, and my burden gars me pine. Many others are in luck, and from misery are free, and fortune never loads them with loads the like of mine. They live their happy days in all solace and delight, eat, drink, and dwell in honour mid the noble and the dying. All living things are made of little drop of sperm, thine origin is mine, and my provenance is thine. Yet the difference and distance twixt the twain of us afar, as the difference of savour twixt vinegar and wine. But at thee, O God all-wise, I venture not to rail, whose ordinance is just, and whose justice cannot fail." When Sinbad the porter had made an end to reciting his verses, he bore up his burden, and was about to fare on, when there came forth to him from the gate a little foot-page, fair of face, and shapely of shape, and dainty of dress, who caught him by the hand, saying, "Come in, and speak with my lord, for he calleth for thee." The porter would have excused himself to the page, but the lad would take no refusal, so he left his load with the doorkeeper in the vestibule, and followed the boy into the house, which he found to be a goodly mansion, radiant and full of majesty, till he brought him to a grand sitting-room, wherein he saw a company of nobles and great lords, seated at tables garnished with all manner of flowers and sweet-scented herbs, besides great plenty of dainty viands and fruits dried and fresh, and confections and wines of the choicest vintages. There also were instruments of music and mirth, and lovely slave girls playing and singing. All the company was ranked according to rank, and in the highest place sat a man of a worshipful and noble aspect, whose bedsides hoariness had stricken, and he was stately of stature and fair of favour, agreeable of aspect, and full of gravity and dignity and majesty. So Sinbad the porter was confounded at that which he beheld, and said in himself, "By Allah, this must be either a piece of paradise or some king's palace." Then he saluted the company with much respect, praying for their prosperity, and kissing the ground before them, stood with his head bowed down in humble attitude. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 538th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the porter, after kissing ground between their hands, stood with his head bowed down in humble attitude. The master of the house bade him draw near, and be seated, and bespoke him kindly, bidding him welcome. Then he set before him various kinds of wines, rich and delicate and delicious, and the porter, after saying his Bismillah, fell to and ate his fill, after which he exclaimed, "Praised be Allah, whatso be our case!" and, washing his hands, returned thanks to the company for his entertainment. Quoth the host, "Thou art welcome, and thy day is a-blessed. But what is thy name and calling?" Quoth the other, "O my lord, my name is Sinbad the Hamel, and I carry folk's goods on my head for hire." The housemaster smiled and rejoined, "Know, O porter, that thy name is even as mine, for I am Sinbad the Seaman. And now, O porter, I would have thee let me hear the couplets thou recitedst at the gate anon." The porter was abashed and replied, "Allah upon thee! Excuse me for toil and travail and lack of luck when the hand is empty. Teach a man ill manners and boorish ways." Said the host, "Be not ashamed. Thou art become my brother. But repeat to me the verses, for they pleased me whenas I heard thee recite them at the gate." Hereupon the porter repeated the couplets, and they delighted the merchant, who said to him, "Know, O Hamal, that my story is a wonderful one, and thou shalt hear all that befell me, and all I underwent ere I rose to this state of prosperity and became the lord of this place, wherein thou seest me. For I came not to this high estate save after travail sore and perils galore, and how much toil and trouble have I not suffered in days of yore. I have made 7 voyages, by each of which hangeth a marvellous tale, such as confoundeth the reason, and all this came to pass by doom of fortune and fate. For from what destiny doth write, there is neither refuge nor flight. Know then, good my lords," continued he, "that I am about to relate the first voyage of Sinbad the Seaman. My father was a merchant, one of the notables of my native place, a moneyed man and ample of means, who died whilst I was yet a child, leaving me much wealth in money and lands and farmhouses. When I grew up I laid hands on the whole, and ate of the best and drank freely and wore rich clothes and lived lavishly, companioning and consorting with youths of my own age, and considering that this course of life would continue for ever and cannot change. Thus did I for a long time, but at last I awoke from my heedlessness, and, returning to my senses, I found my wealth had become unwealth, and my condition ill-conditioned, and all I once had left my hand. And recovering my reason, I was stricken with dismay and confusion, and bethought me of a saying of our Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace, which I had heard aforetime from my father. 3 things are better than other 3. The day of death is better than the day of birth. A live dog is better than a dead lion, and the grave is better than want. Then I got together my remains of estates and property, and sold all, even my clothes, for 3,000 dirhams, with which I resolved to travel to foreign parts, remembering the saying of the poet, by means of toil man shall skate the height, who to fame aspire mustn't sleep a night, who seeketh pearl in the deep must dive, winning weal and wealth by his main and might, and who seeketh fame without toil and strife, th' impossible seeketh and wasted life. So taking heart, I bought me goods, merchandise, and all needed for a voyage, and, impatient to be at sea, I embarked, with a company of merchants, on board a ship bound for Bassorah. There we again embarked and sailed many days and nights, and we passed from isle to isle, and sea to sea, and shore to shore, buying and selling and bartering everywhere the ship touched, and continued our course till we came to an island, as it were garth of the gardens of paradise. Here the captain cast anchor, and making fast to the shore, put out the landing planks. So all on board landed and made furnaces, and lighting fires therein, busied themselves in various ways, some cooking and some washing, whilst others some walked about the island for solace, and the crew fell to eating and drinking and playing and sporting. I was one of the walkers, but, as we were thus engaged, behold the master, who was standing on the gunwale, cried out to us at the top of his voice, saying, "Ho there, passengers! Run for your lives, and hasten back to the ship, and leave your gear, and save yourselves from destruction. Allah preserve you! For this island whereon ye stand is no true island, but a great fish, stationary amiddlemost of the sea, whereon the sand hath settled, and trees have sprung up of old time, so that it is become like unto an island. But, when ye lighted fires on it, it felt the heat and moved, and in a moment it will sink with you into the sea, and you will all be drowned. So leave your gear, and seek your safety ere you die." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 539th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the shipmaster cried to the passengers, "Leave your gear and seek safety ere ye die," all who heard him left gear and goods, clothes washed and unwashed, firepots and brass cooking pots, and fled back to the ship for their lives, and some reached it, while others, among whom was I, did not, for suddenly the island shook, and sank into the abysses of the deep, with all that were thereon, and the dashing sea surged over it with clashing waves. I sank with the others down, down into the deep, but Almighty Allah preserved me from drowning, and threw in my way a great wooden tub of those that had served the ship's company for tubbing. I gripped it for the sweetness of life, and, bestriding it like one riding, paddled with my feet like oars, whilst the waves tossed me as in sport right and left. Meanwhile the captain made sail, and departed with those who had reached the ship, regardless of the drowning and the drowned, and I ceased not following the vessel with my eyes, till she was hid from sight, and I made sure of death. Darkness closed in upon me while in this plight, and the winds and waves bore me on all that night and the next day, till the tub brought to with me under the lee of a lofty island, with trees overhanging the tide. I caught hold of a branch, and by its aid clambered up onto the land, after coming nigh upon death. But when I reached the shore, I found my legs cramped and numbed, and my feet bore traces of the nibbling of fish upon their soles. Withal I had felt nothing for excess of anguish and fatigue. I threw myself down on the island ground, like a dead man, and drowned in desolation swooned away, nor did I return to my senses till next morning, when the sun rose and revived me. But I found my feet swollen, so made shift to move by shuffling on my breech, and crawling on my knees, for in that island were found store of fruits, and springs of sweet water. I ate of the fruits, which strengthened me, and thus I abode days and nights, till my life seemed to return, and my spirits began to revive, and I was better able to move about. So, after due consideration, I fell to exploring the island, and diverting myself with gazing upon all things that Allah Almighty had created there, and rested under the trees, from one of which I cut me a staff to lean upon. One day, as I walked along the marge, I caught sight of some object in the distance, and thought it a wild beast, or one of the monster creatures of the sea. But, as I drew near it, looking hard the while, I saw that it was a noble mare, tethered on the beach. Presently I went up to her, but she cried out against me with a great cry, so that I trembled for fear and turned to go away, when there came forth a man from under the earth, and followed me, crying out and saying, Who and whence art thou, and what caused thee to come hither? O my lord, answered I am in very sooth a waif, a stranger, and was left to drown with sundry others by the ship we voyaged in. But Allah graciously sent me a wooden tub, so I saved myself thereon, and it floated with me, till the waves cast me up on this island. When he heard this, he took my hand, and saying, Come with me, carried me into a great sardab, or underground chamber, which was spacious as a saloon. He made me sit down at its upper end, then he brought me somewhat of food, and being an-hungered, I ate till I was satisfied and refreshed. And when he had put me at mine ease, he questioned me of myself, and I told him all that had befallen me from first to last. And as he wondered at my adventure, I said, By Allah, O my lord, excuse me. I have told thee the truth of my case and accident which betided me, and now I desire that thou tell me who thou art, and why thou abidest here under the earth, and why thou hast tethered yonder mare on the brink of the sea. Answered he, Know that I am one of the several who are stationed in different parts of this island, and we are the grooms of King Mihrján, and under our hand are all his horses. Every month, about new moon tide, we bring hither our best mares, which have never been covered, and picket them on the sea shore, and hide ourselves in this place under the ground, so that none may espy us. Presently the stallions of the sea scent the mares, and come up out of the water, and seeing no one, leap the mares, and do their will of them. When they have covered them, they try to drag them away with them, but cannot, by reason of the leg ropes. So they cry out at them, and butt at them, and kick them, which we hearing, know that the stallions have dismounted. So we run out and shout at them, whereupon they are startled, and return in fear to the sea. Then the mares conceive by them, and bear colts and fillies, worth a mint of money, nor is their like to be found on earth's face. This is the time of the coming forth of the sea stallions, and, Inshallah, I will bear thee to King Mihrján. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 1. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 10th of December, 2011. Section 2 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. 540th Night to 542nd Night. When it was the 540th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Psyche said to Sinbad the seaman, I will bear thee to King Mihrján, and show thee our country. And know that hadst thou not happened on us thou hadst perished miserably, and none had known of thee. But I will be the means of the saving of thy life, and of thy return to thine own land." I called down blessings on him, and thanked him for his kindness and courtesy. And, while we were yet talking, behold, the stallion came up out of the sea, and, giving a great cry, sprang upon the mare and covered her. When he had done his will of her, he dismounted, and would have carried her away with him, but could not by reason of the tether. She kicked and cried out at him. Whereupon the groom took a sword and target, and ran out of the underground saloon, smiting the buckler with the blade, and calling to his company, who came up shouting and brandishing spears, and the stallion took fright at them, and plunging into the sea, like a buffalo, disappeared under the waves. After this we sat a while, till the rest of the grooms came up, each leading a mare, and seeing me with their fellow Psyche, questioned me of my case, and I repeated my story to them. Thereupon they drew near me, and spreading the table, ate and invited me to eat, so I ate with them, after which they took horse, and mounting me on one of the mares, set out with me and fared on without ceasing, till we came to the capital city of King Mihrján, and going in to him acquainted him with my story. Then he sent for me, and when they sent me before him and salams had been exchanged, he gave me a cordial welcome, and wished me long life, and bade me tell him my tale. So I related to him all that I had seen, and all that had befallen me from first to last, whereat he marvelled and said to me, "By Allah, O my son, thou hast indeed been miraculously preserved. Were not the term of thy life a long one, thou hadst not escaped from these straits, but praised by Allah for safety." Then he spoke cheerily to me, and entreated me with kindness and consideration. Moreover, he made me his agent for the port and register for all ships that entered the harbour. I attended him regularly, to receive his commandments, and he favoured me, and did me all manner of kindness, and invested me with costly and splendid robes. Indeed, I was high in credit with him, as an intercessor for the folk, and an intermediary between them and him, when they wanted aught of him. I abode thus a great while, and, as often as I passed through the city to the port, I questioned the merchants and travellers and sailors of the city of Baghdad, so haply I might hear of an occasion to return to my native land, but could find none who knew it or knew any who resorted thither. At this I was chagrined, for I was weary of long strangehood, and my disappointment endured for a time, till one day, going in to King Mihrján, I found him with a company of Indians. I saluted them, and they returned my salam, and politely welcomed me and asked me of my country. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 544th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the Seaman said, When they asked me of my country, I questioned them of theirs, and they told me that they were of various castes, some being called Shakiriyah, who are the noblest of their castes, and neither oppress nor offer violence to any, and others Brahmans, a folk who abstain from wine, but live in delight and solace and merriment, and own camels and horses and cattle. Moreover, they told me that the people of India are divided in 72 castes, and I marvelled at this with exceeding marvel. Amongst other things that I saw in King Mihrján's dominions was an island called Kasil, wherein all night is heard the beating of drums and tabrets. But we were told by the neighbouring islanders and by travellers that the inhabitants are people of diligence and judgment. In this sea I also saw a fish 200 cubits long, and the fishermen fare it, so they strike together pieces of wood and put it to flight. I also saw another fish, with a head like that of an owl, besides many other wonders and rarities, which it would be tedious to recount. I occupied myself thus in visiting the islands till, one day, as I stood in the port, with a staff in my hand according to my custom, behold, a great ship wherein were many merchants came sailing for the harbour. When it reached the small inner port where the ships anchor under the city, the master furled his sails, and making fast to the shore, put out the landing planks, whereupon the crew fell to breaking bulk and landing cargo, whilst I stood by, taking written note of them. They were long in bringing the goods ashore, so I asked the master, "Is there aught left in thy ship?" And he answered, "O my lord, there are divers bales of merchandise in the hold, whose owner was drowned from amongst us at one of the islands on our course. So his goods remain in our charge by way of trust, and we purpose to sell them and note their price, that we may convey it to his people in the city of Baghdad, the home of peace." "What was the merchant's name?" quoth I, and quoth he, "Simba the seaman," whereupon I straitly considered him, and knowing him, cried out to him with a great cry, saying, "O Captain, I am that Simba the seaman who travelled with other merchants, and when the fish heaved, and thou calledst to us, some saved themselves and others sank, I being one of them. But Allah Almighty threw in my way a great tub of wood, of those the crew had used to wash withal, and the winds and waves carried me to this island, where by Allah's grace I fell in with King Mihrján's grooms, and they brought me hither to the King their master. When I told him my story, he entreated me with favour, and made me his harbour master, and I have prospered in his service, and found acceptance with him. These bales, therefore, are mine, the goods which God hath given me." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 542nd Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sinbad the seaman said to the captain, "These bales are mine, the goods which Allah hath given me," the other exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great! Verily, there is neither conscience nor good faith left among men." Said I, "O Rais, what means these words, seeing that I have told thee my case?" And he answered, "Because thou heardest me say that I had with me goods whose owner was drowned, thou thinkest to take them without right. But this is forbidden by law to thee, for we saw him drown before our eyes, together with many other passengers, nor was one of them saved. So how canst thou pretend that thou art the owner of the goods?" "O Captain," said I, "listen to my story, and give heed to my words, and my truth will be manifest to thee, for lying and leasing are the letter marks of hypocrites." Then I recounted to him all that had befallen me since I sailed from Baghdad with him to the time when we came to the Fish Island, where we nearly drowned, and I reminded him of certain matters which had passed between us, whereupon both he and the merchants were certified at the truth of my story, and recognized me, and gave me joy of my deliverance, saying, "By Allah, we thought not that thou hadst escaped drowning, but the Lord hath granted thee new life." Then they delivered my bales to me, and I found my name written thereon, nor was aught thereof lacking. So I opened them, and making up a present for King Mihrján of the finest and costliest of the contents, caused the sailors carry it up to the palace, where I went in to the king and laid my present at his feet, acquainting him with what had happened, especially concerning the ship and my goods, whereat he wondered with exceeding wonder, and the truth of all that I had told him was made manifest to him. His affection for me redoubled after that, and he showed me exceeding honour, and bestowed on me a great present in return for mine. Then I sold my bales, and what other matters I owned, making a great profit on them, and bought me other goods and gears of the growth and fashion of the island city. When the merchants were about to start on their homeward voyage, I embarked on board the ship all that I possessed, and going in to the king, thanked him for all his favours and friendship, and craved his leave to return to my own land and friends. He farewelled me, and bestowed on me great store of the country stuff and produce, and I took leave of him and embarked. Then we set sail, and fared on nights and days, by the permission of Allah Almighty, and fortune served us, and fate favored us, so that we arrived in safety at Bassorah city, where I landed rejoiced at my safe return to my natal soil. After a short stay, I set out for Baghdad, the house of peace, with store of goods and commodities of great price. Reaching the city in due time, I went straight to my own quarter, and entered my house, where all my friends and kinsfolk came to greet me. Then I bought me eunuchs and concubines, servants and negro slaves, till I had a large establishment, and I bought me houses, and lands, and gardens, till I was richer and in better case than before, and returned to enjoy the society of my friends and familiars more assiduously than ever, forgetting all I had suffered of fatigue and hardship, and strangehood and every peril of travel. And I applied myself to all manner of joys and solaces and delights, eating the daintiest viands and drinking the deliciousest wines, and my wealth allowed this state of things to endure. This, then, is the story of my first voyage, and tomorrow, Inshallah, I will tell you the tale of the second of my 7 voyages. Saith he who telleth the tale: Then Sinbad the seaman made Sinbad the landsman sup with him, and bade give him 100 gold pieces, saying, Thou hast cheered us with thy company this day. The porter thanked him, and taking the gift went his way, pondering that which he had heard, and marvelling mightily at what things betide mankind. He passed the night in his own place, and with early morning repaired to the abode of Sinbad the seaman, who received him with honour, and seated him by his side. As soon as the rest of the company was assembled, he set meat and drink before them. When they had well eaten and drunken, and were merry and in cheerful case, he took up his discourse, and recounted to them in these words the narrative of the second voyage of Sinbad the seaman. Know, O my brother, that I was living a most comfortable and enjoyable life, in all solace and delight, as I told you yesterday. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 2. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 11th of December, 2011. Section 3 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. 543rd Night to 545th Night. When it was the 543rd Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sinbad the seaman's guests were all gathered together, he thus bespake them: I was living a most enjoyable life, until one day my mind became possessed with the thought of travelling about the world of men and seeing their cities and islands, and a longing seized me to traffic and to make money by trade. Upon this resolve I took a great store of cash, and, buying goods and gear fit for travel, bound them up in bales. Then I went down to the river bank, where I found a noble ship and brand new about to sail, equipped with sail of fine cloth, and well manned and provided. So I took passage in her, with a number of other merchants, and after embarking our goods we weighed anchor the same day. Right fair was our voyage, and we sailed from place to place, and from isle to isle, and whenever we anchored we met a crowd of merchants and notables and customers, and we took to buying and selling and bartering. At last destiny brought us to an island, fair and verdant, in trees abundant, with yellow ripe fruits luxuriant, and flowers fragrant, and birds warbling soft descant, and streams crystalline and radiant. But no sign of man showed to the descrier, no, not a blower of the fire. The captain made fast with us to this island, and the merchants and sailors landed and walked about, enjoying the shade of the trees and the song of the birds that chanted the praises of the One, the victorious, and marveling at the works of the omnipotent King. I landed with the rest, and, sitting down by a spring of sweet water that welled up among the trees, took out some vivers I had with me and ate that which Allah Almighty had allotted unto me. And so sweet was the zephyr, and so fragrant were the flowers, that presently I waxed drowsily and, lying down in that place, was soon drowned in sleep. When I awoke, I found myself alone, for the ship had sailed and left me behind, nor had one of the merchants or sailors bethought himself of me. I sailed the island right and left, but found neither man nor Jinn, whereat I was beyond measure troubled, and my gall was like to burst for stress of chagrin and anguish and concern, because I was left quite alone, without aught of worldly gear or meat or drink, weary and heartbroken. So I gave myself up for lost, and said, Not always doth the crock escape the shock. I was saved the first time by finding one who brought me from the desert island to an inhabited place, but now there is no hope for me. Then I fell to weeping and wailing, and gave myself up to an access of rage, blaming myself for having again ventured upon the perils and hardships of a voyage, whenas I was at my ease in mine own house in my own land, taking my pleasure with good meat and good drink and good clothes, and lacking nothing, neither money nor goods. And I repented me of having left Baghdad, and this was the more after all the travails and dangers I had undergone in my first voyage, wherein I had so narrowly escaped destruction, and exclaimed, Verily we are Allah's, and unto Him we are returning. I was indeed even as one mad and jinn-struck, and presently I rose, and walked about the island, right and left and every whither, unable for trouble to sit or tarry in any one place. Then I climbed a tall tree, and looked in all directions, but saw nothing save sky and sea and trees and birds and isles and sands. However, after a while my eager glances fell upon some great white thing, afar off the interior of the island. So I came down from the tree, and made for that which I had seen. And behold, it was a huge white dome rising high in air, and of vast compass. I walked all around it, but found no door thereto, nor could I muster strength or nimbleness by reason of its exceeding smoothness and slipperiness. So I marked the spot where I stood, and went round about the dome to measure its circumference, which I found 50 good paces. And as I stood, casting about how to gain an entrance, the day being near its fall, and the sun being near the horizon, behold, the sun was suddenly hidden from me, and the air became dull and dark. Methought a cloud had come over the sun, but it was the season of summer, so I marvelled at this, and lifting my head looked steadfastly at the sky, when I saw that the cloud was none other than an enormous bird, of gigantic girth and inordinately wide of wing, which, as it flew through the air, wheeled the sun and hid it from the island. At this sight my wonder redoubled, and I remembered a story. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 544th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the Seaman continued in these words. My wonder redoubled, and I remembered the story I had heard aforetime of pilgrims and travellers, how in a certain island dwelleth a huge bird, called a rook, which feedeth its young on elephants. And I was certified that the dome which caught my sight was none other than a rook's egg. As I looked and wondered at the marvellous works of the Almighty, the bird alighted on the dome, and brooded over it with its wings covering it, and its legs stretched out behind it on the ground, and in this posture it fell asleep, glory be to Him who sleepeth not. When I saw this I arose, and, unwinding my turban from my head, doubled it and twisted it into a rope, with which I girt my middle and bound my waist fast to the legs of the rook, saying to myself, Peradventure this bird may carry me to a land of cities and inhabitants, and that will be better than abiding in this desert island. I passed the night watching and fearing to sleep, lest the bird should fly away with me unawares, and, as soon as the dawn broke and morn shone, the rook rose off its egg, and spreading its wings with a great cry, flew up into the air, dragging me with it, nor ceased it to soar and to tower till I thought it had reached the limit of the firmament, after which it descended earthwards little by little, till it lighted on top of a high hill. As soon as I found myself on the hard ground, I made haste to unbind myself, quaking for fear of the bird, though it took no heed of me, nor even felt me, and, loosing my turban from its feet, I made off with my best speed. Presently I saw it catch up in its huge claws something from the earth, and rise with it high in air, and observing it narrowly I saw it to be a serpent big of bulk and gigantic of girth, wherewith it flew away clean out of sight. I marvelled at this, and faring forwards found myself on a peak overlooking a valley, exceeding great and wide and deep, and bounded by vast mountains that spired high in air. None could descry their summits for the excess of their height, nor was any able to climb up thereto. When I saw this, I blamed myself for that which I had done, and said, Would heaven I had tarried in the island! It was better than this wild desert, for there I had at least fruit to eat and water to drink, and here are neither trees nor fruits nor streams. For there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great! Verily, as often as I am quit of one peril, I fall into a worse danger and a more grievous. However, I took courage, and walking among the Wadi found that its soil was of diamond, the stone wherewith they pierce minerals, and precious stones, and porcelain, and the onyx, for that it is a dense stone and a jaw, whereon neither iron nor hardhead hath effect, neither can we cut off aught therefrom nor break it, save by means of leadstone. Moreover, the valley swarmed with snakes and vipers, each big as a palm tree, that would have made but one gulp of an elephant, and they came out by night, hiding during the day, lest the rooks and eagles pounce on them and tear them to pieces, as was their wont. Why I wot not. And I repented of what I had done, and said, By Allah, I have made haste to bring destruction upon myself. The day became too vain as I went along, and I looked about for a place where I might pass the night, being in fear of the serpents, and I took no thought of meat and drink in my concern for my life. Presently I caught sight of a cave near hand, with a narrow doorway, so I entered, and seeing a great stone close to the mouth, I rolled it up and stopped the entrance, saying to myself, I am safe here for the night, and as soon as it is day I will go forth and see what destiny will do. Then I looked within the cave, and saw to the upper end a great serpent brooding on her eggs, at which my flesh quaked and my hair stood on end, but I raised my eyes to heaven, and, committing my case to fate and lot, abode all that night without sleep till daybreak, when I rolled back the stone from the mouth of the cave, and went forth, staggering like a drunken man, and giddy with watching and fear and hunger. As in this sore case I walked along the valley, behold, there fell down before me a slaughtered beast. But I saw no one, whereat I marvelled with great marvel, and presently remembered a story I had heard aforetime of traders and pilgrims and travellers, how the mountains where are the diamonds are full of perils and terrors, nor can any fare through them. But the merchants who traffic in the diamonds have a device by which they obtain them, that is to say, they take a sheep, and slaughter, and skin it, and cut it in pieces, and cast them down from the mountain tops into the valley soil, where their meat being fresh and sticky with blood, some of the gems cleave to it. There they leave it to midday, when the eagles and vultures swoop down upon it and carry it in their claws to the mountain summits, whereupon the merchants come and shout at them and scare them away from the meat. Then they come and, taking the diamonds which they find sticking to it, go their ways with them and leave the meat to the birds and beasts, nor can any come at the diamonds but by this device." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 545th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sindbad the Seaman continued his relation of what befell him in the Mountain of Diamonds, and informed them that the merchants cannot come at the diamonds save by the device aforesaid. "So, when I saw the slaughtered beast fall," he pursued, "and bethought me of the story, I went up to it and filled my pockets and shawl girdle and turban and the folds of my clothes with the choicest diamonds, and, as I was thus engaged, down fell before me another great piece of meat. Then, with my unrolled turban and lying on my back, I set the bit on my breast so that it was hidden by the meat, which was thus raised above the ground. Hardly had I gripped it, when an eagle swooped down upon the flesh and, seizing it with his talons, flew up with it high in air, and me clinging thereto, and ceased not its flight till it alighted on the head of one of the mountains where, dropping the carcass, he fell to rending it. But, behold, there arose behind him a great noise of shouting and clattering of wood, whereat the bird took fright and flew away. Then I loosed off myself the meat, with clothes daubed with blood therefrom, and stood up by its side. Whereupon up came the merchant who had cried out at the eagle, and seeing me standing there, bespoke me not, but was affrighted at me and shook with fear. However, he went up to the carcass and turning it over, found no diamonds sticking to it, whereat he gave a great cry and exclaimed, "Harrow, my disappointment! There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, with whom we seek refuge from Satan the stoned." And he bemoaned himself and beat hand upon hand, saying, "Alas, the pity of it! How cometh this?" Then I went up to him and he said to me, "Who art thou, and what caused thee to come hither?" And I, "Fear not, I am a man and a good man and a merchant. My story is wondrous and my adventures marvellous, and the manner of my coming hither is prodigious, so be of good cheer. Thou shalt receive of me what shall rejoice thee, for I have with me great plenty of diamonds, and I will give thee thereof what shall suffice thee, for each is better than aught thou couldst get otherwise, so fear nothing." The man rejoiced thereat and thanked and blessed me. Then we talked together till the other merchants, hearing me in discourse with their fellow, came up and saluted me, for each of them had thrown down his piece of meat. And as I went off with them I told them my whole story, how I had suffered hardships at sea and the fashion of my reaching the valley. But I gave the owner of the meat a number of the stones I had by me, so they all wished me joy of my escape, saying, "By Allah, a new life hath been decreed to thee, for none ever reached yonder valley and came off thence alive before thee. But praised be Allah for thy safety." We passed the night together in a safe and pleasant pace, beyond measure rejoiced at my deliverance from the Valley of Serpents and my arrival in an inhabited land. And on the morrow we set out and journeyed over the mighty range of mountains, seeing many serpents in the valley, till we came to a fair great island, wherein was a garden of huge camphor trees, under each of which 100 men might take shelter. When the folk have a mind to get the camphor, they bore into the upper part of the bowl with a long iron, whereupon the liquid camphor, which is the sap of the tree, floweth out, and they catch it in vessels, where it concreteth like gum, but, after this, the tree dieth and becometh firewood. Moreover, there is in this island a kind of wild beast, called rhinoceros, that pastureth as do steers and buffaloes with us. But it is a huge brute, bigger of body than the camel, and like it feedeth upon the leaves and twigs of trees. It is a remarkable animal, with a great and thick horn, 10 cubits long, a middle ward its head, wherein, when cleft in twain, is the likeness of a man. Voyagers and pilgrims and travellers declare that this beast called Carcadon will carry off a great elephant on its horn, and graze about the island and sea coast therewith, and take no heed of it, till the elephant dieth, and its fat, melting in the sun, runneth down into the rhinoceros' eyes, and blindeth him, so that he lieth down on the shore. Then comes the bird Rook, and carrieth off both the rhinoceros and that which is on its horn, to feed its young withal. Moreover, I saw in this island many kinds of oxen and buffaloes, whose like are not found in our country. Here I sold some of the diamonds which I had by me for gold dinars and silver dirhams, and bartered others for the produce of the country, and, loading them upon beasts of burden, fared on with the merchants from valley to valley, and town to town, buying and selling and viewing foreign countries and the works and creatures of Allah, till we came to Bassorah city, where we abode a few days, after which I continued my journey to Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 3. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 11th of December 2011. Section 4 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. 546th Night to 548th Night. When it was the 546th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sinbad the Seaman returned from his travel to Baghdad, the house of peace, he arrived at home with great store of diamonds and money and goods. Continued he, I foregathered with my friends and relations, and gave alms and largesse, and bestowed curious gifts, and made presents to all my friends and companions. Then I betook myself to eating well, and drinking well, and wearing fine clothes, and making merry with my fellows, and forgot all my sufferings in the pleasure of return to the solace and delight of life, with light heart and broadened breast. And every one who heard of my return came and questioned me of my adventures, and of foreign countries, and I related to them all that had befallen me, and the much I had suffered, whereat they wondered and gave me joy of my safe return. This then is the end of the story of my second voyage, and tomorrow, Inshallah, I will tell you what befell me in my third voyage. The company marvelled at his story, and supped with him, after which he ordered 100 dinars of gold to be given to the porter, who took the sum with many thanks and blessings, which he stinted not even when he reached home, and went his way, wondering at what he had heard. Next morning, as soon as day came in its sheen and shone, he rose, and praying the dawn prayer, repaired to the house of Sinbad the Seaman, even as he had bidden him, and went in and gave him good morrow. The merchant welcomed him, and made him sit with him, till the rest of the company arrived. And when they had well eaten and drunken, and were merry with joy and jollity, their host began by saying, Hearken, O my brothers, to what I am about to tell you, for it is even more wondrous than what you have already heard. But Allah alone kenneth what things his omniscience concealed from man. And listen to the third voyage of Sinbad the Seaman. As I told you yesterday, I returned from my second voyage overjoyed at my safety, and with great increase of wealth, Allah having required me all that I had wasted and lost, and I abode a while in Baghdad city, savouring the utmost ease and prosperity and comfort and happiness, till the carnal man was once more seized with longing for travel, and diversion, and adventure, and yearned after traffic and lucre and emolument, for that the human heart is nature prone to evil. So making up my mind, I laid in great plenty of goods suitable for a sea voyage, and repairing to Bassorah, went down to the shore and found there a fine ship ready to sail, with a full crew and a numerous company of merchants, men of worth and substance, faith, piety, and consideration. I embarked with them, and we set sail on the blessing of Allah Almighty, and on His aidance and His favour, to bring our voyage to a safe and prosperous issue, and already we congratulated one another on our good fortune and boon voyage. We fared on from sea to sea, and from island to island, and city to city, in all delight and contentment, buying and selling wherever we touched, and taking our solace and our pleasure, till one day when, as we sailed athwart the dashing sea, swollen with clashing billows, behold the master, who stood on the gunwale examining the ocean in all directions, cried out with a great cry, and buffeted his face, and plucked out his beard, and rent his raiment, and bade furl the sail, and cast the anchors. So we said to him, O race, what is the matter? Know, O my brethren, Allah preserve you, that the wind hath gotten the better of us, and hath driven us out of our course into mid-ocean, and destiny, for our ill luck, hath brought us to the mountain of the Sugb, a hairy folk like apes, among whom no man ever fell and came forth alive, and my heart presageth that we all be dead men. Hardly had the master made an end of his speech, when the apes were upon us. They surrounded the ship on all sides, swarming like locusts, and crowding the shore. They were the most frightful of wild creatures, covered with black hair like felt, foul of favour, and small of stature, being but 4 spans high, yellow-eyed, and black-faced. None knoweth their language, nor what they are, and they shun the company of men. We feared to slay them, or strike them, or drive them away, because of their inconceivable multitude, lest if we hurt one, the rest fall on us and slay us, for numbers prevail over courage. So we let them do their will, albeit we fear they would plunder our goods and gear. They swarmed up on the cables and gnawed them asunder, and on likewise they did with all the ropes of the ship, so that it fell from the wind and stranded upon their mountainous coast. Then they laid hands on all the merchants and crew, and landing us on the island, made off with the ship and its cargo, and went their ways, we wot not whither. We were thus left on the island, eating of its fruits and potherbs, and drinking of its streams, till, one day, we espied in its midst what seemed an inhabited house. So we made for it as fast as our feet could carry us, and behold, it was a castle, strong and tall, compassed about with a lofty wall, and having a 2-leaved gate of ebony wood, both of which leaves open stood. We entered and found within a space wide and bare like a great square, round which stood many high doors open thrown, and at the farther end a long bench of stone and braziers, with cooking gear hanging thereon, and about it great plenty of bones. But we saw no one, and marvelled thereat with exceeding wonder. Then we sat down in the courtyard a little while, and presently falling asleep, slept from the forenoon till sundown, when lo! The earth trembled under our feet, and the air rumbled with a terrible tone. Then there came upon us, from the top of the castle, a huge creature in likeness of a man, black of colour, tall and big of bulk, as he were a great date tree, with eyes like coals of fire, and eye-teeth like Boerst husk, and a vast big gape, like the mouth of a well. Moreover, he had long loose lips like camels, hanging down upon his breast, and ears like 2 jambs, falling over his shoulder blades, and the nails of his hands were like claws of a lion. When we saw this frightful giant, we were like to faint, and every moment increased our fear and terror, and we became as dead men for excess of horror and affright. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 547th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the Seaman continued. When we saw this frightful giant, we were struck with exceeding terror and horror, and after trampling upon the earth, he sat a while on the bench. Then he arose, and coming to us, seized me by the arm, choosing me out from among my comrades the merchants. He took me up in his hand, and turning me over felt me, as a butcher feeleth a sheep he is about to slaughter, and I but a little mouthful in his hands. But finding me lean and fleshless, for the stress of toil and trouble and weariness, let me go and took up another, whom in like manner he turned over and felt and let go, nor did he cease to feel and turn over the rest of us, one after another, till he came to the master of the ship. Now he was a sturdy, stout, broad-shouldered wight, fat and in full vigour. So he pleased the giant, who seized him as a butcher seizes a beast, and throwing him down, set his foot on his neck and brake it. After which he fetched a long spit and thrusting it up his backside, brought it forth of the crown of his head. Then, lighting a fierce fire, he set it over the spit with the rays thereon, and turned it over the coals, till the flesh was roasted, when he took the spit off the fire, and set it like a kabab stick before him. Then he tare the body, limb from limb, as one joineth a chicken, and rendering the flesh with his nails, fell to eating of it and gnawing the bones, till there was nothing left but some of these, which he threw on one side of the wall. This done, he sat for a while, then he lay down on the stone bench and fell asleep, snarking and snoring like the gurgling of a lamb or a cow with its throat cut, nor did he awake till morning, when he rose and fared forth and went his ways. As soon as we were certified that he was gone, we began to talk with one another, weeping and bemoaning ourselves for the risk we ran, and saying, "Would heaven we had been drowned in the sea, or that the apes had eaten us! That were better than to be roasted over the coals. By Allah, this is a vile, foul death. But whatso the Lord willeth must come to pass, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Him, the glorious, the great! We shall assuredly perish miserably, and none will know of us, and there is no escape for us from this place." Then we arose and roamed about the island, hoping that haply we might find a place to hide us in, or a means of flight, for indeed death was a light matter to us, provided we were not roasted over the fire, and eaten. However, we could not find no hiding place, and the evening overtook us, so, of the excess of our terror, we returned to the castle and sat down a while. Presently the earth trembled under our feet, and the black ogre came up to us, and turning us over, felt one after another, till he found a mound of his liking, whom he took and served as he had done the captain, killing and roasting and eating him, after which he lay down on the bench, and slept all night, snarking and snoring like a beast with its throat cut, till daybreak, when he arose and went out as before. Then we drew together and conversed and said one to another, "By Allah, we had better throw ourselves into the sea and be drowned than die roasted, for this is an abominable death." Quoth one of us, "Hear ye my words, let us cast about to kill him, and be at peace from the grief of him, and rid the Moslems of his barbarity and tyranny." Then said I, "Hear me, O my brothers, if there is nothing for it but to slay him, let us carry some of this firewood and planks down to the seashore, and make us a boat wherein, if we succeed in slaughtering him, we may either embark and let the waters carry us whither Allah willeth, or else abide here till some ship pass, when we will take passage in it. If we fail to kill him, we will embark in the boat and put out to sea, and if we be drowned, we shall at least escape being roasted over a kitchen fire, with sliced venison, whilst if we escape, and if we be drowned, we die martyrs." "By Allah," said they all, "this rede is aright," and we agreed upon this, and set about carrying it out. So we haled down to the beach the pieces of wood which lay about the bench, and, making a boat, moored it to the strand, after which we stowed therein somewhat of victual, and returned to the castle. As soon as evening fell, the earth trembled under our feet, and in came the blackamoor upon us, snarling like a dog about to bite. He He came up to us, and feeling us and turning us over one by one, took one of us and did with him as he had done before and ate him, after which he lay down on the bench and snored and snorted like thunder. As soon as we were assured that he slept, we arose, and taking 2 iron spits of those standing there, heated them in the fiercest of the fire, till they were red hot, like burning coals, when we gripped fast hold of them, and going up to the giant, as he lay snoring on the bench, thrust them into his eyes, and pressed upon them, all of us, with our united might, so that his eyeballs burst and he became stone blind. Thereupon he cried with a great cry, whereat our hearts trembled, and springing up from the bench, he fell a-groping after us, blindfold. We fled from him right and left, and he saw us not, for his sight was altogether blent. But we were in terrible fear of him, and made sure we were dead men despairing of escape. Then he found the door, feeling for it with his hands, and went out roaring aloud, and behold, the earth shook under us for the noise of his roaring, and we quaked for fear. As he quitted the castle we followed him and betook ourselves to the place where we had moored our boat, saying to one another, If this accursed abide absent till the going down of the sun, and come not to the castle, we shall know that he is dead, and if he come back, we will embark in the boat and paddle till we escape, committing our affair to Allah. But as we spoke, behold, up came the blackamoor with other 2 as they were ghouls, fouler and more frightful than he, with eyes like red-hot coals, which when we saw, we hurried into the boat, and casting off the moorings paddled away, and pushed out to sea. As soon as the ogres caught sight of us, they cried out at us, and running down to the seashore, fell a-pelting us with rocks, whereof some fell among us, and others fell into the sea. We paddled with all our might till we were beyond their reach, but the most part of us were slain by the rock throwing, and the winds and waves sported with us and carried us into the midst of the dashing sea, swollen with billows clashing. We knew not whither we went, and my fellows died one after another, till there remained but 3, myself and 2 others. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 548th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sinbad the Seaman thus continued. Most part of us were slain by the rock throwing, and only 3 of us remained on board the boat, for, as often as one died, we threw him into the sea. We were sore exhausted for stress and hunger, but we took courage and heartened one another, and worked for dear life, and paddled with main and might, till the winds cast us upon an island, as we were dead men for fatigue and fear and famine. We landed on the island, and walked about it for a while, finding that it abounded in trees and streams and birds, and we ate of the fruits, and rejoiced in our escape from the black and our deliverance from the perils of the sea. And thus we did till nightfall, when we lay down and fell asleep for excess of fatigue. But we had hardly closed our eyes before we were aroused by a hissing sound like the sort of wind, and awakening, saw a serpent like a dragon, a seld seen sight, of monstrous make, and belly of enormous bulk, which lay in circle round us. Presently it reared its head, and, seizing one of my companions, swallowed him up to his shoulders. Then it gulped down the rest of him, and we heard his ribs crack in its belly. Presently it went its way, and we abode in sore amazement and grief for our comrade, and mortal fear for ourselves, saying, By Allah, this is a marvellous thing! Each kind of death that threatens us is more terrible than the last. We were rejoicing in our escape from the black ogre, and our deliverance from the perils of the sea. But now we have fallen into that which is worse. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. By the Almighty, we have escaped from the blackamoor and from drowning, but how shall we escape from this abominable and viperish monster? Then we walked about the island, eating of its fruits and drinking of its streams till dusk, when we climbed up into a high tree and went to sleep there, I being the topmost board. As soon as it was dark night, up came the serpent, looking right and left, and, making for the tree whereon we were, climbed up to my comrade and swallowed him down to his shoulders. Then it coiled about the bowl with him, whilst I, who could not take my eyes off the sight, heard his bones crack in its belly, and it swallowed him whole, after which it slid down from the tree. When the day broke and the light showed me that the serpent was gone, I came down, as I were a dead man for stress of fear and anguish, and thought to cast myself into the sea, and be at rest from the woes of the world, but could not bring myself to this, for verily life is dear. So I took 5 pieces of wood, broad and long, and bound one crosswise to the soles of my feet, and others in like fashion on my right and left sides, and over my breast, and the broadest and largest a bound across my head, and made them fast with ropes. Then I lay down on the ground on my back, so that I was completely fenced in by the pieces of wood, which enclosed me like a byre. So as soon as it was dark, up came the serpent, as usual, and made towards me, but could not get at me to swallow me for the wood that fenced me in. So it wriggled round me on every side, whilst I looked on, like one dead by reason of my terror, and every now and then it would glide away and come back, but as often as it tried to come at me, it was hindered by the pieces of wood wherewith I had bound myself on every side. It ceased not to beset me thus from sundown to dawn, but when the light of day shone upon the beast it made off, in the utmost fury and extreme disappointment. Then I put out my hand and unbound myself, well nigh down among the dead men for fear and suffering, and went down to the island shore, where the ship afar off in the midst of the waves suddenly struck my sight. So I tore off a great branch of a tree, and made signs with it to the crew, shouting out the while, which when the ship's company saw they said to another, "We must stand in and see what this is, peradventure 'tis a man." So they made for the island and presently heard my cries, whereupon they took me on board and questioned me of my case. I told them all my adventures, from first to last, whereat they marvelled mightily and covered my shame with some of their clothes. Moreover, they set before me somewhat of food, and I ate my fill, and I drank cold sweet water, and was mightily refreshed. And Allah Almighty quickened me after I was virtually dead, so I praised the Most Highest and thanked Him for His favours and exceeding mercies, and my heart revived in me after utter despair, till meseemed as if all I had suffered were but a dream I had dreamed. We sailed on with a fair wind the Almighty sent us, till we came to an island called Al-Salahita, which boundeth in sandal wood when the captain cast anchor. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 4. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 11th of December 2011.
Section 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 5. When it was the 549th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued, and when we had cast anchor, the merchants and the sailors landed with their goods to sell and to buy. Then the captain turned to me and said, Hark ye, thou art a stranger and a pauper, and tellest us that thou hast undergone frightful hardship. Wherefore I have a mind to benefit thee with somewhat that may further thee to thy native land, so thou wilt ever bless me and pray for me. So be it, answered I, thou shalt have my prayers. Quoth he, Know then that there was with us a man, a traveller whom we lost, and we know not if he be alive or dead, for we had no news of him. So I purpose to commit his bales of good to thy charge, that thou mayst sell them in this island. A part of the proceeds we will give thee as an equivalent for thy pains and services, and the rest we will keep till we return to Baghdad, where we will inquire for his family and deliver it to them, together with the unsold goods. Say me, then, wilt thou undertake the charge and land, and sell them as other merchants do? I replied, Hearkening and obedience to thee, O my lord, and great is thy kindness to me, and thanked him, whereupon he bade the sailors and porters bear the bales in question ashore, and commit them to my charge. The ship's scribe asked him, O master, what bales are these, and what merchant's name shall I write upon them? And he answered, Write on them the name of Sindbad the seaman, him who was with us in the ship, and whom we lost at the Rook's island, and of whom we have no tidings. For we mean this stranger to sell them, and we will give him a part of the price for his pains, and keep the rest till we return to Baghdad, where, if we find the owner, we will make it over to him, and if not, to his family. And the clerk said, Thy words are apposite, and thy rede is right. Now, when I heard the captain give orders for the bales to be inscribed with my name, I said to myself, By Allah, I am Sindbad the seaman. So I armed myself with courage and patience, and waited till all the merchants had landed and were gathered together, talking and chaffering about buying and selling. Then I went up to the captain and asked him, O my lord, knowest thou what manner of man was this Sindbad, whose goods thou hast committed to me for sale? And he answered, I know of him naught, save that he was a man from Baghdad city, Sindbad hight the seaman, who was drowned with many others when we lay anchored at such an island, and I have heard nothing of him since then. At this I cried out with great cry, and said, O captain, whom Allah keep! Know that I am that Sindbad the seaman, and that I was not drowned, but when thou castest anchor at the island, I landed with the rest of the merchants and crew, and I sat down in a pleasant place by myself, and ate somewhat of food I had with me, and enjoyed myself till I became drowsy, and was drowned in sleep. And when I awoke, I found no ship, and none near me. These goods are my goods, and these bales are my bales, and all the merchants who fetch jewels from the Valley of Diamonds saw me there, and will bear me witness that I am the very Sindbad the seaman, for I related to them everything that had befallen me, and told them how you forgot me, and left me sleeping on the island, and that betided me which betided me. When the passengers and crew heard my words, they gathered about me, and some of them believed me, and others disbelieved. But presently, behold, one of the merchants, hearing me mention the Valley of Diamonds, came up to me and said to them, Hear what I say, good people. When I related to you the most wonderful thing in my travels, and I told you that at the time we cast down our slaughtered animals into the Valley of Serpents, I casting with the rest, as was my wont, there came up a man, hanging to mine, ye believed me not, and gave me the lie. Yes, quoth they, thou didst tell us some such tale, but we had no call to credit thee. He resumed, Now this is the very man, by token that he gave me diamonds of great value, and high price, whose like are not to be found, requiting me more than would have come up sticking to my quarter of meat. And I companied with him to Bassorah city, where he took leave of us, and went on to his native stead, whilst we returned to our own land. This is he, and he told us his name, Sindbad the seaman, and how the ship left him on the desert island. And know ye that Allah hath sent him hither, so might the truth of my story be made manifest to you. Moreover, these are his goods, for when he first foregathered with us, he told us of them, and the truth of his words is patent. Hearing the merchant's speech, the captain came up to me and considered me straitly a while, after which he said, What was the mark on thy bales? Thus and thus, answered I, and reminded him of somewhat that had passed between him and me when I was shipping with him from Bassorah. Thereupon he was convinced that I was indeed Sindbad the seaman, and took me round the neck and gave me joy of my safety, saying, By Allah, O my lord, thy case is indeed wondrous, and thy tale marvellous, but lauded be Allah, who hath brought thee and me together again, and who hath restored to thee thy goods and gear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 550th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman thus continued. Alhamdolillah, quoth the captain, lauded be Allah, who hath restored unto thee thy goods and gear. Thus I disposed of my merchandise to the best of my skill, and profited largely on them, whereat I rejoiced with exceeding joy, and congratulated myself on my safety and the recovery of my goods. We ceased not to buy and sell at the several islands, till we came to the land of Hind, where we bought cloves and ginger and all manner of spices. And thence we fared on to the island of Sind, where also we bought and sold. In these Indian seas I saw wonders without number or count, amongst others a fish like a cow, which bringeth forth its young and suckleth them like human beings, and of its skin bucklers are made. There were eke fishes like asses and camels, and tortoises 20 cubits wide. And I saw also a bird that cometh out of a sea-shell, and layeth eggs, and hatcheth her chicks on the surface of the water, never coming up from the sea to the land. Then we set sail again with a fair wind, and the blessing of Almighty Allah, and after a prosperous voyage arrived safe and sound at Bassorah. Here I abode a few days, and presently returned to Baghdad, where I went at once to my quarter and my house, and saluted my family and familiars and friends. I had gained on this voyage what was beyond count and reckoning, so I gave alms and largesse, and clad the widow and the orphan, by way of thanksgiving for my happy return, and fell to feasting and making merry with my companions and intimates, and forgot, while eating well, and drinking well, and dressing well, everything that had befallen me, and all the perils and hardship I had suffered. These, then, are the most admirable things I cited on my third voyage, and tomorrow, an it be the will of Allah, you shall come to me, and I will relate the adventures of my fourth voyage, which is still more wonderful than those you have already heard, saith he who telleth the tale. Then Sindbad the seaman bade give Sindbad the landsman 100 gold dinars as of wont, and called for food. So they spread the tables, and the company ate the night meal, and went their ways, marvelling at the tale they had heard. The porter, after taking his gold, passed the night in his own house, also wondering at what his namesake the seaman had told him, and as soon as day broke, and the morning showed with its sheen and shone, he rose, and praying the dawn prayer, betook himself to Sindbad the seaman, who returned his salute, and received him with an open breast and cheerful favour, and made him sit with him till the rest of the company arrived, when he caused set on food, and they ate and drank, and made merry. Then Sindbad the seaman bespake them, and related to them the narrative of the fourth voyage of Sindbad the seaman. Know, O my brethren, that after my return from my third voyage, and foregathering with my friends, and forgetting all my perils and hardships in the enjoyment of ease and comfort and repose, I was visited one day by a company of merchants, who sat down with me and talked of foreign travel and traffic, till the old bad man within me yearned to go with them and enjoy the sight of strange countries, and I longed for the society of the various races of mankind, and for traffic and profit. So I resolved to travel with them, and buying the necessaries for a long voyage, and great store of costly goods, more than ever before, transported them from Baghdad to Bassorah, where I took the ship with the merchants in question, who were of the chief of the town. We set out, trusting in the blessing of Almighty Allah, and with a favouring breeze and the best conditions we sailed from island to island, and sea to sea, till one day there arose against us a contrary wind, and the captain cast out his anchors, and brought the ship to a standstill, fearing lest she should founder in mid-ocean. Then we all fell to prayer, and humbling ourselves before the Most High. But as we were thus engaged, there smote us a furious squall, which tore the sails to rags and tatters. The anchor cable parted, and the ship foundering, we were cast into the sea, goods and all. I kept myself afloat by swimming half the day, till, when I had given myself up for lost, the Almighty threw in my way one of the planks of the ship, whereon I and some others of the merchants scrambled. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 551st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued as follows. And when the ship foundered, I scrambled on to a plank with some others of the merchants, and mounting it as we would a horse, paddled with our feet in the sea. We abode thus a day and a night, the wind and waves helping us on, and on the second day, shortly before the mid-time between sunrise and noon, the breeze freshened, and the sea wrought, and the rising waves cast us upon an island, well nigh dead bodies for weariness and want of sleep, cold, and hunger, and fear, and thirst. We walked about the shore, and found abundance of herbs, whereof we ate enough to keep breath in body, and to stay our failing spirits, then lay down and slept till morning hard by the sea. And when morning came with its sheen and shone, we arose and walked about the island to the right and left, till we came in sight of an inhabited house afar off. So we made towards it, and ceased not walking till we reached the door thereof, when lo! a number of naked men issued from it, and without saluting us or a word said, laid hold of us masterfully, and carried us to their king, who signed us to sit. So we sat down, and they set food before us, such as we knew not, and whose like we had never seen in all our lives. My companions ate of it for stress of hunger, but my stomach revolted from it, and I would not eat it. And my refraining from it was, by Allah's favour, the cause of my being alive till now. For no sooner had my comrades tasted of it than their reason fled, and their condition changed, and they began to devour it like madmen possessed of an evil spirit. Then the savages gave them to drink of cocoa-nut oil, and anointed them therewith. And straightway after drinking thereof, their eyes turned into their heads, and they fell to eating greedily against their wont. When I saw this, I was confounded and concerned for them, nor was I less anxious about myself for fear of the naked folk. So I watched them narrowly, and it was not long before I discovered them to be a tribe of Magian cannibals, whose king was a ghoul. All who came to their country, or whoso they caught in their valleys or on their roads, they brought to this king, and fed them upon that food, and anointed them with that oil, whereupon their stomachs dilated that they might eat largely, whilst their reason fled, and they lost the power of thought, and became idiots. Then they stuffed them with cocoa-nut oil and the aforesaid food till they became fat and gross, when they slaughtered them by cutting their throats, and roasted them for the king's eating. But as for the savages themselves, they ate human flesh raw. When I saw this, I was sore dismayed for myself and my comrades, who were now become so stupefied that they knew not what was done with them, and the naked folk committed them to one who used every day to lead them out, and pasture them on the island like cattle. And they wandered amongst the trees, and rested at will, thus waxing very fat. As for me, I wasted away, and became sickly for fear and hunger, and my flesh shrivelled on my bones, which, when the savages saw, they left me alone, and took no thought of me, and so far forgot me that one day I gave them the slip, and walking out of their place made for the beach, which was distant, and there espied a very old man seated on a high place, girt by the waters. I looked at him, and knew him for the herdsman, who had charge of pasturing my fellows, and with him were many others in like case. As soon as he saw me, he knew me to be in possession of my reason, and not afflicted like the rest whom he was pasturing, so signed to me from afar, as who should say, Turn back, and take the right-hand road, for that will lead thee into the king's highway. So I turned back, as he bade me, and followed the right-hand road, now running for fear, and then walking leisurely to rest me, till I was out of the old man's sight. By this time the sun had gone down, and the darkness set in, so I sat down to rest, and would have slept, but sleep came not to me that night, for stress of fear, and famine, and fatigue. When the night was half spent, I rose and walked on, till the day broke in all its beauty, and the sun rose over the heads of the lofty hills, and athwart the low gravelly plains. Now I was weary and hungry and thirsty, so I ate my fill of herbs and grasses that grew in the island, and kept life in body, and stayed my stomach. After which I set out again, and fared on all that day and the next night, staying my greed with roots and herbs. Nor did I cease walking for 7 days and their nights, till the morn of the 8th day, when I caught sight of a faint object in the distance. So I made towards it, though my heart quaked for all I had suffered first and last, and behold, it was a company of men gathering pepper grains. As soon as they saw me, they hastened up to me, and surrounding me on all sides, said to me, Who art thou, and whence come? I replied, Know, O folk, that I am a poor stranger, and acquainted them with my case, and all the hardships and perils I had suffered. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 5. Section 6 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 6. When it was the 552nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. And the men, gathering pepper in the island, questioned me of my case, when I acquainted them with all the hardships and perils I had suffered, and how I had fled from the savages, Whereat they marvelled, and gave me joy of my safety, saying, By Allah, this is wonderful! But how didst thou escape from these blacks who swarm in the island, and devour all who fall in with them? Nor is any safe from them, nor can any get out of their clutches. And after I had told them the fate of my companions, they made me sit by them till they got quit of their work, and fetched me somewhat of good food, which I ate, for I was hungry, and rested a while, after which they took ship with me, and carrying me to their island home, brought me before their king, who returned my salute, and received me honourably, and questioned me of my case. I told him all that had befallen me from the day of my leaving Baghdad city, whereupon he wondered with great wonder at my adventures, he and his courtiers, and bade me sit by him. Then he called for food, and I ate with him what sufficed me, and washed my hands, and returned thanks to Almighty Allah for all his favours, praising him and glorifying him. Then I left the king, and walked for solace about the city, which I found wealthy and populous, abounding in market streets, well stocked with food and merchandise, and full of buyers and sellers. So I rejoiced at having reached so pleasant a place, and took my ease there after my fatigues. And I made friends with the townsfolk. Nor was it long before I became more in honour and favour with them and their king than any of the chief men of the realm. Now I saw that all the citizens, great and small, rode fine horses, high-priced and thoroughbred, without saddles or housings, whereat I wondered, and said to the king, Wherefore, O my lord, dost thou not ride with the saddle? Therein is ease for the rider, and increase of power. What is a saddle? Asked he. I never saw nor used such a thing in all my life. And I answered, With thy permission I will make thee a saddle, that thou mayest ride on it, and see the comfort thereof. And quoth he, Do so. So quoth I to him, Furnish me with some wood. Which being brought, I sought me a clever carpenter, and sitting by him showed him how to make the saddle-tree, portraying for him the fashion thereof in ink on the wood. Then I took wool, and teased it, and made felt of it, and covering the saddle-tree with leather, stuffed it, and polished it, and attached the girth and stirrup leathers, after which I fetched a blacksmith, and described to him the fashion of the stirrups and bridle bit. So he forged a fine pair of stirrups and a bit, and filed them smooth, and tinned them. Moreover, I made fast to them fringes of silk, and fitted bridle leathers to the bit. Then I fetched one of the best of the royal horses, and saddling and bridling him, hung the stirrups to the saddle, and led him to the king. The thing took his fancy, and he thanked me. Then he mounted, and rejoiced greatly in the saddle, and rewarded me handsomely for my work. When the king's wazir saw the saddle, he asked of me one like it, and I made it for him. Furthermore, all the grandees and officers of state came for saddles to me, so I fell to making saddles, having taught the craft to the carpenter and blacksmith, and selling them to all who sought, till I amassed great wealth, and became in high honour and great favour with the king and his household and grandees. I abode thus till one day, as I was sitting with the king in all respect and contentment, he said to me, Know thou, O such an one, thou art become one of us, dear as a brother, and we hold thee in such regard and affection that we cannot part with thee, nor suffer thee to leave our city. Wherefore I desire of thee obedience in a certain matter, and I will not have thee gainsay me. Answered I, O king, What is it thou desirest of me? Far be it from me to gainsay thee in aught, for I am indebted to thee for many favours and bounties and much kindness, and, praised be Allah, I am become one of thy servants. Quoth he, I have a mind to marry thee to a fair, clever, and agreeable wife, who is wealthy as she is beautiful, so thou mayst be naturalized and domiciled with us. I will lodge thee with me in my palace, wherefore oppose me not, neither cross me in this. When I heard these words, I was ashamed, and held my peace, nor could make him any answer, by reason of my much bashfulness before him. Asked he, Why dost thou not reply to me, O my son? And I answered, saying, O my master, it is thine to command, O king of the age. So he summoned the Kazi and the witnesses, and married me straightway to a lady of a noble tree and high pedigree, wealthy in moneys and means, the flower of an ancient race, of surpassing beauty and grace, and the owner of farms and estates and many a dwelling place. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 553rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the Seaman continued in these words. Now after the king my master had married me to this choice wife, he also gave me a great and goodly house standing alone, together with slaves and officers, and assigned me pay and allowances. So I became in all ease and contentment and delight, and forgot everything which had befalled me of weariness and trouble and hardship. For I loved my wife with fondest love, and she loved me no less, and we were as one, and abode in the utmost comfort of life and in its happiness. And I said in myself, When I return to my native land, I will carry her with me. But whatso is predestined to a man, that needs must be, and none knoweth what shall befall him. We lived thus a great while, till Almighty Allah bereft one of my neighbours of his wife. Now he was a gossip of mine, so hearing the cry of the keeners, I went in to condole with him on his loss, and found him in very ill plight, full of trouble, and weary of soul and mind. I condoled with him, and comforted him, saying, Mourn not for thy wife, who hath now found the mercy of Allah. The Lord will surely give thee a better in her stead, and thy name shall be great, and thy life shall be long in the land, Inshallah. But he wept bitter tears, and replied, O my friend, how can I marry another wife, and how shall Allah replace her to me with a better than she, whenas I have but one day left to live? O my brother, said I, return to thy senses, and announce not the glad tidings of thine own death. For thou art well, sound, and in good case. By thy life, O my friend, rejoined he, to-morrow thou wilt lose me, and wilt never see me again till the day of resurrection. I asked, How so? And he answered, This very day they bury my wife, and they bury me with her in one tomb, for it is the custom with us, if the wife die first, to bury the husband alive with her, and in like manner the wife if the husband die first, so that neither may enjoy life after losing his or her mate. By Allah, cried I, this is a most vile, lewd custom, and not to be endured of any. Meanwhile, behold, the most part of the townsfolk came in, and fell to condoling with my gossip for his wife and for himself. Presently they laid the dead woman out, as was their wont, and setting her on a bier, carried her and her husband without the city, till they came to a place in the side of the mountain, at the end of the island by the sea. And here they raised a great rock, and discovered the mouth of a stone-riveted pit or well, leading down into a vast underground cavern that ran beneath the mountain. Into this pit they threw the corpse. Then, tying a rope of palm fibres under the husband's armpits, they let him down into the cavern, and with him a great pitcher of fresh water and 7 scones by way of viaticum. When he came to the bottom, he loosed himself from the rope, and they drew it up, and stopping the mouth of the pit with the great stone, they returned to the city, leaving my friend in the cavern with his dead wife. When I saw this, I said to myself, By Allah, this fashion of death is more grievous than the first. And I went in to the king, and said to him, O my lord, why do ye bury the quick with the dead? Quoth he, It hath been the custom, thou must know, of our forebears and our olden kings from time immemorial, if the husband die first, to bury his wife with him, and the like with the wife, so we may not sever them, alive or dead. I asked, O king of the age, if the wife of a foreigner like myself die among you, deal ye with him as with yonder man? And he answered, Assuredly, we do with him even as thou hast seen. When I heard this, my gallbladder was like to burst, for the violence of my dismay and concern for myself. My wit became dazed. I felt as if in a vile dungeon, and hated their society, for I went about in fear lest my wife should die before me, and they bury me alive with her. However, after a while I comforted myself, saying, Haply I shall predecease her, or shall have returned to my own land before she die, for none knoweth which shall go first, and which shall go last. Then I applied myself to diverting my mind from this thought with various occupations. But it was not long before my wife sickened and complained, and took to her pillow, and fared after a few days to the mercy of Allah. And the king and the rest of the folk came, as was their wont, to condole with me and her family, and to console us for her loss, and not less to condole with me for myself. Then the women washed her, and arraying her in her richest raiment and golden ornaments, necklaces and jewelry, laid her on the bier, and bore her to the mountain aforesaid, where they lifted the cover of the pit and cast her in. After which all my intimates and acquaintances and my wife's kith and kin came round me to farewell me in my lifetime, and console me for my own death, whilst I cried out among them, saying, Almighty Allah never made it lawful to bury the quick with the dead. I am a stranger, not one of your kind. I cannot abear your custom, and had I known it, I never would have wedded among you. They heard me not, and paid no heed to my words, but laying hold of me, bound me by force, and let me down into the cavern, with a large gugglet of sweet water and 7 cakes of bread, according to their custom. When I came to the bottom, they called out to me to cast myself loose from the cords, but I refused to do so. So they threw them down on me, and closing the mouth of the pit with the stones aforesaid, went their ways. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 554th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sindbad the seaman continued, When they left me in the cavern with my dead wife, and closing the mouth of the pit, went their ways, I looked about me, and found myself in a vast cave full of dead bodies, that exhaled a fulsome and loathsome smell, and the air was heavy with the groans of the dying. Thereupon I fell to blaming myself for what I had done, saying, By Allah, I deserve all that hath befallen me, and all that shall befall me. What curse was upon me to take a wife in this city? There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. As often as I say I have escaped from one calamity, I fall into a worse. By Allah, this is an abominable death to die. Would heaven I had died a decent death, and been washed and shrouded like a man and a Muslim. Would I had been drowned at sea, or perished in the mountains. It were better than to die this miserable death. And on such wise I kept blaming my own folly and greed of gain in that black hole, knowing not night from day. And I ceased not to ban the foul fiend, and to bless the Almighty Friend. Then I threw myself down on the bones of the dead, and lay there, imploring Allah's help, and in the violence of my despair invoking death which came not to me, till the fire of hunger burned my stomach, and thirst set my throat aflame, when I sat up, and feeling for the bread, ate a morsel, and upon it swallowed a mouthful of water. After this, the worst night I ever knew, I arose, and exploring the cavern, found that it extended a long way with hollows in its sides, and its floor was strewn with dead bodies and rotten bones that had lain there from olden time. So I made myself a place in a cavity of the cavern, afar from the corpses lately thrown down, and there slept. I abode thus a long while, till my provision was like to give out, and yet I ate not save once every day or second day, nor did I drink more than an occasional draught, for fear my victuals should fail me before my death. And I said to myself, Eat little and drink little, belike the Lord shall vouchsafe deliverance to thee. One day, as I sat thus, pondering my case, and bethinking me how I should do when my bread and water should be exhausted, behold, the stone that covered the opening was suddenly rolled away, and the light streamed down upon me. Quoth I wonder what is the matter. Haply they have brought another corpse. Then I espied folk standing about the mouth of the pit, who presently let down a dead man and a live woman, weeping and bemoaning herself, and with her an ampler supply of bread and water than usual. I saw her, and she was a beautiful woman. But she saw me not, and they closed up the opening and went away. Then I took the leg bone of a dead man, and going up to the woman, smote her on the crown of the head, and she cried one cry, and fell down in a swoon. I smote her a second and a third time, till she was dead, when I laid hands on her bread and water, and found on her great plenty of ornaments and rich apparel, necklaces, jewels, and gold trinkets, for it was their custom to bury women in all their finery. I carried the vivers to my sleeping place on the cavern side, and ate and drank of them sparingly, no more than sufficed to keep the life in me, lest the provant come speedily to an end, and I perish of hunger and thirst. Yet did I never wholly lose hope in Almighty Allah. I abode thus a great while, killing all the live folk they let down into the cavern, and taking their provisions of meat and drink, till one day, as I slept, I was awakened by something scratching and burrowing among the bodies in a corner of the cave, and said, What can this be? Fearing wolves or hyenas. So I sprang up, and seizing the leg bone aforesaid, made for the noise. As soon as the thing was ware of me, it fled from me into the inward of the cavern, and lo, it was a wild beast. However, I followed it to the further end, till I saw afar off a point of light, not bigger than a star, now appearing, then disappearing. So I made for it, and as I drew near, it grew larger and brighter, till I was certified that it was a crevice in the rock, leading to the open country. And I said to myself, There must be some reason for this opening. Either it is the mouth of a second pit, such as that by which they let me down, or else it is a natural fissure in the stonery. So I bethought me a while, and nearing the light found that it came from a breach in the backside of the mountain, which the wild beasts had enlarged by burrowing, that they might enter and devour the dead, and freely go to and fro. When I saw this, my spirits revived, and hope came back to me, and I made sure of life, after having died a death. So I went on, as in a dream, and making shift to scramble through the breach, found myself on the slope of a high mountain, overlooking the salt sea, and cutting off all access thereto from the island, so that none could come at that part of the breach from the city. I praised my Lord, and thanked him, rejoicing greatly, and heartening myself with the prospect of deliverance. Then I returned through the crack to the cavern, and brought out all the food and water I had saved up, and donned some of the dead folks' clothes over my own, after which I gathered together all the collars and necklaces of pearls and jewels, and trinkets of gold and silver set with precious stones and other ornaments and valuables I could find upon the corpses, and making them into bundles with the grave clothes and raiment of the dead, carried them out to the back of the mountain facing the seashore, where I established myself, purposing to wait there till it should please Almighty Allah to send me relief by means of some passing ship. I visited the cavern daily, and as often as I found folk buried alive there, I killed them all indifferently, men and women, and took their victual and valuables, and transported them to my seat on the seashore. Thus I abode for a long while. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 7.
When it was the 555th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. And after carrying all my victuals and valuables from the cavern to the coast, I abode a long while by the sea, pondering my case, till one day I caught sight of a ship passing in the midst of the clashing sea, swollen with dashing billows. So I took a piece of white shroud I had with me, and tying it to a staff, ran along the seashore, making signals therewith and calling to the people in the ship, till they espied me, and hearing my shouts, sent a boat to fetch me off. When it drew near, the crew called out to me, saying, Who art thou, and how camest thou to be on this mountain, whereon never we saw any in our born days? I answered, I am a gentleman and a merchant, who hath been wrecked and saved myself on the planks of the ship, with some of my goods, and by the blessings of the Almighty, and the decrees of destiny, and my own strength and skill, after much toil and moil, I have landed with my gear in this place, where I awaited some passing ship to take me off. So they took me in their boat, together with the bundles I had, made of jewels and valuables from the cavern, tied up in the clothes and shrouds, and rowed back with me to the ship, where the captain said to me, How comest thou, O man, to yonder place on yonder mountain, behind which lieth a great city? All my life I have sailed these seas, and passed to and fro, hard by these heights, yet never saw I here any living thing save wild beasts and birds. I repeated to him the story I had told the sailors, but acquainted him with nothing of that which had befallen me in the city and the cavern, lest there should be any of the islandry in the ship. Then I took out some of the best pearls I had with me, and offered them to the captain, saying, O my lord, thou hast been the means of saving me off this mountain. I have no ready money, but take this from me in requital of thy kindness and good offices. But he refused to accept it of me, saying, When we find a shipwrecked man on the seashore or on an island, we take him up and give him meat and drink, and if he be naked we clothe him, nor take we aught from him. Nay, when we reach a port of safety, we set him ashore with a present of our own money, and entreat him kindly and charitably, for the love of Allah the Most High. So I prayed that his life be long in the land, and rejoiced in my escape, trusting to be delivered from my stress and to forget my past mishaps. For every time I remembered being let down into the cave with my dead wife, I shuddered in horror. Then we pursued our voyage, and sailed from island to island and sea to sea, till we arrived at the island of the Bell, which containeth a city 2 days' journey in extent, whence, after a 6 days' run, we reached the island Calah, hard by the land of Hind. This place is governed by a potent and puissant king, and it produceth excellent camphor, and an abundance of the Indian rattan. Here also is a lead mine. At last, by the decree of Allah, we arrived in safety at Bassorah town, where I tarried a few days, then went on to Baghdad city, and, finding my quarter, entered my house with lively pleasure. There I foregathered with my family and friends, who rejoiced in my happy return, and gave my joy of my safety. I laid up in my storehouses all the goods I had brought with me, and gave alms and largesse to fakirs and beggars, and clothed the widow and the orphan. Then I gave myself up to pleasure, returning to my old merry mode of life. Such, then, be the most marvellous adventures of my 4th voyage. But tomorrow, if you will kindly come to me, I will tell you that which befell me in my 5th voyage, which was yet rarer and more marvellous than those which forewent it. And thou, O my brother Sinbad the landsman, shalt sup with me as thou art wont. Saith he who telleth the tale, when Sinbad the seaman had made an end of his story, he called for supper, so they spread the table, and the guests ate the evening meal, after which he gave the porter 100 dinars as usual, and he and the rest of the company went their ways, glad at heart and marvelling at the tales they had heard, for that each story was more extraordinary than that which forewent it. The porter Sinbad passed the night in his own house, in all joy, cheer, and wonderment, and, as soon as morning came, with its sheen and shone, he prayed the dawn prayer, and repaired to the house of Sinbad the seaman, who welcomed him, and bade him sit with him, till the rest of the company arrived, when they ate and drank, and made merry, and the talk went round amongst them. Presently their host began the narrative of the 5th voyage, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 556th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the host began in these words, the narrative of the 5th voyage of Sinbad the seaman. Know, O my brothers, that when I had been a while on shore after my 4th voyage, and when, in my comfort and pleasures and merrymakings, and in my rejoicing over my large gains and profits, I had forgotten all I had endured of perils and sufferings, the carnal man was again seized with a longing to travel, and to see foreign countries and islands. Accordingly, I bought costly merchandise suited to my purpose, and, making it up into bales, repaired to Bassorah, where I walked about the river quay till I found a fine tall ship, newly builded with gear unused, and fitted, ready for sea. She pleased me, so I bought her, and, embarking my goods in her, hired a master and crew, over whom I set certain of my slaves and servants as inspectors. A number of merchants also bought their outfits and paid me freight and passage money. Then, after reciting the Fortieth, we set sail over Allah's pool, and in all joy and cheer, promising ourselves a prosperous voyage and much profit, we sailed from city to city, and from island to island, and from sea to sea, viewing the cities and countries by which we passed, and selling and buying, and not a full view till one day we came to a great uninhabited island, deserted and desolate, whereon was a white dome of biggest bulk, half buried in the sands. The merchants landed to examine this dome, leaving me in the ship, and when they drew near, behold, it was a huge rucka's egg. They fell a-beating it with stones, knowing not what it was, and presently broke it open, whereupon much water ran out of it, and the young rucka appeared within. So they pulled it forth of the shell, and cut its throat, and took of it great store of meat. Now I was in the ship and knew not what they did, but presently one of the passengers came up to me and said, "Oh, my lord, come and look at the egg we thought to be a dome." So I looked, and seeing the merchants beating at the stones, called out to them, "Stop! Stop! Do not meddle with the egg, or the bird of Rucka will come out and break our ship and destroy us." But they paid no heed to me, and gave not over smiting upon the egg. When behold the day grew dark, and the sun was hidden from us, as if some great cloud passed over the firmament. So we raised our eyes, and saw that what we took for a cloud was the Rucka, poised between us and the sun. And it was his wings that darkened the day. When he came and saw his egg broken, he cried a loud cry, whereupon his mate came flying up, and they both began circling about the ship, crying out at us with voices louder than thunder. I called to the rais and crew, "Put out to sea and seek safety in flight, before we be all destroyed." So the merchants came on board, and we cast off and made haste from the island to gain the open sea. When the Ruckas saw this, they flew off, and we crowded all sail on the ship, thinking to get out of their country. But presently the two reappeared and flew after us, and stood over us, each carrying in its claws a huge boulder which it had brought from the mountains. As soon as the Rucka came up with us, he let fall upon us the rock he held in his pounces, but the master put about the ship, so the rock missed her by some small matter, and plunged into the waves with such violence that the ship pitched high, and then sank into the throe of the sea, and the bottom of the ocean appeared to us. Then the Rucka let fall her rock, which was bigger than that of her mate, and as destiny had decreed, it fell on the poop of the ship and crushed it, the rudder flying into 20 pieces, whereupon the vessel foundered, and all, and everything on the board, were cast into the main. As for me, I struggled for sweet life, till Almighty Allah threw in my way one of the planks of the ship, to which I clung, and bestriding it, fell a-patting with my feet. Now the ship had gone down hard by an island in the midst of the main, and the winds and waves bore me on till, by permission of the Most High, they cast me upon the shore of the island. At the last gasp for toil and distress, and half dead with hunger and thirst, so I landed, more like a corpse than a live man, and throwing myself down on the beach, lay there a while, till I began to revive and recover spirits. When I walked about the island, and found it as if it were one of the garths and gardens of paradise, its trees in abundance dight, bore ripe yellow fruit for fright, its streams ran clear and bright, its flowers were fair to the scent and to the sight, and its birds warbled with delight the praises of him to whom belong permanence and all might. So I ate my fill of the fruits, and slaked my thirst with the water of the streams, till I could no more, and returned thanks to the Most High and glorified him. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 557th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. So, when I escaped drowning and reached the island which afforded me fruit to eat and water to drink, I returned thanks to the Most High and glorified him. After which I sat till nightfall, hearing no voice and seeing none inhabitant. Then I lay down, well nigh dead for travail and trouble and terror, and slept without surcease till morning, when I arose and walked about under the trees till I came to a channel of dry well, fed by a spring of running water, by which well sat an old man, of venerable aspect, girt about with a waistcloth, made of the fibre of palm fronds. Quoth I to myself, haply this Shaykh is one of those who were wrecked in the ship, and hath made his way to this island. So I drew near to him and saluted him, and he returned my salam by signs, but spoke not, and I said to him, O nuncle mine, What causeth thee to sit here? He shook his head, and moaned, and signed to me with his hand, as who should say, Take me on thy shoulders, and carry me to the other side of the well channel. And quoth I in my mind, I will deal kindly with him, and do what he desireth. It may be that I shall win me a reward in heaven, for he may be a paralytic. So I took him on my back, and carrying him to the place where he pointed, said to him, Dismount at thy leisure. But he would not get off my back, and wound his legs around my neck. I looked at him, and seeing that they were like a buffalo's hide for blackness and roughness, was affrighted, and would have cast him off, but he clung to me, and gripped my neck with his legs, till I was well nigh choked. The world grew black in my sight, and I fell senseless to the ground like one dead. But he still kept his seat, and, raising his legs, drummed with his heels, and beat harder than palm rods on my back and shoulders, till he forced me to rise for excess of pain. Then he signed to me with his hand to carry him hither and thither among the trees which bore the best fruits. And if ever I refused to do his bidding, or loitered and took my leisure, he beat me with his feet more grievously than if I had been beaten with whips. He ceased not to signal with his hand whenever he was minded to go, so I carried him about the island like a captive slave, and he bepissed and cock-skittled my shoulders and back, dismounting not night or day, and whenas he wished to sleep, he wound his legs around my neck, and leaned back, and slept a while, then arose and beat me, whereupon I sprang up in haste, unable to gainsay him, because of the pain he inflicted on me. And indeed I blamed myself, and sore repented me of having taken compassion on him, and continued in this condition, suffering fatigue not to be described, till I said to myself, I wrought him a weal, and he requited me with my ill. By Allah, never more will I do any man a service so long as I live. And again I besought the Most High that I might die for stress of weariness and misery, and thus I abode a long while till, one day, I came with him to a place wherein was abundance of gourds, many of them dry. So he took a great dry gourd, and cutting open the head, scooped out the inside and cleaned it, after which I gathered grapes from a vine which grew hard by, and squeezed them into the gourd till it was full of the juice. Then I stopped up the mouth, and set it in the sun, where I left it for some days until it became strong wine, and every day I used to drink of it to comfort and sustain me under my fatigues with that froward and obstinate fiend. And as often as I drank myself drunk, I forgot my troubles, and took new heart. One day he saw me drinking, and signed with his hand, as who should say, What is that? Quoth I, It is an excellent cordial, which cheereth the heart and reviveth the spirits. Then, being heated with wine, I ran and danced with him among the trees, clapping my hands and singing and making merry. And I staggered under him by design. When he saw this, he signed to me to give him the gourd that he might drink, and I feared him, and gave it to him. So he took it, and, draining it to the dregs, cast it to the ground, whereupon he grew frolicsome, and began to clap hands and jig to and fro on my shoulders, and he made water upon me so copiously that all my dress was drenched. But presently the fumes of the wine rising to his head, he became helplessly drunk, and his side muscles and limbs relaxed, and he swayed to and fro on my back. When I saw that he had lost his senses for drunkenness, I put my hand to his legs, and, loosing them from the neck, stooped down well nigh to the ground, and threw him at full height. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say.
End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6 by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 8. When it was the 558th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued." So I threw the devil off my shoulders, hardly crediting my deliverance from him, and fearing lest he should shake off his drunkenness and do me a mischief. Then I took up a great stone from among the trees, and coming up to him, smote him therewith on the head with all my might, and crushed in his skull as he lay dead drunk. Thereupon his flesh, and fat and blood, being in a pulp, he died and went to his deserts. The fire, no mercy of Allah be upon him. I then returned, with the heart at ease, to my former station on the seashore, and abode in that island many days, eating of its fruits and drinking of its waters, and keeping a lookout for passing ships. Till one day, as I sat on the beach, recalling all that had befallen me, and saying, "I wonder if Allah will save me alive and restore me to my home and family and friends." Behold, a ship was making for the island, through the dashing sea and clashing waves. Presently it cast anchor, and the passengers landed. So I made for them, and when they saw me, all hastened up to me and gathered around me, questioned me of my case and how I came thither. I told them all that had betided me, whereat they marvelled with exceeding marvel, and said, "He who rode on thy shoulders is called the Sheikh al-Bahr, or Old Man of the Sea." Footnote: more literally, the Chief of the Sea. Sheikh being here a chief rather than an elder, so the Old Man of the Mountain, famous in crusading days, was the chief who lived on the Nusayriya or Ansari range, a northern prolongation of the Libanus. Our Old Man of the text may have been suggested by the Quranic commentators on chapter 6. When an infidel rises from the grave, a hideous figure meets him and says, "Why wonderest thou at my loathsomeness? I am thine evil deeds. Thou didst ride upon me in the world, and now I will ride upon thee." End of footnote. And none ever felt his legs on neck, and came off alive but thou, and those who die under him he eateth. So praise be to Allah for thy safety. Then they set somewhat of food before me, whereof I ate my fill, and gave me somewhat of clothes, wherewith I clad myself anew, and covered my nakedness. After which they took me up to the ship, and we sailed for days and nights, till fate brought us to a place called City of the Apes, builded with lofty houses, all of which gave upon the sea, and it had a single gate studded and strengthened with iron nails. Now every night, as soon as it is dusk, the dwellers in this city used to come forth of the gates, and putting out to sea in boats and ships, passed the night upon the waters, in their fear lest apes should come down on them from the mountains. Hearing this, I was sore troubled, remembering what I had before suffered from the ape kind. Presently I landed to solace myself in the city, but meanwhile the ship set sail without me, and I repented of having gone ashore, and calling to mind my companions, and what had befallen me with the apes, first and after, sat down and fell a-weeping and lamenting. Presently one of the townsfolk accosted me, and said to me, "O my lord, meseeth thou art a stranger in these parts." "Yes," answered I am indeed a stranger, and a poor one, who came hither in a ship which cast anchor here, and I landed to visit the town. But when I could have gone on board again, I found they had sailed without me. Quoth he, "Come and embark with us, for if thou lie the night in the city, the apes will destroy thee." "Hearkening and obedience," replied I, and rising, straightway embarked with him in one of the boats, whereupon they pushed off from the shore, and anchoring a mile or so from the land, there passed the night. At daybreak they rowed back to the city, and landing, went each about his business. Thus they did every night, for if any tarried in the town by night, the apes came down on him and slew him. As soon as it was day, the apes left the place, and ate of the fruits of the gardens, then went back to the mountains, and slept there till nightfall, when they again came down upon the city. Footnote: in parts of West Africa, and especially in gorilla land, there are many stories of women and children being carried off by apes, and all believe that the former bear issue to them. It is certain that the anthropoid ape is lustfully excited by the presence of women, and I have related how at Cairo, 1856, a huge cynocephalus would have raped a girl had it not been bayoneted. Young ladies who visit the Demidov Gardens and Menagerie at Florence were often scandalized by the vicious exposure of the baboons' party-coloured persons. The female monkey equally solicits the attention of man, and I heard in India from my late friend Mirza Ali Akbar of Bombay that to his knowledge connection had taken place. Whether there would be issue and whether such issue would be viable are still disputed points. The produce would add another difficulty to the pseudo-science called psychology. As such mule would have only half a soul, and issue by a congener would have a quarter soul. A traveller well known to me once proposed to breed pithecoid men, who might be useful as hewers of wood and drawers of water. His idea was to put the highest races of ape to the lowest of humanity. I never heard what became of his breeding stables. End of footnote. Now this place is farthest of the country of the blacks, and one of the strangest things that befell me during my sojourn in the city was on this wise. One of the company with whom I passed the night in the boat asked me, "O my lord, thou art apparently a stranger in these parts. Hast thou any craft whereat thou canst work?" And I answered, "By Allah, O my brother, I have no trade, nor know I any handicraft." For I was a merchant and a man of money and substance, and had a ship of my own, laden with great store of goods and merchandise. But it foundered at sea, and all were drowned except me, who saved myself on a piece of plank, which Allah vouchsafed to me of his favour. Upon this he brought me a cotton bag, and giving it to me, said, "Take this bag and fill it with pebbles from the beach, and go forth with a company of the townsfolk, to whom I will give a charge respecting thee. Do as they do, and belike thou shalt gain what may further thy return voyage to thy native land." Then he carried me to the beach, where I filled my bag with pebbles, large and small, and presently we saw a company of folk issue from the town, each bearing a bag like mine, filled with pebbles. To these he committed me, commending me to their care and saying, "This man is a stranger, so take him with you and teach him how to gather, that he may get his daily bread, and you will earn your reward and recompense in heaven." "On our heads and eyes be it," answered they, and bidding me welcome, fared on with me till we came to a spacious wadi, full of lofty trees with trunks so smooth that none might climb them. Now sleeping under these trees were many apes, which, when they saw us, rose and fled from us, and swarmed up among the branches, whereupon my companions began to pelt them with what they had in their bags, and the apes fell to plucking of the fruit of the trees, and casting them at the folk. I looked at the fruits they cast at us, and found them to be Indian. Footnote: Arab, Jahuz al-Hindi. Our word cocoa is from the port. Cocoa meaning a bugbear, in allusion to its caricature of the human face, hair, eyes and mouth. I may here note that a cocoa tree is easily climbed with a bit of rope or a handkerchief. End of footnote. Or cocoa nuts. So I chose out a great tree full of apes, and going up to it, began to pelt them with stones, and they in return pelted me with nuts, which I collected as did the rest, so that even before I had made an end of my bagful of pebbles, I had gotten great plenty of nuts. And as soon as my companions had in like manner gotten as many nuts as they could carry, we returned to the city, where we arrived at the fag end of the day. Then I went in to the kindly man, who had brought me in company with the nut-gatherers, and gave him all I had gotten, thanking him for his kindness. But he would not accept them, saying, "Sell them and make profit by the price." And presently he added, giving me the key of a closet in his house, "Store thy nuts in this safe place, and go thou forth every morning, and gather them as thou hast done today, and choose out the worst for sale, and supply thyself, but lay up the rest here, so haply thou mayst collect enough to serve thee for thy return home. Allah requite thee, answered I, and did as he advised me, going out daily with the cocoa nut gatherers, who commended me to one another, and showed me the best stocked trees. Footnote: tomb pictures in Egypt show tame monkeys gathering fruits, and Grossier, description of China quoted by Hole and Lane, mentions a similar mode of harvesting tea by irritating the monkeys of the Middle Kingdom. End of footnote. Thus did I for some time, till I had laid up great store of excellent nuts, besides a large sum of money, the price of those I had sold. I became thus at my ease, and bought all I saw, and had a mind too, and passed my time pleasantly, greatly enjoying my stay in the city, till, as I stood on the beach one day, a great ship, steering through the heart of the sea, presently cast anchor by the shore, and landed a company of merchants, who proceeded to sell and buy and barter their goods for cocoa nuts and other commodities. Then I went to my friends and told them of the coming of the ship, and how I had a mind to return to my own country. And he said, "'Tis for thee to decide." So I thanked him for his bounties, and took leave of them. Then, going to the captain of the ship, I agreed with him for my passage, and embarked my cocoa nuts, and what else I had possessed. We weighed anchor, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 559th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. So I left the city of the apes, and embarked my cocoa nuts, and what else I possessed. We weighed anchor the same day, and sailed from island to island, and sea to sea. And whenever we stopped, I sold and traded with my cocoa nuts, and the Lord requited me more than I erst had and lost. Amongst other places we came to an island abounding in cloves. Footnote: cloves and cinnamon in those days grew in widely distant places. End of footnote. And cinnamon and pepper, and the country people told me that by the side of each pepper bunch groweth a great leaf, which shadeth it from the sun, and casteth the water off it in the wet season. But when the rain ceaseth, the leaf turneth over and droopeth down by the side of the bunch. Footnote: in pepper plantations it is usual to set bananas for shading the young shrubs, which bear bunches like ivy fruit, not pods. End of footnote. Here I took great store of pepper and cloves and cinnamon, in exchange for cocoa nuts, and we passed thence to the island of Al-Usirat. Footnote: the Bresel edit has Al-Maharat. Langles calls it the island of Al-Kamari. See Lane, section 386. End of footnote. Whence cometh the cormorant aloes wood, and thence to another island, 5 days' journey in length, where grows the Chinese lean aloes, which is better than the cormorant, but the people of this island. Footnote: insula pro peninsula. Cormorant is a corruption of Kanya, Virgo the goddess Durga, and Kumari, a maid, a princess, from a temple of Shiva's wife, hence Ptolemy's, and near it to the northeast, Promontorium, Cori quad Coramini, caput insula vacant, says Maphis. In the text, alud refers to the eagle wood, so called because spotted like the bird's plume. That of Champa, Cochin, China, mentioned in Camoens, is still famous. End of footnote. Are fouler of condition and religion than those of the other, for that they love fornication and wine-bibbing, and know not prayer nor call to prayer. Thence we came to the pearl fisheries, and I gave the divers some of my cocoa nuts, and said to them, "Dive for my luck and lot." They did so, and brought up from the deep blight. Footnote: Arabic Bikrat is tank, pool, reach, blight. Hence Berkat, Far Arun in the Suez Gulf. End of footnote. Great store of large and priceless pearls, and they said to me, By Allah, O my master, thy luck is a lucky. Then we sailed on with the blessing of Allah, whose name be exalted, and ceased not sailing till we arrived safely at Bussorah. There I abode a little, and then went on to Baghdad, where I entered my quarter and found my house, and foregathered with my family, and saluted my friends, who gave me joy of my safe return. And I laid up all my goods and valuables in my storehouses. Then I distributed alms and largesse, and clothed the widow and orphan, and made presents to my relations and comrades. For the Lord hath requited me fourfold that I had lost. After which I returned to my old merry way of life, and forgot all I had suffered in the great profit and gain I had made. Such, then, is the history of my 5th voyage, and its wonderments. And now to supper, and tomorrow, come again, I will tell you what befell me in my 6th voyage, for it was still more wonderful than this, saith he who telleth the tale. Then he called for food, and the servants spread the table, and when they had eaten the evening meal, he gave Sinbad the porter 100 golden dinars, and the landsman returned home and laid him down to sleep, much marvelling at all he had heard. Next morning, as soon as it was light, he prayed the dawn prayer, and, after blessing Muhammad the cream of all creatures, betook himself to the house of Sinbad the seaman, and wished him a good day. The merchant bade him, sat and talked with him, till the rest of the company arrived. Then the servants spread the table, and when they had well eaten and drunken, and were mirthful and merry, Sinbad the seaman began, in his words, the narrative of the 6th voyage of Sinbad the seaman. Know, O my brothers and friends and companions all, that I abode some time, after my return from my 5th voyage, in great solace and satisfaction and mirth, and merriment, joyance and enjoyment. And I forgot what I had suffered, seeing the great gain and profit I had made till, one day, as I sat making merry and enjoying myself with my friends, there came into me a company of merchants, whose case told tales of travel, and talked with me of voyage and adventure and greatness of pelf and lucre. Thereupon I remembered the days of my return from abroad, and my joy at once more seeing my native land and foregathering with my family and friends, and my soul yearned for travel and traffic. So, compelled by fate and fortune, I resolved to undertake another voyage, and buying me fine and costly merchandise meant for foreign trade, made it up into bales, with which I journeyed from Baghdad to Bussorah. Here I found a great ship ready for sea, and full of merchants and notables, who had with them goods of price. So I embarked my bales therein, and we left Bussorah in safety and good spirits, under the safeguard of the king, the preserver. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 560th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. And after embarking my bales and leaving Bussorah in safety and good spirits, we continued our voyage from place to place and from city to city, buying and selling and profiting, and diverting ourselves with the sight of countries where strange folk dwell. And fortune and this voyage smiled upon us, till one day, as we went along, behold, the captain suddenly cried with a great cry, and cast his turban on the deck. Then he buffeted his face like a woman, and plucked out his beard, and fell down in the waist of the ship, with nigh fainting for stress of grief and rage, and crying, Oh, alas, for the ruin of my house and the orphanship of my poor children! So all the merchant and sailors came round about him, and asked him, O master, what is the matter? For the light had become night before their sight, and he answered, saying, Know, O folk, that we have wandered from our course, and left the sea whose ways we know, and come into a sea whose ways I know not. And unless Allah vouchsafe us a means of escape, we are all dead men. Wherefore pray ye to the Most High, and he deliver us from this strait. Happily amongst you is one righteous, whose prayers the Lord will accept. Then he arose and clomb the mast, to see whether there was any escape from that strait. And he would have loosened the sails. But the wind redoubled upon the ship, and whirled her around thrice, and drave her backwards, whereupon the rudder brake, and she fell off toward a high mountain. With this the captain came down from the mast, saying, There is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great, nor can man prevent that which is foreordained by fate. By Allah we are fallen on a place of sure destruction, and there is no way of escape for us, nor can any of us be saved. Then we all fell a-weeping over ourselves, and bidding one another farewell, for that our days were to come to an end, and we had lost all hope of life. Presently the ship struck the mountain and broke up, and all and everything on board of her were plunged into the sea. Some of the merchants were drowned, and others made shift to reach the shore and save themselves upon the mountain. I amongst the number, and when we got ashore we found a great island, or rather peninsula. Footnote: probably Cape Cormoran, to judge from the river, but the text names Sarandib, Ceylon Island, famous for gems. This was noticed by Marco Polo, section 3, cap 19, and ancient authors relate the same of Taprobane, end of footnote, whose base was strewn with wreckage of crafts and goods and gear cast up by the sea from the broken ships whose passengers had been drowned, and the quantity confounded compt and calculation. So I climbed the cliffs into the inward of the isle, and walked on inland, until I came into a stream of sweet water that welled up at the nearest foot of the mountains, and disappeared in the earth under the range of the hills on the opposite side. But all the other passengers went over the mountains to the inner tracks, and, dispersing hither and thither, were confounded at what they saw, and became like madmen at the sight of the wealth and treasures wherewith the shores were strewn. As for me, I looked into the bed of the stream, aforesaid, and saw therein great plenty of rubies and great royal pearls. Footnote: I need hardly trouble the reader with a note on pearl fisheries. The descriptions of travellers are continuous from the days of Pliny, Solinus, and Marco Polo. Maximilian of Transylvania, in his narrative of Magellan's voyage, says that Celebes produced pearls big as turtles' doves' eggs, and the king of Borneo, had 2 unions as great as goose's eggs. Pigafetta reduces this to hen's eggs, and Sir Thomas Herbert to dove's eggs. End of footnote. And all kinds of jewels and precious stones, which were as gravel to the bed of the rivulets that ran through the fields, and the sand sparkled and glittered with gems and precious ores. Moreover, we found in the island abundance of the finest lean aloes, both Chinese and Cormoran, and there also is a spring of crude ambergris. Footnote: Arabic: Anbar, pronounced ambar, wherein I would derive ambrosia. Ambergris was long supposed to be a fossil, a vegetable which grew upon the sea bottom or rose in springs, or a substance produced in the water like naphtha or bitumen. Now it is known to be the egester of a whale. It is found in lumps weighing several pounds upon the Zanzibar coast, and is sold at a high price, being held a potent aphrodisiac. A small hollow is drilled in the bottom of the cup, and the coffee is poured upon the bit of ambergris it contains. When the oleaginous matter shows in dots amidst the kaimar, coffee cream, the bubbly froth which floats upon the surface and which an expert coffee servant distributes equally among the guests. Argensola mentions in Ceylon springs of liquid bitumen thicker than our oil, and some of pure balsam. End of footnote. Which floweth like wax or gum over the stream banks, for the great heat of the sun, and runneth down to the sea shore, where the monsters of the deep come up and swallowing it, return into the sea. But it burneth in their bellies, so they cast it up again, and it congealeth on the surface of the water, whereby its colour and quantities are changed. And at last the waves cast it ashore, and the travellers and merchants who know it collect it and sell it. But as to the raw ambergris, which is not swallowed, it floweth over the channel and congealeth on the banks, and when the sun shineth on it, it melteth, and scenteth the whole valley with a musk-like fragrance. Then, when the sun ceaseth from it, it congealeth again. But none can get to this place, where is the crude ambergris, because of the mountains, which enclose the island on all sides, and which foot of a man cannot ascend. Footnote. The tale-teller forgets that Sinbad and his companions have just ascended it, but this in consequence is a characteristic of the Eastern saga. I may note that the description of the ambergris in the text tells us admirably well what it is not. End of footnote. We continued thus to explore the island, marvelling at the wonderful works of Allah and the riches we found there, but sore troubled for our own case and dismayed at our prospects. Now we had picked up on the beach some small matter of victual from the wreck and husbanded it carefully, eating but once every day or two, in our fear lest it should fail us and we die miserably of famine or affright. Moreover, we were weak for colic brought on by the seasickness and the low diet, and my companions deceased, one after the other, till there was but a small company of us left. Each that died we washed, and shrouded in some of the clothes and linen cast ashore by the tides. And after little the rest of my fellows perished, one by one, till I had buried the last of the party, and abode alone on the island, with but a little provision left, I who was wont to have so much. And I wept over myself, saying, Would heaven I had died before my companions, and they had washed me and buried me. It had been better than I should perish and none wash me and shroud me and bury me. But there is majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 9. When it was the 561st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued in these words. Now after I had buried the last of my party and abode alone on the island, I arose and dug me a deep grave on the seashore, saying to myself, Whenas I grow weak and I know that death cometh to me, I will cast myself into the grave and die there. So the wind may drift the sand over me and cover me, and I be buried therein. Then I fell to reproaching myself for my little wit in leaving my native land and betaking me again to travel, after all I had suffered during my first 5 voyages, and when I had not made a single one without suffering more horrible perils and more terrible hardships than in its forerunner, and having no hope of escape from my present stress. And I repented me of my folly and bemoaned myself, especially as I had no need of money, seeing that I had enough and more than enough, and could not spend what I had, no, nor a half of it in all my life. However, after a while Allah sent me a thought, and I said to myself, By God, needs must this stream have an end as well as beginning, ergo an issue somewhere, and belike its course may lead to some inhabited place. So my best plan is to make me a little boat, big enough to sit in, and carry it and launch in it on the river, embark therein and drop down the stream. If I escape by God's leave, and if I perish, better die in the river than here. Then, sighing for myself, I set to work collecting a number of pieces of Chinese and cormorant aloes wood, and I bound them together with ropes from the wreckage. Then I chose out from the broken-up ships straight planks of even size and fixed them firmly upon the aloes wood, making me a boat raft a little narrower than the channel of the stream. And I tied it tightly and firmly as though it were nailed. Then I loaded it with the goods, precious ores and jewels, and the union pearls which were like gravel, and the best of the ambergris, crude and pure, together with what I had collected on the island, and what was left me of victual and wild herbs. Lastly I lashed a piece of wood on either side, to serve me as oars, and launched it, and embarking, did according to the saying of the poet. Fly, fly with life, when as evil's threat, leave the house to tell of its builder's fate. Land after land shalt thou seek and find, but no other life on thy wish shall wait. Fret not thy soul in thy thoughts a night, all woes shall end or sooner or late. Whoso is born in one land to die, there and only there shall gang his gate. Nor trust great things to another wight, soul hath only soul for confederate. My boat raft drifted with the stream, I pondering the issue of my affair, and the drifting ceased not till I came to the place where it disappeared beneath the mountain. I rowed my conveyance into the place, which was intensely dark, and the current carried the raft with it down the underground channel. The thin stream bore me on through a narrow tunnel where the raft touched either side and my head rubbed against the roof, return therefrom being impossible. Then I blamed myself for having thus risked my life, and said, if this passage grow any straighter, the raft will hardly pass, and I cannot turn back, so I shall inevitably perish miserably in this place. And I threw myself down upon my face on the raft, by reason of the narrowness of the channel, whilst the stream ceased not to carry me along, knowing not night from day, for the excess of the gloom which encompassed me about in my terror and concern for myself lest I should perish. And in such condition my course continued down the channel, which now grew wide and then straighter, till, sore aweary by reason of the darkness which could be felt, I fell asleep, as I lay prone on the raft, and I slept knowing not if the time were long or short. When I awoke at last, I found myself in the light of heaven, and opening my eyes I saw myself in a broad stream, and the raft moored to an island in the midst of a number of Indians and Abyssinians. As soon as these blackamoors saw that I was awake, they came up to me and bespoke me in their speech. But I understood not what they said, and thought that this was a dream and a vision, which had betided me for stress of concern and chagrin. But I was delighted at my escape from the river. When they saw I understood them not and made them no answer, one of them came forward and said to me in Arabic, Peace be with thee, O my brother. Who art thou, and whence faredst thou thither? How camest thou into this river, and what manner of land lies beyond yonder mountains? For never knew we any one make his way thence to us. Quoth I, And upon thee be peace and the truth of Allah and his blessing. Who are ye, and what country is this? O my brother, answered he, we are husbandmen and tillers of the soil, who came out to water our fields and plantations, and finding thee asleep on this raft, laid hold of it, and made it fast by us, against thou shouldest awake at thy leisure. So tell us, how thou camest hither. I answered, For Allah's sake, O my lord, ere I speak give me somewhat to eat, for I am starving, and after ask me what thou wilt. So he hastens to fetch me food, and I ate my fill till I was refreshed, and my fear was calmed by a good belly full, and my life returned to me. Then I rendered thanks to the Most High, for mercies great and small. Glad to be out of the river, and rejoicing to be amongst them, and I told them all my adventures, from first to last, especially my troubles in the narrow channel. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 562nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. When I landed and found myself amongst the Indians and Abyssinians, and had taken some rest, they consulted among themselves and said to one another, There is no help for it, but we carry him with us and present him to our king, that he may acquaint him with his adventures. So they took me, together with the raft boat, and its lading of moneys and merchandise, jewels, minerals, and golden gear, and brought me to their king, who was king of Sarandib, telling him what had happened, whereupon he saluted me and bade me welcome. Then he questioned me of my condition and adventures through the man who had spoken Arabic, and I repeated to him my story from beginning to end. Whereat he marvelled exceedingly, and gave me joy of my deliverance, after which I arose and fetched from the raft great store of precious ores and jewels and ambergris and lean aloes, and presented them to the king, who accepted them, and treated me with the utmost honour, appointing me a lodging in his own palace. So I consorted with the chief of the islanders, and they paid me the utmost respect, and I quitted not the royal palace. Now the island of Sarandib lieth under the equinoctial line, its night and day both numbering 12 hours. It measureth 80 leagues long by a breadth of 30, and its width is bounded by a lofty mountain and a deep valley. The mountain is conspicuous from a distance of 3 days, and it containeth many kinds of rubies and other minerals, and spice trees of all sorts. The surface is covered with emery, wherewith gems are cut and fashioned. Diamonds are in its rivers, and pearls are in its valleys. I ascended that mountain, and solaced myself with a view of its marbles, which are indescribable, and afterwards I returned to the king. Thereupon all the travellers and merchants who came to the place questioned me of the affairs of my native land, and of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and his rule, and I told them of him, and of that what for he was renowned, and they praised him because of this, whilst I in turn questioned them of their manners and customs of their own countries, and got the knowledge I desired. One day the king himself asked me of the fashions and forms of government of my country, and I acquainted him with the circumstance of the Caliph's sway in the city of Baghdad, and the justice of his rule. The king marvelled at my account of his appointments, and said, By Allah, the Caliph's ordinances are indeed wise, and his fashions of praiseworthy guise, and thou hast made me love him, by what thou tellest me. Wherefore I have a mind to make him a present, and send it by thee. Quoth I, Hearkening and obedience, O my lord, I will bear thy gift to him, and to inform him that thou art his sincere lover and true friend. Then I abode with the king in great honour, and regard and consideration for a long while, till, one day, as I sat in his palace, I heard news of a company of merchants that were fitting out a ship for Bassorah, and said to myself, I cannot do better than voyage with these men. So I rose without stay or delay, and kissed the king's hand, and acquainted him with my longing to set out with the merchants. For that I pined after my people and mine own land. Quoth he, Thou art thine own master, yet, if it be thy will to abide with us, on our head and eyes be it, for thou gladdenest us with thy company. By Allah, O my lord, answered I, thou hast indeed overwhelmed me with thy favours and well-doings, but I weary for a sight of my friends and family and native country. When he heard this, he summoned the merchants in question, and commended me to their care, paying my freight and passage money. Then he bestowed on me great riches from his treasuries, and charged me with a magnificent present for the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Moreover, he gave me a sealed letter, saying, Carry this with thine own hand to the commander of the faithful, and give him many salutations from us. Hearing and obedience, I replied. The missive was written on the skin of the kawi, which is finer than lamb parchment and of yellow colour, with ink of ultramarine, and the contents were as follows. Peace be with thee from the king of Al-Hind, before whom are 1,000 elephants, and upon whose palace crenelles are 1,000 jewels. But after, laud to the Lord and praises to his prophet, we send thee a trifling gift, which be thou pleased to accept. Thou art to us a brother and a sincere friend, and great is the love we bear for thee in heart. Favour us with a reply. The gift besitteth not thy dignity, but we beg of thee, O our brother, graciously to accept it, and peace be with thee. And the present was a cup of ruby, a span high, the inside of which was adorned with precious pearls, and a bed covered with the skin of the serpent which swalloweth the elephant, which skin hath spots, each like a dinar, and whoso sitteth upon it never sickeneth. And 100,000 mescals of Indian linellos, and a slave girl like a shining moon. Then I took leave of him, and of all my intimates and acquaintances in the island, and embarked with the merchants aforesaid. We sailed with a fair wind, committing ourselves to the care of Allah, be He extolled and exalted, and by His permission arrived at Bassorah, where I passed a few days and nights equipping myself and packing up my bales. Then I went on to Baghdad city, the house of peace, where I sought an audience with the Caliph, and laid the king's presents before him. He asked me whence they came, and I said to him, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I know not the name of the city, nor the way thither. He then asked me, O Sinbad, is this true which the king writeth? And I answered, after kissing the ground, O my lord, I saw in his kingdom much more than he hath written in his letter. For state processions a throne is set for him upon a huge elephant, 11 cubits high, and upon this he sitteth, having his great lords and officers and guests standing in 2 ranks, on his right hand and on his left. At his head is a man handing in hand a golden javelin, and behind him another with a great mace of gold, whose head is an emerald, a span long and as thick as a man's thumb. And when he mounteth horse, there mount with him 1,000 horsemen, clad in gold, brocade, and silk. And as the king proceedeth, a man precedeth him, crying, This is the king of great dignity, of high authority. And he continueth to repeat his praises in words I remember not, saying at the end of his panegyric, This is the king owning the crown, whose like nor Solomon nor the Mirage ever possessed. Then he is silent, and one behind him proclaimeth, saying, He will die. Again I say, he will die. And the other addeth, Extolled be the perfection of the living, who dieth not. Moreover, by reason of his justice and ordinance and intelligence, there is no Qazi in his city, and all his lieges distinguish between truth and falsehood. Quoth the Caliph, How great is this king? His letter hath shown me this, and as for the mightiness of his dominion, thou hast told us what thou hast eyewitnessed. By Allah, he hath been endowed with wisdom and with wide rule. Then I related to the Commander of the Faithful all that had befallen me in my last voyage, at which he wondered exceedingly, and bade his historians record my story and store it up in his treasuries, for the edification of all who might see it. Then he conferred on me exceeding great favours, and I repaired to my quarter and entered my home, where I warehoused all my goods and possessions. Presently my friends came to me, and I distributed presents among my family, and gave alms and largesse, after which I yielded myself to joyance and enjoyment, mirth and merrymaking, and forgot all that I had suffered. Such then, O my brothers, is the history of what befell me in my 6th voyage. And tomorrow, inshallah, I will tell you the story of my 7th and last voyage, which is still more wondrous and marvellous than that of the first 6, saith he who telleth the tale. Then he bade lay the table, and the company supped with him, after which he gave the porter 100 dinars, as of wont, and they all went their ways, marvelling beyond measure at that which they had heard. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 563rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sinbad the seaman had related the history of what befell him in his 6th voyage, and all the company had dispersed, Sinbad the landsman went home and slept as of wont. Next day he rose and prayed the dawn prayer, and repaired to his namesake's house, where, after the company was all assembled, the host began to relate the 7th voyage of Sinbad the seaman. Know, O company, that after my return from my 6th voyage, which brought me abundant profit, I resumed my former life in all possible joyance and enjoyment, and mirth, and making merry day and night. And I tarried some time in this solace and satisfaction, till my soul began once more to long to sail the seas and see foreign countries, and company with merchants and hear new things. So having made up my mind, I packed up in bales a quantity of precious stuffs, suited for sea trade, and repaired with them from Baghdad city to Bassorah town, where I found a ship ready for sea, and in her a company of considerable merchants. I shipped with them, and becoming friends, we set forth on our venture, in health and safety, and sailed with a fair wind, till we came to a city called Madinat al-Sin. But after we had left it, as we fared on in all cheer and confidence, devising of traffic and travel, behold, there sprang up a violent headwind, and a tempest of rain fell on us, and drenched us and our goods. So we covered the bales with our cloaks and garments, and drugget and canvas, lest they be spoiled by the rain, and betook ourselves to prayer and supplication to Almighty Allah, and humbled ourselves before Him for deliverance from the peril that was upon us. But the captain arose, and tightening his girdle, tucked up his skirts, and after taking refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned, climbed to the masthead, whence he looked out right and left, and gazing at the passengers and crew, fell to buffeting his face and plucking out his beard. So we cried to him, O Rays, what is the matter? And he replied, saying, Seek ye deliverance of the Most High from the strait into which we have fallen, and bemoan yourselves, and take leave of one another. For know that the wind hath gotten the mastery of us, and hath driven us into the utmost of the seas of the world. Then he came down from the masthead, and opening his sea chest, pulled out a bag of blue cotton, from which he took a powder like ashes. This he set in a saucer wetted with a little water, and after waiting a short time, smelt and tasted it. And then he took out of the chest a booklet, wherein he read a while, and said, weeping, Know, O ye passengers, that in this book is a marvellous matter, denoting that whoso come hither shall surely die, without hope of escape, for that this ocean is called the sea of the clime of the king, wherein is a sepulchre of our Lord Solomon, son of David, on both be peace, and therein are serpents of vast bulk and fearsome aspect. And what ship soever cometh to these climes, there riseth to her a great fish out of the sea, and swalloweth her up with all and everything on board her. Hearing these words from our captain, great was our wonder, but hardly had he made an end of speaking, when the ship was lifted out of the water, and let fall again, and we applied to praying the death prayer, and committing our souls to Allah. Presently we heard a terrible great cry like the loud pealing thunder, whereat we were terror-struck, and became as dead men, giving ourselves up for lost. Then behold, there came up to us a huge fish, as big as a tall mountain, at whose sight we became wild for a fight, and, weeping sore, made ready for death, marvelling at its vast size and gruesome resemblance, when lo, a second fish made its appearance, and which we had seen naught more monstrous. So we bemoaned ourselves of our lives, and farewelled one another. But suddenly up came a third fish, bigger than the first two, whereupon we lost the power of thought and reason, and were stupefied for the excess of our fear and horror. Then the three fish began circling around about the ship, and the third and biggest opened his mouth to swallow it, and we looked into its mouth, and behold, it was wider than the gate of a city, and its throat was like a long valley. So we besought the Almighty, and called for succour upon his apostle, on whom be blessing and peace, when suddenly a violent squall of wind arose and smote the ship, which rose out of the water and settled upon a great reef, the haunt of sea monsters, where it broke up and fell asunder into planks, and all and everything on board were plunged into the sea. As for me, I tore off all my clothes but my gown, and swam a little way, till I happened upon one of the ship's planks, whereto I clung and bestrode it like a horse, whilst the winds and the waters sported with me, and the waves carried me up and cast me down, and I was in most piteous plight for fear and distress and hunger and thirst. Then I reproached myself for what I had done, and my soul was weary after a life of ease and comfort. And I said to myself, O Sinbad, O seaman, thou repentest not, and yet thou art ever suffering hardships and travails. Yet wilt thou not renounce sea travel? Or, and thou say, I renounce, thou liest in thy renouncement? Endure then with patience that which thou sufferest, for verily thou deservest all that betideth thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 10. When it was the 564th night. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman continued. But when I had bestridden the plank, quoth I to myself, Thou deservest all that betideth thee. All this is decreed to me of Allah, whose name be exalted, to turn me from my greed of gain, whence ariseth all that I endure, for I have wealth galore. Then I returned to my senses, and said, In very sooth, this time I repent to the Most High, with a sincere repentance, of my lust for gain and venture, and never will I again name travel with tongue nor in thought. And I ceased not to humble myself before Almighty Allah, and weep and bewail myself, recalling my former estate of solace and satisfaction and mirth and merriment and joyance. And thus I abode 2 days, at the end of which time I came to a great island abounding in trees and streams. There I landed, and ate of fruits of the island, and drank of its waters, till I was refreshed, and my life returned to me, and my strength and spirits were restored, and I recited, Oft when thy case shows knotty and tangled skein, fate downs from heaven and straightens every ply. In patience keep thy soul till clear thy lot, for he who ties the knot can eke untie. Then I walked about till I found on the further side a great river of sweet water, running with a strong current, whereupon I called to mind the boat raft I had made aforetime, and said to myself, Needs must I make another. Haply I may free me from this strait. If I escape, I have my desire, and I vow to Allah Almighty to forswear travel. And if I perish, I shall be at peace, and shall rest from toil and moil. So I rose up, and gathered together great store of pieces of wood from the trees, which were all of the finest sanders wood, whose like is not alb, I knew it not, and made shift to twist creepers and tree twigs into a kind of rope, with which I bound the billets together, and so contrived a raft. Then saying, An I be saved, 'tis of God's grace, I embarked thereon, and committed myself to the current, and it bore me on for the first day, and the second, and the third, after leaving the island. Whilst I lay in the raft, eating not, and drinking, when I was athirst, of the water of the river, till I was weak and giddy as a chicken, for stress of fatigue and famine and fear. At the end of this time I came to a high mountain, whereunder ran the river, which, when I saw, I feared for my life, by reason of the straitness I had suffered in my former journey, and I would fain have stayed the raft, and landed on the mountain side. But the current overpowered me, and drew me into the subterranean passage like an archway, whereupon I gave myself up for lost, and said, There is no majesty, there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. However, after a little, the raft glided into open air, and I saw before me a wide valley, whereinto the river fell with a noise like the rolling of thunder, and a swiftness as the rushing of the wind. I held on to the raft, for fear of falling off it, whilst the waves tossed me right and left, and the craft continued to descend with the current, nor could I avail to stop it, nor turn it shorewards, till it stopped with me, at a great and goodly city, grandly edified, and containing much people. And when the townsfolk saw me on the raft, dropping down with the current, they threw me out ropes which I had not strength enough to hold. Then they tossed a net over the craft, and drew it ashore with me, whereupon I fell to the ground amidst them, as I were a dead man, for stress of fear and hunger and lack of sleep. After a while there came up to me out of the crowd an old man, of reverend aspect, well stricken in years, who welcomed me, and threw over an abundance of handsome clothes, wherewith I covered my nakedness. Then he carried me to the hammam bath, and brought me cordial sherbets and delicious perfumes. Moreover, when I came out, he bore me to his house, where his people made much of me, and, seating me in a pleasant place, set rich food before me, whereof I ate my fill, and returned thanks to God the Most High for my deliverance. Thereupon his pages fetched me hot water, and I washed my hands, and his handmaids brought me silken napkins, with which I dried them and wiped my mouth. Also the sheikh set apart for me an apartment in a part of his house, and charged his pages and slave girls to wait upon me, and do my will, and supply my wants. They were assiduous in my service, and I abode with him in the guest chamber 3 days, taking my ease of good eating and good drinking, and good sense, till life returned to me, and my terrors subsided, and my heart was calmed, and my mind was eased. On the 4th day the sheikh, my host, came in to me, and said, Thou cheerest us with thy company, O my son, and praise be Allah for thy safety. Say, wilt thou now come down with me to the beach and the bazaar, and sell thy goods, and take their price? Belike thou mayst buy thee wherewithal to traffic. I have ordered my servants to remove thy stock in trade from the sea, and they have piled it on the shore. I was silent a while, and said to myself, What mean these words, and what goods have I? Then said he, O my son, be not troubled nor careful, but come with me to the market, and if any offer for thy goods what price contenteth thee, take it. But, an thou be not satisfied, I will lay them up for thee in my warehouse, against a fitting occasion for sale. So I bethought me of my case, and said to myself, Do his bidding, and see what are these goods. And I said to him, O my nuncle the sheikh, I hear and I obey. I may not gainsay thee in aught, for Allah's blessing is on all thou dost. Accordingly he guided me to the market street, where I found that he had taken in pieces the raft which carried me, and which was of sandalwood, and I heard the broker calling it for sale. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 565th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman thus resumed his tale. I found that the sheikh had taken to pieces my raft, which lay on the beach, and the broker was crying the sandalwood for sale. Then the merchants came, and opened the gate of bidding for the wood, and bid against one another till its price reached 1,000 dinars. When they left bidding, and my host said to me, Here, O my son, this is the current price of thy goods in hard times like these. Wilt thou sell them for this, or shall I lay them up for thee in my storehouses, till such time as prices rise? O my lord, answered I, the business is in thy hands, do as thou wilt. Then asked he, Wilt thou sell the wood to me, O my son, for 100 gold pieces, over and above what the merchants have bidden for it? And I answered, Yes, I have sold it to thee for monies received. So he bade his servants transport the wood to his storehouses, and, carrying me back to his house, seated me and counted out to me the purchase money, after which he laid it in bags, and setting them in a privy place, locked them up with an iron padlock, and gave me its key. Some days after this, the sheikh said to me, O my son, I have somewhat to propose to thee, wherein I trust thou wilt do my bidding. Quoth I, What is it? Quoth he, I am a very old man, and I have no son, but I have a daughter, who is young in years, and fair of favour, and endowed with abounding wealth and beauty. Now I have a mind to marry her to thee, that thou mayst abide with her in this our country, and I will make thee master of all I have in hand, for I am an old man, and thou shalt stand in my stead. I was silent for shame, and made him no answer, whereupon he continued, Do my desire in this, O my son, for I wish but thy will, and if thou wilt but do as I say, thou shalt have her at once, and be as my son, and all that is under my hand, or that cometh to me, shall be thine. And if thou have a mind to traffic and travel to thy native land, none shall hinder thee, and thy property will be at thy sole disposal. So do as thou wilt. By Allah, O my uncle, replied I, thou art become to me even as my father, and I am a stranger, and have undergone many hardships, while for stress of that which I have suffered naught of judgment or knowledge is left to me. It is for thee, therefore, to decide what I shall do. Hereupon he sent his servants for the Kazi and the witnesses, and married me to his daughter, making us for a noble marriage feast and high festival. When I went into her, I found her perfect in beauty and loveliness and symmetry and grace, clad in rich raiment, and covered with a profusion of ornaments and necklaces, and other trinkets of gold and silver and precious stones, worth a mint of money, a price none could pay. She pleased me, and we loved each other, and I abode with her in solace and delight of life, till her father was taken to the mercy of Allah Almighty. So we shrouded him and buried him, and I laid hands on the whole of his property, and all his servants and slaves became mine. Moreover, the merchants installed me in his office, for he was their sheikh and their chief, and none of them purchased aught but with his knowledge and by his leave. And now his rank passed on to me. When I became acquainted with the townsfolk, I found that at the beginning of each month they were transformed, in that their faces changed, and they became like birds, and they put forth wings, wherewith they flew unto the upper regions of the firmament, and none remained in the city save the women and children. And I said in my mind, When the first of the month cometh, I will ask one of them to carry me with them, whither they go. So when the time came, and their complexion changed, and their forms altered, I went in to one of the townsfolk, and said to him, Allah upon thee, carry me with thee, that I might divert myself with the rest, and return with you. This may not be, answered he. But I ceased not to solicit him, and I importuned him, till he consented. Then I went out in his company, without telling any of my family, or servants, or friends, and he took me on his back, and flew up with me so high in air, that I heard the angels glorifying God in the heavenly dome. Whereat I wondered, and exclaimed, Praise be Allah! Extolled be the perfection of Allah! Hardly had I made an end of pronouncing the tasbih, Praise be Allah, when there came out a fire from heaven, and all but consumed the company. Whereupon they fled from it, and descended with curses upon me, and, casting me down on a high mountain, went away, exceeding wroth with me, and left me there alone. As I found myself in this plight, I repented of what I had done, and reproached myself for having undertaken that for which I was unable, saying, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. No sooner am I delivered from one affliction than I fall into a worse. And I continued in this case, knowing not whither I should go, when, lo, there came up 2 young men, as they were moons, each using as a staff a rod of red gold. So I approached them and saluted them, and when they returned my salam, I said to them, Allah upon you twain, who are ye, and what are ye? Quoth they, We are of the servants of the Most High Allah, abiding in this mountain. And giving me a rod of red gold they had with them, went their ways and left me. I walked on along the mountain ridge, staying my steps with the staff, and pondering the case of the 2 youths, when, behold, a serpent came forth from under the mountain, with a man in her jaws, whom she had swallowed even to below his navel. And he was crying out and saying, Whoso delivereth me, Allah will deliver him from all adversity. So I went up to the serpent, and smote her on the head with the golden staff, whereupon she cast the man forth of her mouth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. When it was the 566th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sinbad the seaman thus continued. When I smote the serpent on the head with my golden staff, she cast the man forth of her mouth. Then I smote her a second time, and she turned and fled. Whereupon he came to me and said, Since my deliverance from yonder serpent hath been at thy hands, I will never leave thee, and thou shalt be my comrade on this mountain. And welcome, answered I. So we fared on along the mountain, till we fell in with a company of folk, and I looked and saw amongst them the very man who carried me and cast me down there. I went to him, and spake him fair, excusing myself to him, and saying, O my comrade, is it not thus that friend should deal with friend? Quoth he, It was thou who well nigh destroyed us by thy tasbih and thy glorifying God on my back. Quoth I, Pardon me, for I had no knowledge of this matter, but if thou wilt take me with thee, I swear not to say a word. So he relented, and consented to carry me with him, but he made an express condition that, so long as I abode on his back, I should abstain from pronouncing the tasbih or otherwise glorifying God. Then I gave the wand of gold to him, whom I had delivered from the serpent, and bade him farewell, and my friend took me on his back, and flew with me as before, till he brought me to the city, and set me down in my own house. My wife came to meet me, and saluting me gave me joy of my safety, and then said, Beware of going forth hereafter with yonder folk, neither consort with them, for they are brethren of the devils, and know not how to mention the name of Allah Almighty, neither worship they him. And how did thy father with them? asked I, and she answered, My father was not of them, neither did he as they, and as now he is dead, methinks, thou hadst better sell all we have, and with the price buy merchandise, and journey to thine own country and people, and I with thee, for I care not to tarry in this city, my father and mother being dead. So I sold all the Sheikh's property piecemeal, and looked for one who should be journeying thence to Bassorah, that I might join myself to him. And while thus doing, I heard of a company of townsfolk who had a mind to make the voyage, but could not find them a ship. So they bought wood and built them a great ship, wherein I took passage with them, and paid them all the hire. Then we embarked, I and my wife, with all our movables, leaving our houses and domains, and so forth, and set sail, and ceased not sailing from island to island, and from sea to sea, with a fair wind and a favouring, till we arrived at Bassorah safe and sound. I made no stay there, but freighted another vessel, and transferring my goods to her, set out forthright for Baghdad city, where I arrived in safety, and entering my quarter and repairing to my house, foregathered with my family and friends and familiars, who laid up my goods in my warehouses. When my people, who, reckoning the period of my absence on this my 7th voyage, had found it to be 27 years, and had given up all hope of me, heard of my return, and they came to welcome me and to give me joy of my safety. And I related to them all that had befallen me, whereat they marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then I forswore travel, and vowed to Allah the Most High I would venture no more by land or sea, for that this 7th and last voyage had surfeited me of travel and adventure, and I thank the Lord, be he praised and glorified, and blessed him for having restored me to my kith and kin and country and home. Consider therefore, O Sinbad, O landsman, continued Sinbad the seaman, what sufferings I have undergone, and what perils and hardships I have endured before coming to my present state. Allah upon thee, O my lord, answered Sinbad the landsman, pardon me the wrong I did thee. And they ceased not from friendship and fellowship, abiding in all cheer and pleasures and solace of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights, and the sunderer of societies, and the shatterer of palaces, and the caterer for cemeteries, to wit, the cup of death, and glory be to the living one who dieth not. A translation of the 7th voyage of Sinbad the Seaman, according to the version of the Calcutta edition, which differs in essential form from the preceding tale. Know, O my brothers and friends and companions all, that when I left voyaging and commercing, I said in myself, Sufficeth me that hath befallen me, and I spent my time in solace and pleasure. One day, as I sat at home, there came a knock at the door, and when the porter opened, a page entered, and said, The Caliph biddeth thee to him. I went with him to the king's majesty, and kissed ground, and saluted him, whereupon he welcomed me, and entreated me with honour, and said, O Sinbad, I have an occasion for thee, wilt thou do it? So I kissed his hand, and asked him, saying, O my lord, what occasion hath the master for the slave? Whereto he answered me, I am minded that thou travel to the king of Sarandib, and carry to him our writ and our gift, for that he hath sent to us a present and a letter. I trembled at these words, and rejoined, By Allah the Omnipotent, O my lord, I have taken a loathing to wayfare, and when I hear the words voyage or travel, my limbs tremble for what hath befallen me of hardships and horrors. Indeed, I have no desire whatever for this, more by token as I have bound myself by oath not to quit Baghdad. Then I informed the Caliph of all I had passed through from first to last, and he marvelled with exceeding marvel, and said, By the Almighty, O Sinbad, from ages of old such mishaps as happened to thee were never known to happen to any, and thou dost only right never even to talk of travel. For our sake, however, thou wilt go this time, and carry our present and our letter to him of Sarandib, and Inshallah, by God's leave, thou shalt return quickly, and on this wise we shall be under no obligation to the said king. I replied that I heard and obeyed, being unable to oppose his command. So he gave me gifts and the missive with money to pay my way, and I kissed hands and left the presents. Then I dropped down from Baghdad to the Gulf, and with other merchants embarked, and our ship sailed before a fair wind many days and nights, till, by Allah's aid, we reached the island of Sarandib. As soon as we had made fast, we landed, and I took the present and the letter, and going in with them to the king, kissed ground before him. When he saw me, he said, "Well, come, O Sinbad, by Allah omnipotent, we were longing to see thee, and glory be to God who hath again shown us thy face." Then taking me by the hand, he made me sit by his side, rejoicing, and he welcomed me with familiar kindness again, and entreated me as a friend. After this he began to converse with me, and courteously addressed me, and asked, "What was the cause of thy coming to us, O Sinbad?" So, after kissing his hand and thanking him, I answered, "O my lord, I have brought thee a present from my master, the Caliph Harun al-Rashid," and offered him the present and the letter, which he read, and at which he rejoiced with passing joy. The present consisted of a mare worth 10,000 ducats, bearing a golden saddle set with jewels, a book, a sumptuous suit of clothes, and 100 different kinds of white careen cloths and silks of Suez, Cufa and Alexandria, Greek carpets, and 100 mons, weight of linen and raw silk. Moreover, there was a wondrous rarity, a marvelous cup of crystal, middlemost of which was the figure of a lion, faced by a kneeling man grasping a bow with arrow, drawn to the very head, together with the food tray of Suleiman the son of David, on whom be peace. The missive ran as follows: "Peace from King al-Rashid, the aided of Allah, who hath vouchsafed to him and his forefathers noble rank and widespread glory, be on the fortunate Sultan. But after. Thy letter came to our hands, and we rejoiced thereat, and we have sent the book entitled Delight of the Intelligent, and for friends the rare present, together with sundry curiosities suitable for kings. So do thou favor us by accepting them, and peace be with thee." Then the king lavished upon me much wealth, and entreated me with all honor. So I prayed for him, and thanked him for his munificence. Some days after I craved his leave to depart, but could not obtain it except by great pressing, whereupon I farewelled him, and fared forth from his city, with merchants and other companions, homewards bound without any desire for travel or companions, homewards bound without any desire for travel or trade. We continued voyaging and coasting along many islands, but when we were halfway, we were surrounded by a number of canoes, wherein were men like devils, armed with bows and arrows, swords and daggers, habited in mail coats and other armory. They fell upon us, and wounded and slew all who opposed them. Then, having captured the ship and her contents, carried us to an island, where they sold us at the meanest price. Now I was bought by a wealthy man, who, taking me to his house, gave me meat and drink and clothing, and treated me in the friendliest manner. So I was heartened, and I rested a little. One day he asked me, "Do thou know any art or craft?" And I answered him, "O my lord, I am a merchant, and know nothing but trade and traffic." "Dost thou know," rejoined he, "how to use bow and arrow?" "Yes," replied I know that much." Thereupon he bought me a bow and arrows, and mounted me behind him on an elephant. Then he set out as night was well nigh over, and, passing through a forest of huge growths, came to a tall and sturdy tree, up which he made me climb. Then he gave me the bow and arrows, saying, "Sit here now, and when the elephants troop hither in early morning, shoot at them. Belike thou wilt hit one, and if he fall, come and tell me." With this he left me. I hid myself in the trees, being in sore terror and trembling nigh, till the sun arose. And when the elephants appeared and wandered about among the trees, I shot my arrows at them, and continued till I had shot down one of them. In the evening I reported my success to my master, who was delighted in me, and entreated me with high honor, and the next morning he removed the slain elephant. In this wise I continued, every morning shooting an elephant, which my master would remove, till one day, as I was perched in hiding on the tree, there came suddenly and unexpectedly an innumerable host of elephants, whose screaming and trumpeting were such that I imagined the earth trembled under them. All surrounded my tree, whose circumference was some 50 cubits, and one enormous monster came up to it, and, winding his trunk round the bole, hauled it up by the roots, and dashed it to the ground. I fell down fainting amongst the beasts, when the monster elephant wound his trunk about me, and, setting me on his back, went off with me, the others accompanying us. He carried me, still unconscious, till he reached the place for which he was making, when he rolled me off his back, and presently went his ways, followed by the others. So I rested a little, and when my terror had subsided, I looked about me and found myself among the bones of elephants, whereby I concluded that this was their burial place, and that the monster elephant had led me thither on account of the tusks. So I arose and walked a whole day and night, till I arrived at the house of my master, who saw my colour changed by stress of affright and famine. He rejoiced in my return, and said to me, "By Allah, thou hast made my heart sore. I went when thou wast missing, and found the tree torn up, and thought that the elephants had slain thee. Tell me how it was with thee." I acquainted him with all that had betided me, whereat he wondered greatly, and rejoiced, and at last asked me, "Dost thou know the place?" Whereto I answered, "Yes, O my master." So we mounted an elephant, and fared until we came to the spot, and when my master beheld the heaps of tusks, he rejoiced greatly. Then carrying away as many as he wanted, and he returned with me home. After this he entreated me with increased favour, and said, "O my son, thou hast shown us the way to great gain, wherefore Allah requite thee. Thou art freed for the Almighty's sake and before his face. The elephants used to destroy many of us on account of our hunting them for their ivories and sorovellos, but Allah hath preserved thee from them, and thou hast profited us by the heaps to which thou hast led us." "O my master," replied I, "God free thy neck from the fire, and do thou grant me, O my master, thy gracious leave to return to my own country." "Yes," quoth he, "thou shalt have that permission, but we have a yearly fair, when merchants come to us from various quarters to buy up these ivories. The time is drawing near, and when they shall have done their business, I will send thee under their charge, and will give thee wherewithal to reach thy home." So I blessed and thanked him, and remained with him, treated with respect and honour for some days, when the merchants came as he had foretold, and bought and sold and bartered, and when they had made their preparations to return, my master came to me, and said, "Rise and get thee ready to travel with the traders en route to thy country." They had bought a number of tusks which they had bound together in loads, and were embarking them when my master sent me with them, paying for my passage, and settling all my debts. Besides which he gave me a large present in goods. We set out and voyaged from island to island, till we had crossed the sea and landed on the shores of the Persian Gulf, when the merchants brought out and sold their stores. I also sold what I had at a high profit, and I bought some of the prettiest things in the place for presents and beautiful rarities and everything else I wanted. I likewise bought for myself a beast, and we fared forth and crossed the deserts from country to country, till I reached Baghdad. Here I went into the Caliph, and after saluting him and kissing hands, informed him of all that had befallen me, whereupon he rejoiced in my safety, and thanked Almighty Allah, and he bade my story be written in letters of gold. I then entered my house, and met my family and brethren, and such is the end of the history that happened to me during my 7 voyages. Praise be to Allah, the One, the Creator, the Maker of all things in heaven and earth. Now when Shahrazad had ended her story of the 2 Sinbads, Dinarzade exclaimed, "O my sister, how pleasant is thy tale, and how tasteful, how sweet, and how grateful." She replied, "And what is this compared with that I could tell thee tomorrow night?" Quoth the king, "What may it be?" And she said, "It is a tale touching the city of brass." It is related that there was, in tide of yore, and in times and years long gone before, at Damascus of Syria, a caliph known as Abd al-Malik bin Marwan, the 5th of the Umayyad house. As this commander of the faithful was seated one day in his palace, conversing with his sultans and kings and the grandees of his empire, the talk turned upon the legends of past peoples and the traditions of our Lord Solomon, David's son, on the twain be peace, and on that which Almighty Allah had bestowed on him of lordship and dominion over men and jinn and birds and beasts and reptiles, and the wind and other created things. And quoth the Caliph, "Of a truth we hear from those who forewent us that the Lord, extolled and exalted be he, vouchsafed unto none the like of that which he vouchsafed unto our Lord Solomon, and that he attained unto that whereto never attained other than he, in that he was wont to imprison jinns and marids and satans and cucurbites of copper, and to stop them with lead and seal them with his ring." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. When it was the 567th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph Abd al-Malik bin Marwan sat conversing with his grandees concerning our Lord Solomon, and these noted what Allah had bestowed upon him of lordship and dominion, quoth the commander of the faithful, Indeed, he attained unto that whereto never attained other than he, in that he was wont to imprison jinns, and marids, and satans, and cucurbites of copper, and stop them with lead, and seal them with his ring. Then said Talib bin Sahl, who was a seeker after treasures, and had books, that discovered to him hoards and wealth hidden under the earth, O commander of the faithful, Allah make thy dominion to endure, and exalt thy dignity here and hereafter. My father told me of my grandfather, that once he took ship with a company, intending for the island of Sicilia or Sicily, and sailed until there arose against them a contrary wind, which drove them from their course, and brought them, after a month, to a great mountain in one of the lands of Allah the Most High. But where the land was they wot not. Quoth my grandfather, This was in the darkness of the night, and as soon as it was day, there came forth to us from the caves of the mountain folk black of colour and naked of body, as they were wild beasts, understanding not one word of what was addressed to them, nor was there any of them who knew Arabic, save their king, who was one of their kind. When he saw the ship, he came down to it with a company of his followers, and saluting us, bade us welcome, and questioned us of our case and our faith. We told him all concerning ourselves, and he said, Be of good cheer, for no harm shall befall you. And when we, in turn, asked them of their faith, we found that each was of one of the many creeds prevailing before the preaching of Al-Islam and the mission of Muhammad, whom may Allah bless and keep. So my shipmates remarked, We wot not what thou sayest. Then quoth the king, No Adam's son hath ever come to our land before you, but fear not, and rejoice in the assurance of safety, and of return to your own country. Then he entertained us 3 days, feeding us on the flesh of birds and wild beasts and fishes, than which they had no other meat, and on the 4th day he carried us down to the beach, that we may divert ourselves by looking upon the fisher-folk. There we saw a man casting his net to catch fish, and presently he pulled them up, and behold, in them was a cucurbite of copper, stopped with lead and sealed with the signet of Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace. He brought the vessel to land and broke it open, when there came forth a smoke which rose a twisting blue to the zenith, and we heard a horrible voice saying, I repent, pardon, O prophet of Allah, I will never return to that which I did aforetime. Then the smoke became a terrible giant, frightful of form, whose head was level with the mountain tops, and he vanished from our sight, whilst our hearts were well nigh torn out for terror, but the blacks thought nothing of it. Then we returned to the king and questioned him of the matter, whereupon quoth he, Know that this was one of the jinns whom Solomon, son of David, being wroth with them, shut up in these vessels and cast into the sea, after stopping the mouths with melted lead. Our fishermen ofttimes, in casting their nets, bring up such bottles, which being broken open, there come forth of them jinns, who, deeming that Solomon is still alive and can pardon them, make their submission to him, and say, I repent, O prophet of Allah. The Caliph marveled at Talib's story, and said, Glory be to God! Verily, to Solomon was given a mighty dominion. Now al-Nabiga al-Zubyani was present, and he said, Talib hath spoken soothly, as is proven by the saying of the All-Wise, the Primeval One. And Solomon, when Allah to him said, Rise, be thou Caliph, rule with righteous sway, honor obedience for obeying thee, and who rebels, imprison him for aye. Wherefore he used to put them in copper bottles, and cast them into the sea. The poet's words seemed good to the Caliph, and he said, By Allah, I long to look upon some of these Solomonic vessels, which must be a warning to whoso will be warned." "O Commander of the Faithful," replied Talib, "it is in thy power to do so without stirring abroad. Send to thy brother Abd al-Aziz bin Marwan, so he may write to Musa bin Nasir, governor of Maghrib, or Morocco, bidding him to take horse thence to the mountains whereof I spoke, and fetch thee therefrom as many of such cucubites as thou hast a mind to, for those mountains adjoin the frontiers of his province." The Caliph approved his counsel, and said, "Thou hast spoken sooth, O Talib, and I desire that, touching this matter, thou be my messenger to Musa bin Nasir, wherefore thou shalt have the white flag, and all thou hast a mind to, of moneys and honor and so forth, and I will care for thy family during thine absence." "With love and gladness, O Commander of the Faithful," answered Talib. "Go with the blessing of Allah and his aid," quoth the Caliph, and bade write a letter to his brother Abd al-Aziz, his viceroy in Egypt, and another to Musa bin Nasir, his viceroy in northwestern Africa, bidding him go himself in quest of the Solomonic bottles, leaving his son to govern in his stead. Moreover, he charged him to engage guides and to spare neither men nor money, nor to be remiss in the matter, as he would take no excuse. Then he sealed the 2 letters and committed them to Talib bin Sahl, bidding him advance the royal ensigns before him, and make his utmost speed, and gave him treasure and horsemen and footmen to further him on his way, and made provision for the wants of his household during his absence. So Talib set out, and arrived in due course at Cairo. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 568th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Talib bin Sahl set out with his escort and crossed the desert country between Syria and Egypt, where the governor came out to meet him and entreated him and his company with high honor, whilst they tarried with him. Then he gave them a guide to bring them to the Said, or Upper Egypt, where the Emir Musa had his abiding place. And when the son of Nasir heard of Talib's coming, he went forth to meet him, and rejoiced in him. Talib gave him the Caliph's letter, and he took it reverently, and laying it on his head, cried, "I hear and I obey the Prince of the Faithful." Then he deemed it best to assemble his chief officers, and when all were present, he acquainted them with the contents of the Caliph's letter, and sought counsel of them how he should act. "O Emir," answered they, "if thou seekest one who shall guide thee to the place, summon the Sheikh Abd al-Samad ibn Abd al-Qudus al-Samudi, for he is a man of varied knowledge, who hath travelled much, and knoweth by experience all the seas and wastes and words and countries of the world, and the inhabitants and wonders thereof. Wherefore send thou for him, and he will surely guide thee to thy desire." So Musa sent for him, and behold, he was a very ancient man, shot in years and broken down with lapse of days. The Emir saluted him, and said, "O Sheikh Abd al-Samad, our lord, the Commander of the Faithful, Abd al-Amik bin Marwan, hath commanded me thus and thus. I have small knowledge of the land wherein is that which the Caliph desireth, but it is told me that thou knowest it well, and the ways thither. Wilt thou, therefore, go with me, and help me to accomplish the Caliph's need? So it please Allah the Most High, thy trouble and travail shall not go waste." Replied the Sheikh, "I hear and obey the bidding of the Commander of the Faithful, but know, O Emir, that road thither is long and difficult, and the ways few." "How far is it?" asked Musa, and the Sheikh answered, "It is a journey of 2 years and some months, going and the like returning, and the way is full of hardships and terrors and things wondrous and marvellous. Now thou art a champion of the faith, and our country is hard by that of the enemy, and peradventure the Nazarenes may come out upon us in thine absence, wherefore it behoveth thee to leave one to rule thy government in thy stead." "It is well," answered the Emir, and appointed his son Harun governor during his absence, requiring the troops to take the oath of fealty to him, and bidding them obey him in all he should command. And they heard his words and promised obedience. Now this Haroun was a man of great prowess, and a renowned warrior, and a doughty knight. And the Sheikh Abd al-Samad feigned to him that the place they sought was distant but 4 months' journey along the shores of the sea, with camping places all along the way, adjoining one another, and grass and springs, adding, Allah will assuredly make the matter easy to us through thy blessing, O lieutenant of the commander of the faithful. Quoth the Emir Musa, Knowest thou if any of the kings hath trodden this land before us? And quoth the Sheikh, Yes, it belonged aforetime to Darius, the Greek, king of Alexandria. But he said to Musa privately, O Emir, take with thee 1,000 camels laden with victual, and a store of guglets. The Emir asked, And what shall we do with these? And the Sheikh answered, On our ways the desert of Kauran, or Cyrene, the which is a vast wold 4 days' journey long, and lacketh water, nor therein doth sound or voice ever sound, nor is soul at any time to be seen. Moreover, there bloweth the simoon, and other hot winds called al-Jawab, which dry up the water-skins. But if there be water in the guglets, no harm can come to it. Right, said Musa, and sending to Alexandria, let bring thence great plenty of guglets. Then he took with him his wazir and 2,000 cavalry, clad in mail cap-a-pied, and set out, without other, to guide them, but Abd al-Samad, who forewent them, riding on his hackney. The party fared on diligently, now passing through inhabited lands, then ruins, and anon traversing frightful wards and thirsty wastes, and then mountains which spired high in air, nor did they leave journeying a whole year's space, till, one morning, when the day broke, after they had travelled all night, behold, the Sheikh found himself in a land he knew not, and said, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Quoth the Emir, What is to do, O Sheikh? And he answered, saying, By the Lord of Ka'abah, we have wandered from our road. How cometh that? asked Musa, and Abd al-Samad answered, The stars were overclouded, and I could not guide myself by them. Where on God's earth are we now? asked the Emir, and the Sheikh answered, I know not, for I never set eyes on this land till this moment. Said Musa, Guide us back to the place where we went astray. But the other, I know it no more. Then Musa, Let us push on. Haply Allah will guide us to it, or direct us aright of his power. So they fared on till the hour of noon prayer, when they came to a fair champaign, and wide and level and smooth as it were the sea when calm. And presently there appeared to them on the horizon some great thing, high and black, in whose midst as it were smoke rising to the confines of the sky. They made for this, and stayed not in their course till they drew near thereto, when lo, it was a high castle, firm of foundations, and great and gruesome, as it were a towering mountain, builded all of black stone, with frowning crenelles, and a door of gleaming china steel, that dazzled the eyes and dazed the wits. Round about it were 1,000 steps, and that which appeared afar off was as it were smoke rising, was a central dome of lead, 100 cubits high. When the Emir saw this, he marvelled thereat with exceeding marvel, and how this place was void of inhabitants. And the Sheikh, after he had certified himself thereof, said, There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. Quoth Musa, I hear thee praise the Lord, and hallow him, and meseemeth thou rejoicest. O Emir, answered Abd al-Samad, Rejoice, for Allah, extolled and exalted be he, hath delivered us from the frightful wards and thirsty wastes. How knowest that? said Musa, and the other, I know it for that my father told me of my grandfather, that he said, We were once journeying in this land, and, straying from the road, we came to this palace, and thence to the city of brass, between which and the place thou seekest is 2 full months' travel, but thou must take the seashore, and leave it not, for there be watering places, and wells and camping grounds established by King Zu al-Karnain Iskander, who, when he went to the conquest of Mauritania, found by the way thirsty deserts and wastes and wilds, and dug therein water pits, and built cisterns. Quoth Musa, Allah rejoice thee with good news. And quoth the Sheikh, Come, let us go look upon yonder palace and its marvels, for it is an admonition to whose will be admonished. So the Emir went up to the palace, with the sheik and his officers, and coming to the gate found it open. Now this gate was builded with lofty columns and porticos, whose walls and ceilings were inlaid with gold and silver and precious stones, and there led up to it flights of steps, among which were 2 wide stairs of colored marble, never was seen their like. And over the doorway was a tablet, whereon were graven letters of gold in the old ancient Ionian character. "O Emir," asked the sheik, "shall I read?" And Musa answered, "Read, and God bless thee, for all that betideth us in this journey dependeth on thy blessing." So the sheik, who was a very learned man, and versed in all tongues and characters, went up to the tablet and read whatso was thereon, and it was versed like this: "The signs that here their mighty works portray warn us that all must tread the selfsame way. O thou who standest in this stead to hear tidings of folk whose power hath passed for aye, enter this palace gate and ask the news of greatness fallen into dust and clay. Death has destroyed them and dispersed their might, and in the dust they lost their rich display, as had they only set their burdens down to rest awhile, and then had rode away." When the Emir Musa heard these couplets, he wept till he lost his senses, and said, "There is no God but the God, the living, the eternal, who ceaseth not." Then he entered the palace, and was confounded at its beauty and the goodliness of its construction. He diverted himself a while by viewing the pictures and images therein, till he came to another door, over which also were written verses, and said to the sheik, "Come read me these." So he advanced and read as follows: "Under these domes how many a company halted of old and fared withouten stay. See thou what might displays on other wights, time with his shifts which could such lords waylay. They shared together what they gathered, and left their joys and fared to death decay. What joys they joyed, what food they ate, and now in dust they're eaten, for the worm a prey." At this the Emir Musa wept bitter tears, and the world waxed yellow before his eyes, and he said, "Verily we were created for a mighty matter." Then they proceeded to explore the palace, and found it desert and void of living thing, its courts desolate and dwelling places laid waste. In the midst stood a lofty pavilion, with a dome rising high in air, and about it were 400 tombs builded of yellow marble. The Emir drew near unto these, and behold, amongst them was a great tomb, wide and long, and at its head stood a tablet of white marble, whereon were graven these couplets: "How oft have I fought, and how many have slain! How much have I witnessed of blessing and bane! How much have I eaten, how much have I drunk! How oft have I hearkened to singing girls' strain! How much have I bidden, how oft have forbid! How many a castle and castellane! I have sieged and have searched, and the cloistered maids in the depths of its walls for my captives were ta'en. But of ignorance sinned I to win me the meeds, which one proved not, and brought nothing of gain. Then reckon thy reckoning, O man, and be wise, ere the goblet of death and doom thou shalt drain. For yet but a little the dust on thy head they shall strew, and thy life shall go down to the dead." And the Emir and his companions wept. Then, drawing near unto the pavilion, they saw that it had 8 doors of sandalwood, studded with nails of gold and stars of silver, and inlaid with all manner of precious stones. On the first door were written these verses: "What I left it not for the nobility of soul, but through sentence and decree that to every man are dight. What while I lived happy, with temper hot and high, my hoarding place defending like a lion in the fight, I took no rest, and greed of gain forbade me give a grain of mustard seed to save from the fires of hell my sprite, until stricken on a day as with arrow by decree of the Maker, the Fashioner, the Lord of might and right. When my death was appointed, my life I could not keep. By the many of my stratagems, my cunning and my sleight, my troops I had collected availed me not, and none of my friends and my neighbors had power to mend my plight. Through my life I was weaned in journeying to death, in stress or in solace, in joyance or despite. So when money bags are bloated, and dinar unto dinar thou addest, all may leave thee with fleeting of the night. And the driver of a camel, and the digger of a grave, are what thine heirs shall bring ere the morning dawneth bright. And on judgment day alone shalt thou stand before thy Lord, overladen with thy sins and thy crimes, and shine affright. Let the world not seduce thee with lurings, but behold, what measure to thy family and neighbors it hath doled. When Musa heard these verses, he wept with such weeping that he swooned away. Then, coming to himself, he entered the pavilion, and saw therein a long tomb, awesome to look upon, whereon was a tablet of China steel, and Sheikh Abd al-Samad drew near it, and read this inscription: In the name of everlasting Allah, the never beginning, the never ending, in the name of Allah who begetteth not, nor is he begot, and unto whom the like is not, in the name of Allah, the Lord of majesty and might, in the name of the living one, who to death is never dight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 569th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sheikh Abd al-Samad, having read the aforesaid, also found the following: O thou who comest to this place, take warning by that which thou seest of the accidents of time and the vicissitudes of fortune, and be not deluded by the world and its pomp and vanities and fallacies and falsehoods and vain allurements, for that it is flattering, deceitful, and treacherous, and the things thereof are but a loan to us, which it will borrow back from all borrowers. It is like unto the dreams of the dreamer, and the sleep visions of the sleeper, or as the mirage of the desert, which the thirsty take for water, and Satan maketh it fair for men, even unto death. These are the ways of the world. Wherefore put not thou thy trust therein, neither incline thereto, for it betrayeth him who leaneth upon it, and who committeth himself thereunto in his affairs. Fall not thou into its snares, neither take hold upon its skirts, but be warned by my example. I possessed 4,000 bay horses, and a haughty palace, and I had to wife 1,000 daughters of kings, high-bosomed maids, as they were moons. I was blessed with 1,000 sons, as they were fierce lions, and I abode 1,000 years, glad of heart and mind. And I amassed treasures beyond the competence of all the kings of the regions of the earth, deeming that delight would still endure to me. But there fell on me, unawares, the destroyer of delights, and the sunderer of societies, and the desolator of domiciles, and the spoiler of inhabited spots, the murderer of great and small, babes and children and mothers, he who hath no ruth on the poor for his poverty, or feareth the king for all his bidding or forbidding. Verily we abode safe and secure in this palace, till there descended upon us the judgment of the Lord of the three worlds, Lord of the heavens, and Lord of the earths. The vengeance of the manifest truth overtook us, when there died of us every day 2, till a great company of us had perished. When I saw that destruction had entered our dwellings, and had homed with us, and in the sea of deaths had drowned us, I summoned a writer, and bade him indite these verses and instances and admonitions, the which I let grave with rule and compass on these doors and tablets and tombs. Now I had an army of 1,000 bridles, men of warrior mien, with forearms strong and keen, armed with spears and mail-cloaks sheen, and swords that gleam. So I bade them don their long hanging hauberks, and gird on their biting blades, and mount their high-mettled steeds, and level their dreadful lances. And whenas there fell on us the doom of the Lord of heaven and earth, I said to them, Ho! All ye soldiers and troopers, can ye avail to ward off that which is fallen on me from the omnipotent king? But the troopers and soldiers availed not unto this, and said, How shall we battle with him, to whom no chamberlain barreth access, the Lord of the door, which hath no doorkeeper? Then quoth I to them, Bring me my treasures. Now I had in my treasuries 1,000 cisterns, in each of which were 1,000 quintals of red gold and the like of white silver, besides pearls and jewels of all kinds, and other things of price, beyond the attainment of the kings of the earth. So they did that, and when they had laid all the treasure in my presence, I said to them, Can ye ransom me with all this treasure, or buy me 1 day of life therewith? But they could not. So they resigned themselves to foreordained fate and fortune, and I submitted to the judgment of Allah, enduring patiently that which he decreed unto me of affliction, till he took my soul, and made me to dwell in my grave. And if thou ask of my name, I am Cush, the son of Shaddad, son of Ad the Greater. And upon the tablets were engraved these lines: And thou wouldst know my name, whose day is done with shifts of time and chances neath the sun. Know I am Shaddad's son, who ruled mankind, and o'er all earth upheld dominion. All stubborn peoples abject were to me, and Sham to Cairo, and to Adnanwan. I reigned in glory, conquering many kings, and people feared my mischief every one. Yea, tribes and armies in my hand I saw, the world all dreaded me, both friends and foe. When I took horse, I viewed my numbered troops, bridles on neighing steeds 1,000,000, and I had wealth that none could tell or count. Against misfortune, treasuring all, I won. Fain had I bought my life with all my wealth, and for a moment's space my death to shun. But God would not save what his purpose willed, so from my brethren cut I bode alone. And death, that sunders man, exchanged my lot to pauper hut from grandier's mansion, when found I all mine actions gone and past, wherefore I'm pledged, and by my sin undone. Then fear, O man, who by a brink dost range, the turns of fortune, and the chance of change. The Emir Musa was hurt to his heart, and loathed his life for what he saw of the slaughtering places of the folk. And as they went about the highways and byways of the palace, viewing its sitting chambers and pleasaunces, behold, they came upon a table of yellow onyx, upborne on 4 feet of juniper wood, and thereon these words graven: At this table have eaten 1,000 kings, blind of the right eye, and 1,000 blind of the left, and yet other 1,000 sound of both eyes, all of whom have departed the world, and have taken up their sojourn in the tombs and the catacombs. All this the Emir wrote down, and left the palace, carrying off with him naught save the table aforesaid. Then he fared on with his host 3 days' space, under the guidance of the Sheikh Abd al-Samad, till they came to a high hill, whereon stood a horseman of brass. In his hand he held a lance with a broad head, in brightness like blinding levin, whereon was graven, O thou that comest unto me, if thou know not the way to the city of brass, rub the hand of this rider, and he will turn round and presently stop. Then taketh the direction whereto he faceth, and fare fearless, for it will bring thee without hardship to the city aforesaid. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 12.
Section 12 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6 by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 13. When it was the 570th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Emir Musa rubbed the horseman's hand, he revolved like the dazzling lightning, and stopped facing in a direction other than that wherein they were journeying. So they took the road to which he pointed, which was the right way, and finding it a beaten track, fared on through their days and nights, till they had covered a wide tract of country. Then they came upon a pillar of black stone like a furnace chimney, wherein was one sunken up to his armpits. He had 2 great wings and 4 arms, 2 of them like the arms of the sons of Adam, and other 2 as they were lions' paws, with claws of iron. And he was black and tall and frightful of aspect, with hair like horses' tails, and eyes like blazing coals, slit upright in his face. Moreover, he had in the middle of his forehead a 3rd eye, as it were that of a lynx, from which flew sparks of fire, and he cried out, saying,
Glory to my Lord, who hath adjudged unto me this grievous torment and sore punishment until the day of doom. When the folk saw him, they lost their reason for affright, and turned to flee. So the Emir Musa asked the Shaykh Abd al-Samad, What is this? And he answered, I know not. Whereupon quoth Musa, Draw near and question him of his condition. Haply he will discover to thee his case. Allah assain thee, Emir, indeed I am afraid of him, replied the Shaykh. But the Emir rejoined, saying, Fear not, he is hindered from thee and from all others by that wherein he is. So Abd al-Samad drew near to the pillar and said to him which was therein, O creature, what is thy name, and what art thou, and how camest thou here in this fashion? I am an Ifrit of the Jinn, replied he, by name Dahish, son of Al-Amash, and am confined here by the All-Might, prisoned here by the Providence, and punished by the judgment of Allah, till it pleases him, to whom belong might and majesty, to release me. Then said Musa, Ask him why he is in durance of this column. So the Shaykh asked him of this, and the Ifrit replied, saying, Verily my tale is wondrous and my case marvellous, and it is this. One of the sons of Iblis had an idol of red cornelian, whereof I was guardian, and there served it a king of the kings of the sea, a prince of puissant power and prow of prowess, overruling 1,000,000 warriors of the Jann, who smote with swords before him and answered his summons in time of need. All these were under my commandment, and obeyed my behest, being each and every rebels against Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace. And I used to enter the belly of the idol, and thence bid and forbid them. Now this king's daughter loved the idol, and was frequent in prostration to it, and assiduous in its service, and she was the fairest woman of her day, accomplished in beauty and loveliness, elegance and grace. She was described unto Solomon, and he sent to her father, saying, Give me thy daughter to wife, and break shine idol of carnelian, and testify, saying, There is no God but the God, and Solomon is the prophet of Allah. And thou do this, our due shall be thy due, and thy debt shall be our debt. But if thou refuse, make ready to answer the summons of the Lord, and don thy grave gear, for I will come upon thee with an irresistible host, which shall fill the waste places of earth, and make thee as yesterday that is passed away, and hath no return for aye. When this message reached the king, he waxed insolent and rebellious, prideful and contumacious, and he cried to his wazirs, What say ye of this? Know ye that Solomon son of David hath sent requiring me to give him my daughter to wife, and break my idol of carnelian, and enter his faith? And they replied, O mighty king, how shall Solomon do thus with thee? Even could he come at thee in the midst of this vast ocean, he could not prevail against thee, for the Marids of the Jann will fight on thy side, and thou wilt ask succor of Shine Idol whom thou servest, and he will help thee and give thee victory over him. So thou wouldst do well to consult on this matter thy Lord, meaning the idol aforesaid, and hear what he saith. If he say, Fight him, and if not, not. So the king went in without stay or delay to his idol, and offered up sacrifices and slaughtered victims, after which he fell down before him, prostrate and weeping, and repeated these verses: O my Lord, well I weet thy puissant hand, Sulayman would break thee and see thee banned. O my Lord, to crave succor here I stand, command, and I bow to thy high command. Then I, continued the Ifrit, addressing the Shaykh and those about him, of my ignorance and want of wit and recklessness of the commandment of Solomon, and lack of knowledge anent his power, entered the belly of the idol and made answer as follows: As for me, of him I feel naught affright, for my lore and my wisdom are infinite. If he wish for warfare, I'll show him fight, and out of his body I'll tear his sprite." When the king heard my boastful reply, he hardened his heart, and resolved to wage war upon the Prophet, and to offer him battle. Wherefore he beat the messenger with a grievous beating, and returned a foul answer to Solomon, threatening him, and saying, "Of a truth thy soul hath suggested to thee a vain thing. Dost thou menace me with mendacious words? But gird thyself for battle, for an thou come not to me, I will assuredly come to thee." So the messenger returned to Solomon, and told him all that had passed, and whatso had befallen him. Which when the Prophet heard, he raged like doomsday, and addressed himself to the fray, and levied armies of men and Jann, and birds and reptiles. He commanded his Wazir al-Dimriyat, king of the Jann, to gather together the Marids of the Jinn from all parts, and he collected for him 600,000 of devils. Moreover, by his order, his Wazir Asaf bin Barkiya levied him an army of men to the number of 1,000,000 or more. These all he furnished with arms and armor, and mounting with his host upon his carpet, took flight through air, while the beasts fared under him, and the birds flew overhead, till he lighted down on the island of the refractory king, and encompassed it about, filling earth with his hosts. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 571st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Ifrit continued. So when Solomon the Prophet, with whom be peace, lighted down with his host on the island, he sent to our King, saying, Behold, I am come. Defend thy life against that which is fallen upon thee, or else make thy submission to me, and confess my apostleship, and give me thy daughter to lawful wife, and break thine idol, and worship the one God, the alone worshipful, and testify thou and shine, and say, There is no God but the God, and Solomon is the apostle of Allah. This if thou do, thou shalt have pardon and peace. But if not, it will avail thee nothing to fortify thyself in this island, for Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath bidden the wind obey me, so I will bid it bear me to thee on my carpet, and make thee a warning and an example to deter others. But the King made answer to his messenger, saying, It may not on any wise be as he requireth of me, so tell him I come forth to him. With this reply the messenger returned to Solomon, who thereupon gathered together all the Jinn that were under his hand, to the number of 1,000,000, and added to them other than they of Marids and Satans from the islands of the sea and the tops of the mountains, and drawing them up on parade, opened his armories, and distributed to them arms and armor. Then the Prophet drew out his host in battle array, dividing the beasts into two bodies, one on the right wing of the men, and the other on the left, and bidding them tear the enemy's horses in sunder. Furthermore, he ordered the birds which were in the island to hover over their heads, and whenas the assault should be made, that they should swoop down and tear out the foes' eyes with their beaks, and buffet their faces with their wings. And they answered, saying, We hear and we obey Allah and thee, O Prophet of Allah. Then Solomon seated himself on a throne of alabaster, studded with precious stones, and plated with red gold, and commanding the wind to bear him aloft, set his Wazir Asaf bin Barkiya and the kings of mankind on his right, and his Wazir al-Dimriyat and the kings of the Jinn on his left, arraying the beasts and vipers and serpents in the van. Thereupon they all set on us together, and we gave them battle 2 days over a vast plain. But on the 3rd day disaster befell us. and the judgment of Allah the Most High was executed upon us. Now the first to charge upon them were I and my troops, and I said to my companions, Abide in your places whilst I sally forth to them, and provoke Al-Dimiriat to combat singular. And behold, he came forth to the duello as he were a vast mountain, with his fires flaming and his smoke spiring, and shot at me a falling star of fire, but I swerved from it, and it missed me. Then I cast at him in my turn a flame of fire, and smote him, but his shaft overcame my fire, and he cried out at me so terrible a cry that meseemed the skies were fallen flat upon me, and the mountains trembled at his voice. Then he commanded his hosts to charge. Accordingly they rushed on us, and we rushed on them, each crying out upon other. And battle reared its crest, rising in volumes, and smoke ascending in columns, and hearts well nigh cleaving. The birds and the flying jinn fought in the air, and the beasts and men and the foot-faring Jann in the dust, and I fought with Al-Dimiriat, till I was aweary, and he not less so. At last I grew weak and turned to flee from him, whereupon my companions and tribesmen likewise took to flight, and my hosts were put to the rout. And Solomon cried out, saying, Take yonder furious tyrant, the accursed, the infamous. Then man fell upon man, and jinn upon jinn, and the armies of the Prophet charged down upon us, with the wild beasts and lions on their right hand, and on their left, rending our horses and tearing our men, whilst the birds hovered overhead in air, pecking out our eyes with their claws and beaks, and beating our faces with their wings. And the serpents struck us with their fangs, till the most of our folk lay prone upon the face of the earth, like the trunks of date trees. Thus defeat befell our king, and we became a spoil unto Solomon. As to me, I fled from before Al-Dimiriat, but he followed me 3 months' journey, till I fell down for weariness, and he overtook me, and pouncing upon me, made me prisoner. Quoth I, By the virtue of him who hath exalted thee and abased me, spare me, and bring me into the presence of Solomon, on whom be peace. So he carried me before Solomon, who received me after the foulest fashion, and bade bring this pillar and hollow it out. Then he set me herein and chained me, and sealed me with his signet ring, and Al-Dimiriat bore me to this place wherein thou seest me. Moreover, he charged a great angel to guard me, and this pillar is my prison until Judgment Day. Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 572nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Jinni who was prisoned in the pillar had told them his tale from first to last, the folk marvelled at his story, and at the frightfulness of his favour, and the Emir Musa said, There is no God but the God. Soothly was Solomon gifted with a mighty dominion. Then said the Shaykh Abd al-Samad to the Jinni, Ho there, I would fain ask thee of a thing whereof do thou inform us. Ask what thou wilt, answered the Ifrit Tahish, and the Shaykh said, Are there hereabouts any of the Ifrits imprisoned in bottles of brass from the time of Solomon, on whom be peace? Yes, replied the Jinni. There be such in the sea of Al-Karkar, on the shores whereof dwell a people of the lineage of Noah, on whom be peace. For their country was not reached by the deluge, and they are cut off there from the other sons of Adam. Quoth Abd al-Samad, And which is the way to the city of brass, and the place wherein are the cucurbites of Solomon, and what distance lieth between us and it? Quoth the Ifrit, It is near at hand, and directed them in the way thither. So they left him and fared forward till there appeared to them afar off a great blackness, and therein 2 fires facing each other, and the Emir Musa asked the Shaykh, "What is yonder vast blackness, and its twin fires?" And the guide answered, "Rejoice, O Emir, for this is the city of brass, as it is described in the book of hidden treasures which I have by me. Its walls are of black stone, and it hath 2 towers of Andalusian brass, which appear to the beholder in the distance as they were twin fires, and hence it is named the City of Brass." Then they fared on without ceasing, till they drew near the city, and behold, it was as it were a piece of a mountain, or a mass of iron cast in a mould, and impenetrable for the height of its walls and bulwarks, while nothing could be more beautiful than its buildings and its ordinance. So they dismounted down and sought for an entrance, but saw none, neither found any trace of opening in the walls, albeit there were 25 portals to the city, but none of them was visible from without. Then quoth the Emir, "O Shaykh, I see to this city no sign of any gate." And quoth he, "O Emir, thus is it described in my book of hidden treasures. It hath 25 portals, but none thereof may be opened save from within the city." Asked Musa, "And how shall we do to enter the city and view its wonders?" And Talib, son of Sakhl, his wazir, answered, "Allah assain the Emir, let us rest here 2 or 3 days, and God willing, we will make shift to come within the walls." Then said Musa to one of his men, "Mount thy camel and ride round about the city, so haply thou may light upon a gate, or a place somewhat lower than this fronting us, or, Inshallah, a breach whereby we can enter." Accordingly he mounted his beast, taking water and victuals with him, and rode round the city 2 days and 2 nights, without drawing rein to rest, but found the wall thereof as it were one block, without breach or way of ingress. And on the 3rd day he came again in sight of his companions, dazed and amazed at what he had seen of the extent and loftiness of the place, and said, "O Emir, the easiest place of access is this where you have alighted." Then Musa took Talib and Abd al-Samad and ascended the highest hill which overlooked the city. When they reached the top, they beheld beneath them a city, never saw eyes a greater or a goodlier, with dwelling places and mansions of towering height, and palaces and pavilions and domes gleaming gloriously bright, and sconces and bulwarks of strength infinite. And its streams were a-flowing, and flowers a-blowing, and fruits a-glowing. It was a city with gates impregnable, but void and still, without a voice or a cheering inhabitant. The owl hooted in its quarters, the bird skimmed circling over its squares, and the raven croaked in its great thoroughfares, weeping and bewailing the dwellers who erst made it their dwelling. The Emir stood awhile, marvelling and sorrowing for the desolation of the city, and saying, "Glory to Him whom nor ages, nor changes, nor times can blight, Him who created all things of His might." Presently he chanced to look aside, and caught sight of 7 tablets of white marble afar off. So he drew near them, and finding inscriptions graven thereon, called the Shaykh and bade him read these. Accordingly he came forward, and examining the inscriptions found that they contained matter of admonition and warning, and instances and restraint to those of understanding. On the first tablet was inscribed, in the ancient Greek character, "O son of Adam, how heedless art thou of that which is before thee! Verily, thy years and months and days have diverted thee therefrom. Knowest thou not that the cup of death is filled for thy bane, which in a little while to the dregs thou shalt drain? Look to thy doom ere thou enter thy tomb. Where be the kings who held dominion over the lands, and abased Allah's servants, and built these palaces, and had armies under their commands? By Allah, the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies, and the devastator of dwelling places, came down upon them, and transported them from the spaciousness of their palaces to the stateness of their burial places. And at the foot of the tablet were written the following verses: Where are the kings earth peopling, where are they? The built and peopled left they air and eye. They're tombed, yet pledged to actions passed away, and after death upon them came decay. Where are their troops? They failed to ward and guard. Where are the wealth and hoards in treasuries lay? The Empyreans, Lord, surprised them with one word, nor wealth nor refuge could their doom delay. When the Emir heard this, he cried out, and the tears ran down his cheeks, and he exclaimed, By Allah, from the world abstaining is the wisest course and the soul assaining. And he called for pencase and paper, and wrote down what was graven on the first tablet. Then he drew near the second tablet, and found these words graven thereon: O son of Adam, what hath seduced thee from the service of the Ancient of Days, and made thee forget that one day thou must defray the debt of death? Wottest thou not that it is a transient dwelling, wherein for none there is abiding, and yet thou takest thought unto the world, and cleaves fast thereto? Where be the kings who Iraq peopled, and the four quarters of the globe possessed? Where be they who abode in Ispahan, and the land of Khorasan? The voice of the summoner of death summoned them, and they answered him, and the herald of destruction hailed them, and they replied, Here are we. Verily that which they builded and fortified profited them naught, neither did what they had gathered and provided avail for their defense. And at the foot of the tablet were graven the following verses: Where be the men who built and fortified? High places never man their like espied. In fear of fate they levied troops and hosts, availing naught when came the time and tide. Where be the Kisras homed in strongest walls? As though they ne'er had been from home, they tried. The Emir Musa wept and exclaimed, By Allah, we are indeed created for a grave matter. Then he copied the inscription and passed on to the third tablet. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 13. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, December 2011. Section 14 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 14. When it was the 573rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Emir Musa passed on to the third tablet, whereon was written, O son of Adam, the things of this world thou lovest and prizest, and the hest of thy Lord thou spurnest and despisest. All the days of thy life pass by, and thou art content thus to abide. Make ready thy viaticum against the day appointed for thee to see and prepare to answer the Lord of every creature that be. And at the foot were written these verses: Where is the wight who peopled in the past Hind land and Sind, and there the tyrant played? Who Zanj and Habash bound beneath his yoke, and Nubia curbed, and lo its puissance laid? Look not for news of what is in his grave. Ah, he is far who can thy vision aid. The stroke of death fell on him sharp and sure, nor saved him palace, nor the lands he swayed. At this Musa wept with sore weeping, and going on to the fourth tablet, he read inscribed thereon, O son of Adam, how long shall thy Lord bear with thee, and thou every day sunken in the sea of thy folly? Hath it then been established unto thee that some day thou shalt not die? O son of Adam, let not the deceits of thy days and nights and times and hours delude thee with their delights, but remember that death lieth ready for thee ambushing, fain on thy shoulders to spring, nor doth a day pass but he mourneth with thee in the morning, and nighteth with thee by night. Beware then of his onslaught, and make provision thereagainst. As was with me, so it is with thee. Thou wastest thy whole life, and squanderest the joys in which thy days are rife. Hearken therefore to my words, and put thy trust in the Lord of Lords. For in the world there is no stability. It is but as a spider's web to thee. And at the foot of the tablet were written these couplets. Where is the man who did those labours ply, and based and built and reared these walls on high? Where be the castle's lords, who therein dwelt, fared forth, and left them in decay to lie? All are entombed in pledge against the day when every sin shall show to every eye. None but the Lord Most High endurance hath, whose might and majesty shall never die. When the Emir read this, he swooned away, and presently coming to himself, marvelled exceedingly, and wrote it down. Then he drew near the 5th tablet, and behold, thereon was graven, O son of Adam, what is it that distracteth thee from obedience of thy Creator and the author of thy being, him who reared thee whenas thou west a little one, and fed thee whenas thou west full grown? Thou art ungrateful for his bounty, albeit he watcheth over thee with his favours, letting down the curtain of his protection over thee. Needs must there be for thee an hour bitterer than aloes, and hotter than live coals. Provide thee therefore against it, for who shall sweeten its gall or quench its fires? Bethink thee who forewent thee of peoples and heroes, and take warning by them ere thou perish. And at the foot of the tablet were graven these couplets. Where be the earth kings who from where they bode sped, and to graveyards with their hoardings yode? Erst on their mounting days thou hadst beheld hosts that conceal the ground whereon they rode. How many a king they humbled in their day, how many a host they led and laid on load. But from the Empyrean's Lord in haste there came one word, and joy waxed grief ere morning glowed. The Emir marvelled at this, and wrote it down. After which he passed on to the 6th tablet, and behold, was inscribed thereon, O son of Adam, think not that safety will endure for ever, and I, seeing that death is sealed to thy head alway. Where be thy fathers? Where be thy brethren? Where thy friends and dear ones? They have all gone to the dust of the tombs, and presented themselves before the glorious, the forgiving, as if they had never eaten nor drunken, and they are a pledge for that which they have earned. So look to thyself ere thy tomb come upon thee. And at the foot of the tablet were these couplets. Where be the kings who ruled the Franks of old? Where be the king who peopled Tingis wold? Their works are written in a book, which he, the One, the All-Father, shall as witness hold. At this the Emir Musa marvelled, and wrote it down, saying, There is no God but the God. Indeed, how goodly were these folk! Then he went up to the 7th tablet, and behold, thereon was written, Glory to him who foreordaineth death to all he createth, the living one, who dieth not. O son of Adam, let not thy days and their delights delude thee, neither shine hours and the delices of their time, and know that death to thee cometh, and upon thy shoulders sitteth. Beware then of his assault, and make ready for his onslaught. As it was with me, so it is with thee. Thou wastest the sweet of thy life and the joyance of shine hours. Give ear then to my rede, and put thy trust in the Lord of Lords, and know that in the world is no stability, but it is as it were a spider's web to thee, and all that is therein shall die and cease to be. Where is he who laid the foundation of Amid, and builded it, and builded Farakin, and exalted it? Where be the peoples of the strong places? Whenas them they had inhabited, after their might into the tombs they descended. They have been carried off by death, and we shall in like manner be afflicted by doom. None abideth save Allah the Most High, for He is Allah the Forgiving One. The Emir Musa wept and copied all this, and indeed the world was belittled in his eyes. Then he descended the hill and rejoined his host, with whom he passed the rest of the day, casting about for a means of access to the city. And he said to his Wazir Talib bin Sakhl, and to the chief officers about him, How shall we contrive to enter this city and view its marvels? Haply we shall find therein wherewithal to win the favour of the Commander of the Faithful. Allah prolong the Emir's fortune, replied Talib. Let us make a ladder and mount the wall therewith, so peradventure we may come at the gate from within. Quoth the Emir, This is what occurred to my thought also, and admirable is the advice. Then he called for carpenters and blacksmiths, and bade them fashion wood and build a ladder plated and banded with iron. So they made a strong ladder, and many men wrought at it a whole month. Then all the company laid hold of it, and set it up against the wall, and it reached the top as truly as if it had been built for it before that time. The Emir marvelled, and said, The blessing of Allah be upon you. It seems as though ye had taken the measure of the Muir, so excellent is your work. Then said he to his men, Which of you will mount the ladder and walk along the wall, and cast about for a way of descending into the city, so to see how the case stands, and let us know how we may open the gate? Whereupon quoth one of them, I will go up, O Emir, and descend and open to you. And Musa answered, saying, Go, and the blessing of Allah go with thee. So the man mounted the ladder, but when he came to the top of the wall, he stood up and gazed fixedly down into the city, then clapped his hands, and crying out at the top of his voice, By Allah, thou art fair, cast himself down into the place, and Musa cried, By Allah, he is a dead man. But another came up to him and said, O Emir, this was a madman, and doubtless his madness got the better of him and destroyed him. I will go up and open the gate to you, if it be the will of Allah the Most High. Go up, replied Musa, and Allah be with thee. But beware lest thou lose thy head, even as did thy comrade. Then the man mounted the ladder, but no sooner had he reached the top of the wall than he laughed aloud, saying, Well done, well done, and clapping palms cast himself down into the city, and died forthright. When the Emir saw this, he said, And such be the action of a reasonable man? What is that of the madman? If all our men do on this wise, we shall have none left, and shall fail of our errand and that of the Commander of the Faithful. Get ye ready for the march. Verily we have no concern with this city. But a third one of the company said, Haply another may be steadier than they. So a third mounted the wall, and a fourth, and a fifth, and all cried out, and cast themselves down, even as did the first, nor did they leave to do thus, till a dozen had perished in like fashion. Then the Shaykh Abd al-Samad came forward, and heartened himself, and said, This affair is reserved to none other than myself, for the experienced is not like the inexperienced. Quoth the Emir, Indeed, thou shalt not do that, nor will I have thee go up, and thou perish, we shall all be cut off to the last man, since thou art our guide. But he answered, saying, Peradventure, that which we seek may be accomplished at my hands by the grace of God Most High. So the folk all agreed to let him mount the ladder, and he arose, and heartening himself said, In the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate, and mounted the ladder, calling on the name of the Lord, and reciting the verses of safety. When he reached the top of the wall, he clapped his hands, and gazed fixedly down into the city, whereupon the folk below cried out to him with one accord, saying, O Shaykh Abd al-Samad, for the Lord's sake, cast not thyself down. And they added, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. If the Shaykh fall, we are dead men, one and all. Then he laughed beyond all measure, and sat a long hour, reciting the names of Allah Almighty, and repeating the verses of safety. Then he rose arid, cried out at the top of his voice, saying, O Emir, have no fear, no hurt shall betide you, for Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, hath averted from me the wiles and malice of Satan, by the blessing of the words, In the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate. Asked Musa, What didst thou see, O Shaykh? And Abd al-Samad answered, I saw 10 maidens, as they were houris of heaven, calling to me with their hands. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 574th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Shaykh Abd al-Samad answered, I saw 10 maidens like houris of heaven, and they calling and signing, Come hither to us, and meseemed there was below me a lake of water. So I thought to throw myself down, when behold, I espied my 12 companions lying dead. So I restrained myself and recited somewhat of Allah's book, whereupon he dispelled from me the damsels' witch-like wiles and malicious guiles, and they disappeared. And doubtless this was an enchantment devised by the people of the city, to repel any who should seek to gaze upon or to enter the place. And it hath succeeded in slaying our companions. Then he walked on along the wall, till he came to the 2 towers of brass aforesaid, and saw therein 2 gates of gold, without padlocks or visible means of opening. Hereat he paused as long as Allah pleased, and gazed about him a while, till he espied in the middle of one of the gates a horseman of brass, with hand outstretched as if pointing, and in his palm was somewhat written. So he went up to it and read these words, O thou who comest to this place, and thou wouldst enter, turn the pin in my navel 12 times, and the gate will open. Accordingly he examined the horseman, and finding in his navel a pin of gold, firm set and fast fixed, he turned it 12 times, whereupon the horseman revolved like the blinding lightning, and the gate swung open with a noise like thunder. He entered and found himself in a long passage, which brought him down some steps into a guard-room furnished with goodly wooden benches, whereon sat men, dead, over whose heads hung fine shields and keen blades, and bent bows, and shafts ready notched. Thence he came to the main gate of the city, and, finding it secured with iron bars, and curiously wrought locks, and bolts, and chains, and other fastenings of wood and metal, said to himself, Belike the keys are with yonder dead folk. So he turned back to the guard-room, and seeing amongst the dead an old man seated upon a high wooden bench, who seemed the chiefest of them, said in his mind, Who knows but they are with this Shaykh? Doubtless he was the warder of the city, and these others were under his hand. So he went up to him, and lifting his gown, behold, the keys were hanging to his girdle, whereat he joyed with exceeding joy, and was like to fly for gladness. Then he took them, and going up to the portal, undid the padlocks, and drew back the bolts and bars, whereupon the great leaves flew open with a crash like the pealing thunder, by reason of its greatness and terribleness. At this he cried out, saying, Allahu Akbar, God is most great. And the folk without answered him with the same words, rejoicing and thanking him for his deed. The Emir Musa also was delighted at the Shaykh's safety and the opening of the city gate, and the troops all pressed forward to enter. But Musa cried out to them, saying, O folk, if we all go in at once, we shall not be safe from some ill chance which may betide us. Let half enter, and other half tarry without. So he pushed forwards with half his men, bearing their weapons of war, and finding their comrades lying dead, they buried them. And they saw the doorkeepers and eunuchs and chamberlains and officers reclining on couches of silk, and all were corpses. Then they fared on till they came to the chief market-place, full of lofty buildings, whereof none overpassed the others, and found all its shops open, with the scales hung out, and the brazen vessels ordered, and the caravanserais full of all manner goods. And they beheld the merchants sitting on shop-boards, dead, with shrivelled skin and rotted bones, a warning to those who can take warning. And here they saw 4 separate markets, all replete with wealth. Then they left the great bazaar, and went on till they came to the silk market, where they found silks and brocades, or frayed with red gold, and diapered with white silver upon all manner of colours, and the owners lying dead upon mats of scented goats' leather, and looking as if they would speak. After which they traversed the market street of pearls and rubies and other jewels, and came to that of the shroffs and money changers, whom they saw sitting dead upon carpets of raw silk and dyed stuffs, in shops full of gold and silver. Thence they passed to the perfumers' bazaar, where they found the shops filled with drugs of all kinds, and bladders of musk and ambergris, and nadscent and camphor, and other perfumes, in vessels of ivory and ebony and Kalan wood and Andalusian copper, the which is equal in value to gold, and various kinds of rattan and Indian cane. But the shopkeepers all lay dead, nor was there with them aught of food. And hard by this drug market they came upon a palace, imposingly edified and magnificently decorated. So they entered, and found therein banners displayed, and drawn sword blades, and strung bows, and bucklers hanging by chains of gold and silver, and helmets gilded with red gold. In the vestibules stood benches of ivory, plated with glittering gold, and covered with silken stuffs, whereon lay men whose skin had dried up on their bones. The fool had deemed them sleeping, but for lack of food they had perished and tasted the cup of death. Now when the Emir Musa saw this, he stood still, glorifying Allah the Most High, and hallowing him, and contemplating the beauty of the palace, and the massiveness of its masonry, and fair perfection of its ordinance. For it was builded after the goodliest and stablest fashion, and the most part of its adornment was of green lapis lazuli, and on the inner door, which stood open, were written in characters of gold and ultramarine these couplets: Consider thou, O man, what these places to thee showed, and be upon thy guard ere thou travel the same road, and prepare thee good provisions some day may serve thy turn, for each dweller in the house needs must yeed with those who yode. Consider how this people their palaces adorned, and in dust have been pledged for the seed of acts they sowed. They built, but their building availed them not, and hoards, nor saved their lives, nor day of destiny forslowed. How often did they hope for what things were undecreed, and passed unto their tombs before hope the bounty showed. And from high and awful state all a sudden they were sent to the straitness of the grave, and oh, base is their abode. Then came to them a crier after burial, and cried, What booted thrones or crowns or the gold to you bestowed? Where now are gone the faces hid by curtain and by veil, whose charms were told in proverbs, those beauties a la mode? The tombs aloud reply to the questioners and cry, Death's canker and decay those rosy cheeks corrode. Long time they ate and drank, but their joyance had a term, and the eater eke was eaten, and was eaten by the worm. When the Emir read this he wept, till he was like to swoon away. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 575th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Emir wept till he was like to swoon away, and bade write down the verses, after which he passed on into the inner palace, and came to a vast hall, at each of whose four corners stood a pavilion, lofty and spacious, washed with gold and silver, and painted in various colours. In the heart of the hall was a great jetting fountain of alabaster, surmounted by a canopy of brocade, and in each pavilion was a sitting place, and each place had its richly wrought fountain and tank paved with marble, and streams flowing in channels along the floor, and meeting in great and grand cistern of many coloured marbles. Quoth the Emir to the Shaykh Abd al-Samad, Come, let us visit yonder pavilion. So they entered the first, and found it full of gold and silver and pearls and jacinths, and other precious stones and metals, besides chests filled with brocades, red and yellow and white. Then they repaired to the second pavilion, and, opening a closet there, found it full of arms and armour, such as gilded helmets and Davidian hauberks, and Hindi swords and Arabian spears, and Chorasmian maces, and other gear of fight and fray. Thence they passed to the third pavilion, wherein they saw closets padlocked and covered with curtains wrought with all manner of embroidery. They opened one of these, and found it full of weapons curiously adorned with open work, and with gold and silver damascene and jewels. Then they entered the fourth pavilion, and, opening one of the closets there, beheld in it great store of eating and drinking vessels of gold and silver, with platters of crystal, and goblets set with fine pearls, and cups of carnelian, and so forth. So they all fell to taking that which suited their tastes, and each of the soldiers carried off what he could. When they left the pavilions, they saw in the midst of the palace a door of teakwood marquetried with ivory and ebony, and plated with glittering gold, over which hung a silken curtain purfled with all manner of embroideries, and on this door were locks of white silver, that opened by artifice without a key. The Shaykh Abd al-Samad went valiantly up thereto, and by the aid of his knowledge and skill opened the locks, whereupon the door admitted them into a corridor paved with marble, and hung with veil-like tapestries, embroidered with figures of all manner beasts and birds, whose bodies were of red gold and white silver, and their eyes of pearls and rubies, amazing all who looked upon them. Passing onwards, they came to a saloon builded all of polished marble, inlaid with jewels, which seemed to the beholder as though the floor were flowing water, and whoso walked thereon slipped. The Emir bade the Shaykh strew somewhat upon it, that they might walk over it, which being done, they made shift to fare forwards till they came to a great domed pavilion of stone, gilded with red gold, and crowned with a cupola of alabaster, about which were set lattice windows carved and jewelled with rods of emerald, beyond the competence of any king. Under this dome was a canopy of brocade, reposing upon pillars of red gold and wrought with figures of birds whose feet were of smaragd, and beneath each bird was a network of fresh-hued pearls. The canopy was spread above a jetting fountain of ivory and cornelian, plated with glittering gold, and thereby stood a couch set with pearls and rubies and other jewels, and beside the couch a pillar of gold. On the capital of the column stood a bird fashioned of red rubies, and holding in his bill a pearl which shone like a star. And on the couch lay a damsel, as she were the lucidant sun, eyes never saw a fairer. She wore a tight-fitting body robe of fine pearls, with a crown of red gold on her head, filleted with gems, and on her forehead were two great jewels, whose light was as the light of the sun. On her breast she wore a jewelled amulet, filled with musk and ambergris, and worth the empire of the Caesars. And around her neck hung a collar of rubies and great pearls, hollowed and filled with odoriferous musk. And it seemed as if she gazed on them to the right and to the left. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 14. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, December 2011. Section 15 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 15. When it was the 576th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the damsel seemed to be gazing at the folk to the right and to the left. The Emir Musa marvelled at her exceeding beauty, and was confounded at the blackness of her hair and the redness of her cheeks, which made the beholder deem her alive and not dead, and said to her, Peace be with thee, O damsel. But Talib ibn Sakhl said to him, Allah preserve thee, O Emir, verily this damsel is dead, and there is no life in her. So how shall she return thy salam? Adding, Indeed, she is but a corpse embalmed with exceeding art. Her eyes were taken out after her death, and quicksilver set under them, after which they were restored to their sockets. Wherefore they glisten, and when the air moveth the lashes, she seemeth to wink, and it appeareth to the beholder as though she looked at him, for all she is dead. At this the Emir marvelled beyond measure, and said, Glory be to God, who subjugateth his creatures to the dominion of death. Now the couch on which the damsel lay had steps, and thereon stood two statues of Andalusian copper, representing slaves, one white and the other black. The first held a mace of steel, and the second a sword of watered steel which dazzled the eye. And between them, on one of the steps of the couch, lay a golden tablet, whereon were written, in characters of white silver, the following words: In the name of God, the compassionating, the compassionate, praise be to Allah, the creator of mankind, and He is the Lord of lords, the causer of causes. In the name of Allah, the never beginning, the everlasting, the ordainer of fate and fortune. O son of Adam, what hath befooled thee in this long esperance? What hath unminded thee of the death day's mischance? Knowest thou not that death calleth for thee, and hasteneth to seize upon the soul of thee? Be ready, therefore, for the way, and provide thee for thy departure from the world, for assuredly thou shalt leave it without delay. Where is Adam, first of humanity? Where is Noah with his progeny? Where be the kings of Hind and Iraq plain, and they who over earth's widest regions reign? Where do the Amalekites abide, and the giants and tyrants of olden tide? Indeed, their dwelling places are void of them, and they have departed from kindred and home. Where be the kings of Arab and Ajam? They are dead all of them, and gone, and are become rotten bones. Where be the lords so high instead? They are all done dead. Where are Korah and Hammam? Where is Shaddad, son of Ad? Where be Canaan and Zul-Autad, lord of the stakes? By Allah, the reaper of lives hath reaped them, and made void the lands of them. Did they provide them against the day of resurrection, or make ready to answer the Lord of men? O thou, if thou know me not, I will acquaint thee with my name. I am Tadmura, daughter of the kings of the Amalekites, of those who held dominion over the lands in equity, and brought low the necks of humanity. I possessed that which never king possessed, and was righteous in my rule, and did justice among my lieges. Yea, I gave gifts and largesse, and freed bondsmen and bondswomen. Thus lived I many years in all ease and delight of life, till death knocked at my door, and to me and to my folk befell calamities galore. And it was on this wise. There betided us 7 successive years of drought, wherein no drop of rain fell on us from the skies, and no green thing sprouted for us on the face of earth. So we ate what was with us of victual, then we fell upon the cattle and devoured them, until nothing was left. Thereupon I let bring my treasures, and meted them with measures, and sent out trusty men to buy food. They circuited all the lands in quest thereof, and left no city unsought, but found it not to be bought, and returned to us with the treasure after a long absence, and gave us to know that they could not succeed in bartering fine pearls for poor wheat, bushel for bushel, weight for weight. So when we despaired of succor, we displayed all our riches and things of price, and shutting the gates of the city and its strong places, resigned ourselves to the deme of our Lord, and committed our case to our King. Then we all died, as thou seest us, and left what we had builded, and all we had hoarded. This then is our story, and after the substance naught abideth but the trace. Then they looked at the foot of the tablet, and read these couplets. O child of Adam, let not hope make mock and flight at thee. Prom all thy hands have treasured, removed thou shalt be. I see thou covetest the world, and fleeting worldly charms, and races past and gone have done the same as thou I see. Lawful and lawless wealth they got, but all their hoarded store, their term accomplished, naught delayed of destiny's decree. Armies they led and puissant men, and gained them gold galore, then left their wealth and palaces, by pate compelled to flee to straitness of the graveyard, and humble bed of dust, whence pledged for every word and deed, they never more went free, as a company of travellers had unloaded in the night, at house that lacketh food, nor is o'erfain of company, whose owner saith, O folk, there be no lodging here for you. So packed they who had erst unpacked, and fared hurriedly, misliking much the march, nor the journey, nor the halt, had aught of pleasant chances, or had aught of goodly greet. Then prepare thou good provision for tomorrow's journey stored, naught but righteous honest life shall avail thee with the Lord. And the Emir Musa wept as he read, By Allah, the fear of the Lord is the best of all property, the pillar of certainty, and the sole sure stay. Verily death is the truth manifest, and the sure behest, and therein, O thou, is the goal and return place evident. Take warning therefore by those who to the dust did wend, and hastened on the way of the predestined end. Seest thou not that hoary hairs summon thee to the tomb, and that the whiteness of thy locks maketh moan of thy doom? Wherefore be thou on the wake, ready for thy departure, and shine account to make. O son of Adam, what hath hardened thy heart in mode abhorred? What hath seduced thee from the service of thy Lord? Where be the peoples of old time? They are a warning to whoso will be warned. Where be the kings of Al-Sin and the lords of majestic mien? Where is Shaddad bin Ad, and whatso he built and he stablished? Where is Nimrod, who revolted against Allah and defied him? Where is Pharaoh, who rebelled against God and denied him? Death followed hard upon the trail of them all, and laid them low, sparing neither great nor small, male nor female. And the Reaper of mankind cut them off, yea, by him who maketh night to return upon day. Know, O thou who comest to this place, that she whom thou seest here was not deluded by the world and its frail delights. For it is faithless, perfidious, a house of ruin, vain and treacherous, and salutary to the creature is the remembrance of his sins. Wherefore she feared her Lord, and made fair her dealings, and provided herself with provaunt against the appointed marching day. Whoso cometh to our city, and Allah vouchsafeth him competence to enter it, let him take of the treasure all he can, but touch not aught that is on my body, for it is the covering of my shame, and the outfit for the last journey. Wherefore let him fear Allah and despoil naught thereof, else will he destroy his own self. This have I set forth to him for a warning from me and a solemn trust to be. Wherewith peace be with ye, and I pray Allah to keep you from sickness and calamity. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 577th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Emir Musa read this, he wept with exceeding weeping, till he swooned away, and presently coming to himself, wrote down all he had seen, and was admonished by all he had witnessed. Then he said to his men, Fetch the camels and load them with these treasures and vases and jewels. O Emir, asked Talib, shall we leave our damsel with what is upon her, things which have no equal, and whose like is not to be found, and more perfect than aught else thou takest? Nor couldst thou find a goodlier offering wherewithal to propitiate the favour of the Commander of the Faithful. But Musa answered, O man, heardest thou not what the lady saith on this tablet? More by token that she giveth it in trust to us who are no traders. And shall we, rejoined the Wazir Talib, because of these words leave all these riches and jewels, seeing that she is dead? What should she do with these that are the adornments of the world and the ornament of the worldling, seeing that one garment of cotton would suffice for her covering? We have more right to them than she. So saying, he mounted the steps of the couch between the pillars. But when he came within reach of the two slaves, lo, the mace-bearer smote him on the back, and the other struck him with the sword he held in his hand and lopped off his head, and he dropped down dead. Quoth the Emir, Allah have no mercy on thy resting place. Indeed, there was enough in these treasures, and greed of gain assuredly degradeth a man. Then he bade admit the troops. So they entered and loaded the camels with those treasures and precious ores, after which they went forth, and the Emir commanded them to shut the gate as before. They fared on along the seashore a whole month, till they came in sight of a high mountain overlooking the sea and full of caves, wherein dwelt a tribe of blacks, clad in hides, with burnouses also of hide, and speaking an unknown tongue. When they saw the troops, they were startled like shying steeds, and fled into the caverns, whilst their women and children stood at the cave doors, looking on the strangers. O Shaykh Abd al-Samad, asked the Emir, what are these folk? And he answered, They are those whom we seek for the commander of the faithful." So they dismounted, and setting down their loads pitched their tents, whereupon almost before they had done, down came the king of the blacks from the mountain and drew near the camp. Now he understood the Arabic tongue, so when he came to the Emir he saluted him with the salam, and Musa returned his greeting and entreated him with honour. Then quoth he to the Emir, "Are ye men or Jinn?" "Well, we are men," quoth Musa, "but doubtless ye are Jinn, to judge by your dwelling apart in this mountain which is cut off from mankind, and by your inordinate bulk." "Nay," rejoined the black, "we also are children of Adam, of the lineage of Ham, son of Noah, with whom be peace. And this sea is known as Al-Karkar." Asked Musa, "O King, what is your religion, and what worship ye?" And he answered, saying, "We worship the God of the heavens, and our religion is that of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve." "And how came ye by the knowledge of this?" questioned the Emir, "seeing that no prophet was inspired to visit this country?" "Know, Emir," replied the king, "that there appeared to us whileare from out the sea a man, from whom issued a light that illumined the horizons, and he cried out, in a voice which was heard of men far and near, saying, 'O children of Ham, reverence to him who seeth and is not seen, and say ye, There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the messenger of God.' And he added, 'I am Abu al-Abbas al-Khizr.' Before this we were wont to worship one another, but he summoned us to the service of the Lord of all creatures. And he taught us to repeat these words, 'There is no God save the God alone, who hath for partner none, and his is the kingdom, and his is the praise. He giveth life and death, and he over all things is almighty. Nor do we draw near unto Allah, be he exalted and extolled, except with these words, for we know none other. But every eve before Friday we see a light upon the face of earth, and we hear a voice saying, Holy and glorious Lord of the angels and the spirit, what he willeth is, and what he willeth not is not. Every boon is of his grace, and there is neither majesty nor is there might save in Allah, the glorious, the great.' But ye," quoth the king, "who and what are ye, and what bringeth you to this land?" Quoth Musa, "We are officers of the Sovereign of Al Islam, the Commander of the Faithful, Abd al-Malik bin Marwan, who hath heard tell of the Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be peace, and of that which the Most High bestowed upon him of supreme dominion, how he held sway over jinn and beast and bird, and was wont, when he was wroth with one of the Marids, to shut him in a cucurbite of brass, and, stopping its mouth on him with lead, whereon he impressed his seal ring, to cast him into the sea of Al-Karkar. Now we have heard tell that this sea is nigh your land, so the Commander of the Faithful hath sent us hither, to bring him some of these cucurbites, that he may look thereon and solace himself with their sight. Such then is our case and what we seek of thee, O King, and we desire that thou further us in the accomplishment of our errand commanded by the Commander of the Faithful." "With love and gladness," replied the Black King, and carrying them to the guest house, entreated them with the utmost honour, and furnished them with all they needed, feeding them upon fish. They abode thus 3 days, when he bade his divers fetch from out the sea some of the vessels of Solomon. So they dived and brought up 12 cucurbites, whereat the Emir and the Shaykh and all the company rejoiced in the accomplishment of the Caliph's need. Then Musa gave the King of the blacks many and great gifts, and he in turn made him a present of the wonders of the deep, being fishes in human form, saying, "Your entertainment these 3 days hath been of the meat of these fish." Quoth the Emir, "Needs must we carry some of these to the Caliph, for the sight of them will please him more than the cucurbites of Solomon." Then they took leave of the Black King, and setting out on their homeward journey, travelled till they came to Damascus, where Musa went in to the Commander of the Faithful, and told him of all that he had cited and heard of verses and legends and instances, together with the manner of the death of Thalib bin Sakhl. And the Caliph said, "Would I had been with you, that I might have seen what you saw." Then he took the brazen vessels and opened them, cucurbite after cucurbite, whereupon the devils came forth of them, saying, "We repent, O Prophet of Allah. Never again will we return to the like of this thing. No, never." And the Caliph marvelled at this. As for the daughters of the deep presented to them by the Black King, they made them cisterns of planks full of water and laid them therein, but they died of the great heat. Then the Caliph sent for the spoils of the brazen city and divided them among the faithful. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 15. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, December 2011. Section 16 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 16. When it was the 578th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph marvelled much at the cucurbites and their contents. Then he sent for the spoils, and divided them among the faithful, saying, Never gave Allah unto any the like of that which he bestowed upon Solomon David's son. Thereupon the Emir Musa sought leave of him to appoint his son governor of the province in his stead, that he might betake himself to the holy city of Jerusalem, there to worship Allah. So the commander of the faithful invested his son Harun with the government, and Musa repaired to the glorious and holy city, where he died. This then is all that hath come down to us of the story of the city of brass, and God is all-knowing. Now, continued Shahrazad, I have another tale to tell anent the craft and malice of women, or the tale of the king, his son, his concubine, and the 7 wazirs. There was in days of yore, and in ages and times long gone before, a puissant king among the kings of China, the crown of crowned heads, who ruled over many men of war and vassals with wisdom and justice, might and majesty, equitable to his riots, liberal to his lieges, and dearly beloved by the hearts of his subjects. He was wealthy as he was powerful, but he had grown old without being blessed with a son, and this caused him sore affliction. He could only brood over the cutting off of his seed, and the oblivion that would bury his name, and the passing of his realm into the stranger's hands. So he secluded himself in his palace, never going in and out, or rising and taking rest, till the lieges lost all tidings of him, and were sore perplexed, and began to talk about their king. Some said, He's dead. Others said, No, he's not. But all resolved to find a ruler who would reign over them, and carry out the customs of government. At last, utterly despairing of male issue, he sought the intercession of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, with the Most High, and implored him by the glory of his prophets and saints and martyrs and others of the faithful who were acceptable to heaven, that he would grant him a son, to be the coolth of his eyes and heir to the kingdom after him. Then he rose forthright, and, withdrawing to his sitting saloon, sent for his wife, who was the daughter of his uncle. Now this queen was of surpassing beauty and loveliness, the fairest of all his wives, and the dearest to him as she was the nearest, and to boot a woman of excellent wit and passing judgment. She found the king dejected and sorrowful, tearful-eyed, and heavy-hearted. So she kissed ground between his hands and said, O king, may my life ransom thy life. May time never prove thy foe, nor the shifts of fortune prevail over thee. May Allah grant thee every joy and ward off from thee all annoy. How is it I see thee brooding over thy case and tormented by the displeasures of memory? He replied, Thou wottest well that I am a man now shotten in years, who hath never been blessed with a son, a sight to cool his eyes. So I know that my kingdom shall pass away to the stranger in blood, and my name and memory will be blotted out amongst men. 'Tis this causeth me to grieve with excessive grief. Allah do away with thy sorrows, quoth she. Long ere this day a thought struck me, and yearning for issue arose in my heart, even as in thine. One night I dreamed a dream, and a voice said to me, The king thy husband pineth for progeny. If a daughter be vouchsafed to him, she will be the ruin of his realm. If a son, the youth will undergo much trouble and annoy, but he will pass through it without loss of life. Such a son can be conceived by thee and thee only, and the time of thy conception is when the moon conjoineth with Gemini. I woke from my dream, but after what I heard that voice declare, I refrained from breeding, and would not consent to bear children. There is no help for it but that I have a son, Inshallah, God willing, cried the king. Thereupon she soothed and consoled him till he forgot his sorrows, and went forth amongst the lieges, and sat as of wont upon his throne of estate. All rejoiced to see him once more, and especially the lords of his realm. Now when the conjunction of the moon and Gemini took place, the king knew his wife carnally, and by order of Allah Almighty she became pregnant. Presently she announced the glad tidings to her husband, and led her usual life until her 9 months of pregnancy were completed, and she bare a male child, whose face was as the rondure of the moon on its 14th night. The lieges of the realm congratulated one another thereanent, and the king commanded an assembly of his olema and philosophers, astrologers, and horoscopists, whom he thus addressed: I desire you to forecast the fortune of my son, and to determine his ascendant, and whatever is shown by his nativity. They replied, 'Tis well, in Allah's name let us do so, and cast his nativity with all diligence. After ascertaining his ascendant, they pronounced judgment in these words: We see his lot favourable and his life viable and durable, save that a danger awaiteth his youth. The father was sorely concerned at this saying, when they added, But, O king, he shall escape from it, nor shall aught of injury accrue to him. Hereupon the king cast aside all cark and care, and robed the wizards and dismissed them with splendid honoraria. And he resigned himself to the will of heaven, and acknowledged that the decrees of destiny may not be countervailed. He committed his boy to wet nurses and dry nurses, handmaids and eunuchs, leaving him to grow and fill out in the harem till he reached the age of 7. Then he addressed letters to his viceroys and governors in every clime, and by their means gathered together olema and philosophers and doctors of law and religion from all countries, to a number of 360. He held an especial assembly for them, and when all were in presence, he bade them draw near him and be at their ease while he sent for the food trays, and all ate their sufficiency. And when the banquet ended and the wizards had taken seats in their several degrees, the king asked them, Wot ye wherefore I have gathered you together? whereto all answered, "We wot not, O King." He continued, "It is my wish that you select from amongst you 50 men, and from these 50 10, and from these 10 1, that he may teach my son omnem rem scibilem. For whenas I see the youth perfect in all science, I will share my dignity with the prince, and make him partner with me in my possessions." "Know, O King," they replied, "that among us none is more learned or more excellent than Al-Sindibad hight the sage, who woneth in thy capital under thy protection. If such be thy design, summon him and bid him do thy will." The king acted upon their advice, and the sage, standing in the presence, expressed his loyal sentiments with his salutation, whereupon his sovereign bade him draw nigh, and thus raised his rank, saying, "I would have thee to know, O sage, that I summoned this assembly of the learned, and bade them choose me out a man to teach my son all knowledge, when they selected thee without dissenting thought or voice. If then thou feel capable of what they claimed for thee, come thou to the task, and understand that a man's son and heir is the very fruit of his vitals and core of his heart and liver. My desire of thee is thine instruction of him, and to happy issue Allah guideth." The king then sent for his son, and committed him to Al-Sindibad, conditioning the sage to finish his education in 3 years. He did accordingly, but at the end of that time the young prince had learned nothing, his mind being wholly occupied with play and disport. And when summoned and examined by his sire, behold, his knowledge was as nil. Thereupon the king turned his attention to the learned once more, and bade them elect a tutor for his youth. So they asked, "And what hath his governor Al-Sindibad been doing?" And when the king answered, "He hath taught my son naught," the Olema and philosophers and high officers summoned the instructor and said to him, "O sage, what prevented thee from teaching the king's son during this length of days?" "O wise man," he replied, "the prince's mind is wholly occupied with disport and play. Yet an the king will make with me 3 conditions and keep to them, I will teach him in 7 months what he would not learn, nor indeed could any other lesson him, within 7 years. I hearken to thee," quoth the king, "and I submit myself to thy conditions." And quoth Al-Sindibad, "Hear from me, sire, and bear in mind these 3 sayings, whereof the first is, Do not to others what thou wouldst not they do unto you. And second, Do naught hastily without consulting the experienced. And thirdly, where thou hast power, show pity. In teaching this lad I require no more of thee but to accept these 3 dictates and adhere thereto." Cried the king, "Bear ye witness against me, O all ye here assembled, that I stand firm by these conditions," and caused a procès-verbal to be drawn up with his personal security and testimony of his courtiers. Thereupon the sage, taking the prince's hand, led him to his place, and the king sent them all requisites of provaunt and kitchen batteries, carpets, and other furniture. Moreover, the tutor bade build a house, whose walls he lined with the whitest stucco painted over with ceruse. And lastly, he delineated thereon all the objects concerning which he proposed to lecture his pupil. When the place was duly furnished, he took the lad's hand and installed him in the apartment, which was amply furnished with belly timber, and after stablishing him therein, went forth and fastened the door with 7 padlocks. Nor did he visit the prince save every 3rd day, when he lessoned him on the knowledge to be extracted from the wall pictures, and renewed his provision of meat and drink, after which he left him again to solitude. So whenever the youth was straitened in breast by the tedium and ennui of loneliness, he applied himself diligently to his object lessons, and mastered all the deductions therefrom. His governor, seeing this, turned his mind into other channel, and taught him the inner meanings of the external objects. And in a little time the pupil mastered every requisite. Then the sage took him from the house, and taught him cavalarice and jerid play and archery. When the pupil had thoroughly mastered these arts, the tutor sent to the king, informing him that the prince was perfect and complete in all things required to figure favorably amongst his peers. Hereat the king rejoiced, and summoning his wazirs and lords of estate to be present at the examination, commanded the sage to send his son into the presence. Thereupon Alcindabad consulted his pupil's horoscope, and found it barred by an inauspicious conjunction which would last 7 days. So, in sore affright for the youth's life, he said, "Look into thy nativity scheme." The prince did so, and recognizing the portent, feared for himself, and presently asked the sage, saying, "What dost thou bid me do?" "I bid thee," he answered, "remain silent, and speak not a word during this se'night, even though thy sire slay thee with scourging. And thou pass safely through this period, thou shalt win to high rank, and succeed to thy sire's reign. But an things go otherwise, then the behest is with Allah from the beginning to the end thereof." Quoth the pupil, "Thou art in fault, O preceptor, and thou hast shown undue haste in sending that message to the king before looking into my horoscope. Hadst thou delayed till the week had passed, all had been well." Quoth the tutor, "O my son, what was to be, was, and the sole defaulter therein was my delight in thy scholarship. But now be firm in thy resolve, rely upon Allah Almighty, and determine not to utter a single word." Thereupon the prince fared for the presence, and was met by the wazirs, who led him to his father. The king accosted him and addressed him, but he answered not, and sought speech of him, but he spake not. Whereupon the courtiers were astounded, and the monarch, sore concerned for his son, summoned Alcindabad. But the tutor so hid himself that none could hit upon his trace nor gain tidings of him, and folk said, he was ashamed to appear before the king's majesty and the courtiers. Under these conditions the sovereign heard some of those present saying, "Send the lad to the seraglio, where he will talk with the women and soon set aside this bashfulness," and approving their counsel, gave orders accordingly. So the prince was led into the palace, which was compassed about by a running stream, whose banks were planted with all manner of fruit trees and sweet-smelling flowers. Moreover, in this palace were 40 chambers, and in every chamber 10 slave girls, each skilled in some instrument of music, so that, whenever one of them played, the palace danced to her melodious strains. Here the prince passed one night, but on the following morning the king's favorite concubine happened to cast eyes upon his beauty and loveliness, his symmetrical stature, his brilliancy, and his perfect grace, and love got hold of her heart, and she was ravished with his charms. So she went up to him and threw herself upon him, but he made her no response. Whereupon, being dazed by his beauty, she cried out to him, and required him of himself, and importuned him. Then she again threw herself upon him, and clasped him to her bosom, kissing him, and saying, "O king's son, grant me thy favours, and I will set thee in thy father's stead. I will give him to drink of poison, so he may die, and thou shalt enjoy his realm and wealth." When the prince heard these words, he was sore enraged against her, and said to her by signs, "O accursed one, so it please Almighty Allah, I will assuredly requite thee this thy deed whenas I can speak. For I will go forth to my father, and will tell him, and he shall kill thee." So signing, he arose in rage and went out from her chamber, whereat she feared for herself. Thereupon she buffeted her face, and rent her raiment, and tare her hair, and bared her head, then went in to the king, and cast herself at his feet, weeping and wailing. When he saw her in this plight, he was sore concerned, and asked her, What aileth thee, O damsel? How is it with thy lord my son? Is he not well? And she answered, O king, this thy son, whom thy courtiers avouch to be dumb, required me of myself, and I repelled him. Whereupon he did with me as thou seest, and would have slain me. So I fled from him, nor will I ever return to him, nor to the palace again, no, never again. When the king heard this, he was wroth with exceeding wrath, and calling his 7 wazirs, bade them put the prince to death. However, they said one to other, If we do the king's commandment, he will surely repent of having ordered his son's death, for he is passing dear to him, and this child came not to him save after despair, and he will round upon us and blame us, saying, Why did ye not contrive to dissuade me from slaying him? So they took counsel together to turn him from his purpose, and the chief wazir said, I will warrant you from the king's mischief this day. Then he went into the presence, and prostrating himself, craved leave to speak. The king gave him permission, and he said, O king, though thou hadst 1,000 sons, yet were it no light matter to thee to put one of them to death on the report of a woman, be she true or be she false. And belike this is a lie and a trick of her against thy son. For indeed, O king, I have heard tell great plenty of stories of the malice, the craft, and perfidy of women. Quoth the king, Tell me somewhat of that which hath come to thy knowledge thereof. And the wazir answered, saying, Yes, there hath reached me, O king, a tale entitled, The King and his Wazir's Wife. There was once a king of the kings, a potent man and a proud, who was devoted to the love of women, and one day, being in the privacy of his palace, he espied a beautiful woman on the terrace roof of her house, and could not contain himself from falling consummately in love with her. He asked his folk to whom the house and the damsel belonged, and they said, This is the dwelling of the wazir such an one, and she is his wife. So he called the minister in question, and dispatched him on an errand to a distant part of the kingdom, where he was to collect information and to return. But as soon as he obeyed and was gone, the king contrived by a trick to gain access to his house and his spouse. When the wazir's wife saw him, she knew him, and springing up, kissed his hands and feet, and welcomed him. Then she stood afar off, busying herself in his service, and said to him, O our lord, what is the cause of thy gracious coming? Such an honor is not for the like of me. Quoth he, The cause of it is that love of thee and desire thee words have moved me to this. Whereupon she kissed ground before him a second time, and said, By Allah, O our lord, indeed I am not worthy to be the handmaid of one of the king's servants. Whence then have I the great good fortune to be in such high honor and favor with thee? Then the king put out his hand to her, intending to enjoy her person, when she said, This thing shall not escape us, but take patience, O my king, and abide with thy handmaid all this day, that she may make ready for thee somewhat to eat and drink. So the king sat down on his minister's couch, and she went in haste and brought him a book wherein he might read, whilst she made ready the food. He took the book, and beginning to read, found therein moral instances and exhortations, such as restrained him from adultery, and broke his courage to commit sin and crime. After a while she returned and set before him some 90 dishes of different kinds of colors, and he ate a mouthful of each, and found that, while the number was many, the taste of them was one. At this he marveled with exceeding marvel, and said to her, O damsel, I see these meats to be manifold and various, but the taste of them is simple and the same." "Allah prosper the King," replied she, "this is a parable I have set for thee, that thou mayst be admonished thereby." He asked, "And what is its meaning?" And she answered, "Allah amend the case of our lord the King! In thy palace are 90 concubines of various colours, but their taste is one." When the King heard this, he was ashamed, and rising hastily went out, without offering her any affront, and returned to his palace. But in his haste and confusion he forgot his signet ring, and left it under the cushion where he had been sitting, and albeit he remembered it, he was ashamed to send for it. Now hardly had he reached home when the Wazir returned, and presenting himself before the King, kissed the ground and made his report to him of the state of the province in question. Then he repaired to his own house and sat down on his couch, and chancing to put his hand under the cushion, behold, he found the King's seal ring. So he knew it, and taking the matter to heart, held aloof in great grief from his wife for a whole year, not going in unto her, nor even speaking to her, whilst she knew not the reason of his anger. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 16. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, January 2012. Section 17 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 17. When it was the 579th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir held aloof from his wife, whilst she knew not the cause of his wrath. At last, being weary of the longsome neglect, she sent for her sire and told him the case. Whereupon quoth he, I will complain of him to the King at some time when he is in the presence. So one day he went into the King, and finding the Wazir and the Kazi of the army before him, complained thus, saying, Almighty Allah amend the King's case. I had a fair flower garden, which I planted with mine own hand, and thereon spent my substance till it bare fruit, and its fruitage was ripe for plucking, when I gave it to this thy Wazir, who ate of it what seemed good to him, then deserted it and watered it not, so that its bloom wilted and withered, and its sheen departed, and its state changed. Then said the Wazir, O my King, this man saith sooth. I did indeed care for and guard the garden, and kept it in good condition, and ate thereof, till one day I went thither, and I saw the trail of the lion there, wherefore I feared for my life, and withdrew from the garden. The King understood him that the trail of the lion meant his own seal ring, which he had forgotten in the woman's house. So he said, Return, O Wazir, to thy flower garden, and fear nothing, for the lion came not near it. It hath reached me that he went thither, but by the honour of my fathers and forefathers he offered it no hurt. Hearkening and obedience, answered the minister, and returning home sent for his wife, and made his peace with her, and thenceforth put faith in her chastity. This I tell thee, O King, continued the Wazir, for no other purpose save to let thee know how great is their craft, and how precipitancy bequeatheth repentance. And I have also heard the following story of the confectioner, his wife, and the parrot. Once upon a time there dwelt in Egypt a confectioner who had a wife famed for beauty and loveliness, and a parrot, which, as occasion required, did the office of watchman and guard, bell and spy, and flapped her wings did she but hear a fly buzzing about the sugar. This parrot caused abundant trouble to the wife, always telling her husband what took place in his absence. Now one evening, before going out to visit certain friends, the confectioner gave the bird strict injunctions to watch all night, and bade his wife make all fast, as he should not return until morning. Hardly had he left the door than the woman went for her old lover, who returned with her, and they passed the night together in mirth and merriment, while the parrot observed all. Betimes in the morning the lover fared forth, and the husband returning was informed by the parrot of what had taken place. Whereupon he hastened to his wife's room, and beat her with a painful beating. She thought in herself, "Who could have informed against me?" And she asked a woman that was in her confidence whether it was she. The woman protested by the worlds visible and invisible that she had not betrayed her mistress, but informed her that on the morning of his return home the husband had stood some time before the cage, listening to the parrot's talk. When the wife heard this, she resolved to contrive the destruction of the bird. Some days after, the husband was again invited to the house of a friend, where he was to pass the night, and before departing he enjoined the parrot with the same injunctions as before. Wherefore his heart was free from care, for he had his spy at home. The wife and her confidant then planned how they might destroy the credit of the parrot with the master. For this purpose they resolved to counterfeit a storm, and this they did by placing over the parrot's head a hand-mill, which the lover worked by pouring water upon a piece of hide, by waving a fan, and by suddenly uncovering a candle hid under a dish. Thus did they raise such a tempest of rain and lightning that the parrot was drenched and half drowned in a deluge. Now rolled the thunder, then flashed the lightning, that from the noise of the hand-mill, this from the reflection of the candle, when thought the parrot to herself, "In very sooth the flood hath come on, such an one as belike Noah himself never witnessed." So saying, she buried her head under her wing, a prey to terror. The husband on his return hastened to the parrot to ask what had happened during his absence, and the bird answered that she found it impossible to describe the deluge and tempest of the last night, and that years would be required to explain the uproar of the hurricane and storm. When the shopkeeper heard the parrot talk of last night's deluge, he said, "Surely, O bird, thou art gone clean daft. Where was there, even in a dream, rain or lightning last night? Thou hast utterly ruined my house and ancient family. My wife is the most virtuous woman of the age, and all thine accusations of her are lies." So in his wrath he dashed the cage upon the ground, tore off the parrot's head, and threw it from the window. Presently his friend, coming to call upon him, saw the parrot in this condition, with head torn off, and without wings or plumage. Being informed of the circumstances, he suspected some trick on the part of the woman, and said to the husband, "When your wife leaves home to go to the hammam bath, compel her confidant to disclose the secret." So as soon as his wife went out, the husband entered his harem, and insisted on the woman telling him the truth. She recounted the whole story, and the husband now bitterly repented having killed the parrot, of whose innocence he had proof. "This I tell thee, O King," continued the Wazir, "that thou mayst know how great art the craft and malice of women, and that to act in haste leadeth to repent at leisure." So the King turned from slaying his son, but next day the favourite came in to him, and kissing the ground before him, said, "O King, why dost thou delay to do me justice? Indeed, the kings have heard that thou commandest a thing, and thy Wazir countermandeth it. Now the obedience of kings is in the fulfilment of their commandments, and every one knows thy justice and equity. So do thou justice for me on the prince. I also have heard tell a tale concerning the fuller and his son. There was once a man which was a fuller, and he used every day to go forth to the Tigris bank a cleaning clothes. And his son was wont to go with him that he might swim whilst his father was fulling, nor was he forbidden from this. One day, as the boy was swimming, he was taken with cramp in the forearms and sank, whereupon the fuller plunged into the water and caught hold of him, but the boy clung about him and pulled him down, and so father and son were both drowned. Thus it is with thee, O king. Except thou prevent thy son and do me justice on him, I fear lest both of you sink together, thou and he. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 580th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the favourite had told her tale of the fuller and his son, she ended with, I fear lest both of you sink together, thou and he. Moreover, continued she, for an instance of the malice of men, I have heard tell a tale concerning the rake's trick against the chaste wife. A certain man loved a beautiful and lovely woman, a model of charms and grace, married to a man whom she loved and who loved her. Moreover, she was virtuous and chaste, like unto me, and her rake of a lover found no way to her. So when his patience was at an end, he devised a device to win his will. Now the husband had a young man whom he had brought up in his house, and who was in high trust with him as his steward. So the rake addressed himself to the youth, and ceased not insinuating himself into his favour by presents and fair words and deeds, till he became more obedient to him than the hand to the mouth, and did whatever he ordered him. One day he said to him, Hark ye, such an one, wilt thou not bring me into the family dwelling place some time when the lady is gone out? Yes, answered the young steward. So, when his master was at the shop, and his mistress gone forth to the hammam, he took his friend by the hand, and bringing him into the house, showed him the sitting rooms and all that was therein. Now the lover was determined to play a trick upon the woman, so he took the white of an egg which he had brought with him in a vessel, and spilt it on the merchant's bedding, unseen by the young man. After which he returned thanks, and leaving the house went his way. In an hour or so the merchant came home, and going to the bed to rest himself, found thereon something wet. So he took it up in his hand, and looked at it, and deemed it man's seed. Whereat he stared at the young man with eyes of wrath, and asked him, Where is thy mistress? And he answered, She is gone forth to the hammam, and will return forthright after she has made her ablutions. When the man heard this, his suspicion concerning the seaman was confirmed, and he waxed furious, and said, Go at once and bring her back. The steward accordingly fetched her, and when she came before her husband, the jealous man sprang upon her and beat her a grievous beating. Then binding her arms behind her, offered to cut her throat with a knife. But she cried out to the neighbours who came to her, and she said to them, This my man hath beat me unjustly and without cause, and is minded to kill me, though I know not what is mine offence. So they rose up and asked him, Why hast thou dealt thus with her? And he answered, She is divorced. Quoth they, Thou hast no right to maltreat her. Either divorce her or use her kindly, for we know her prudence and purity and chastity. Indeed, she hath been our neighbour this long time, and we wot no evil of her. Quoth he, When I came home, I found on my bed seed like human sperm, and I know not the meaning of this. Upon this a little boy, one of those present, came forward and said, Show it to me, nuncle mine. When he saw it, he smelt it, and calling for fire and a frying pan, he took the white of egg and cooked it so that it became solid. Then he ate of it and made the husband and the others taste of it, and they were certified that it was white of egg. So the husband was convinced that he had sinned against his wife's innocence, she being clear of all offense, and the neighbors made peace between them after the divorce. And he prayed her pardon and presented her with 100 gold pieces. And so the wicked lover's cunning trick came to naught. And know, O king, that this is an instance of the malice of men and their perfidy. When the king heard this, he bade his son be slain. But on the next day the second wazir came forward for intercession, and kissed ground in prostration. Whereupon the king said, Raise thy head, prostration must be made to Allah only. So the minister rose from before him and said, O king, hasten not to slay thy son, for he was not granted to his mother by the Almighty but after despair, nor didst thou expect such good luck. And we hope that he will live to become a guerdon to thy reign and a guardian of thy good. Wherefore have patience, O king. Belike he will offer a fit excuse, and if thou make haste to slay him, thou wilt surely repent, even as the merchant white repented. Asked the king, And how was it with the merchant, O wazir? And the wazir answered, O king, I have heard a tale of the miser and the loaves of bread. There was once a merchant who was a niggard and miserly in his eating and drinking. One day he went on a journey to a certain town, and as he walked in the market streets, behold, he met an old trot with 2 scones of bread, which looked sound and fair. He asked her, Are these for sale? And she answered, Yes. So he beat her down and bought them at the lowest price, and took them home to his lodging, where he ate them that day. When morning morrowed, he returned to the same place, and finding the old woman there with other 2 scones, bought these also. And thus he ceased not during 25 days' space, when the old wife disappeared. He made enquiry for her, but could hear no tidings of her, till one day, as he was walking about the high streets, he chanced upon her. So he accosted her, and after the usual salutation, and with much praise and politeness, asked why she had disappeared from the market, and ceased to supply the 2 cakes of bread. Hearing this, at first she evaded giving him a reply, but he conjured her to tell him her case. So she said, Hear my excuse, O my lord, which is that I was attending upon a man who had a corroding ulcer on his spine, and his doctor bade us knead flour with butter into a plaster, and lay it on the place of pain, where it abode all night. In the morning I used to take that flour and turn it into dough, and make it into 2 scones, which I cooked and sold to thee or to another. But presently the man died, and I was cut off from making cakes. When the merchant heard this, he repented, whenas repentance availed him naught, saying, Verily we are Allah's, and verily unto him we are returning. There is no majesty and there is no might save in him, the glorious, the great. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 581st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old trot told the merchant the provenance of the scones, he cried, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. And he repeated the saying of the Most High, Whatever evil falleth to thee, it is from thyself, and vomited till he fell sick, and repented whenas repentance availed him naught. Moreover, O king, continued the second wazir, I have heard tell of the malice of women, a tale of the lady and her 2 lovers. Once upon a time there was a man who was sword bearer to one of the kings, and he loved a damsel of the common sort. One day he sent his page to her with a message, as of wont between them, and the lad sat down with her and toyed with her. She inclined to him and pressed him to her breast, and groped him and kissed him, whereupon he sought carnal connection of her, and she consented. But as the two were thus, lo, the youth's master knocked at the door. So she pushed the page through a trap door into an underground chamber there, and opened the door to his lord, who entered, hending sword in hand, and sat down upon her bed. Then she came up to him and sported and toyed with him, kissing him and pressing him to her bosom, and he took her and lay with her. Presently her husband knocked at the door, and the gallant asked her, "Who is that?" Whereto she answered, "My husband." Quoth he, "How shall I do?" Quoth she, "Draw thy sword and stand in the vestibule, and abuse me and revile me, and when my husband comes in to thee, do thou go forth and wend thy ways." He did as she bade him, and when the husband entered, he saw the king's sword bearer standing with naked brand in hand, abusing and threatening his wife. But when the lover saw him, he was ashamed, and sheathing his scimitar went forth the house. Said the man to his wife, "What means this?" And she replied, "O man, how blessed is the hour of thy coming! Thou hast saved a true believer from slaughter, and it happed after this fashion. I was on the house terrace spinning, when behold, there came up to me a youth, distracted and panting for fear of death, fleeing from yonder man, who followed upon him as hard as he could with his drawn sword. The young man fell down before me and kissed my hands and feet, saying, O protector of thy mercy, save me from him who would slay me wrongously. So I hid him in that underground chamber of ours, and presently in came yonder man to me, naked brand in hand, demanding the youth, but I denied him to him, whereupon he fell to abusing and threatening me, as thou sawest. And praised be Allah who sent thee to me, for I was distraught and had none to deliver me." "Well hast thou done, O woman," answered the husband. "Thy reward is with Allah the Almighty, and may He abundantly requite thy good deed." Then he went to the trap door and called to the page, saying, "Come forth and fear not, no harm shall befall thee." So he came out trembling for fear, and the husband said, "Be of good cheer, none shall I hurt thee," condoling with him on what had befallen him, whilst the page called down blessings on his head. Then they both went forth, nor was that cornuto, nor was the page aware of that which the woman had contrived. "This then, O King," said the Wazir, "is one of the tricks of women, so beware lest thou rely upon their words." The King was persuaded, and turned from putting his son to death. But on the third day the favourite came in to him, and kissing the ground before him, cried, "O King, do me justice on thy son, and be not turned from thy purpose by thy minister's prate, for there is no good in wicked Wazirs. And be not as the King of Baghdad, who relied on the word of a certain wicked counsellor of his." Quoth he, "And how was that?" Quoth she, "There hath been told me, O auspicious and well-advised King, a tale of the King's son and the ogress. A certain king had a son whom he loved and favoured with exceeding favour over all his other children. And this son said to him one day, O my father, I have a mind to fare a coursing and a hunting. So the king bade furnish him, and commanded one of his Wazirs to bear him company and do all the service he needed during his trip. The minister accordingly took everything that was necessary for the journey, and they set out with a retinue of eunuchs and officers and pages, and rode on, sporting as they went, till they came to a green and well-grassed champaign, abounding in pasture and water and game. Here the prince turned to the minister and told him that the place pleased him, and he purposed to halt there. So they sat down in that site, and they loosed the falcons and lynxes and dogs, and caught great plenty of game, whereat they rejoiced and abode there some days, in all joyance of life and its delight. Then the king's son gave the signal for departure, but, as they went along, a beautiful gazelle, as if the sun rose shining from between her horns, that had strayed from her mate, sprang up before the prince, whereupon his soul longed to make prize of her, and he coveted her. So he said to the wazir, I have a mind to follow that gazelle. And the minister replied, Do what seemeth good to thee. Thereupon the prince rode single-handed after the gazelle, till he lost sight of his companions, and chased her all that day till dusk, when she took refuge in a bit of rocky ground, and darkness closed in upon him. Then he would have turned back, but knew not the way, whereat he was sore concerned, and said, There is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. He sat his mare all night till morning dawned, in quest of relief, but found none, and when the day appeared he fared on at hazard, fearful, famished, thirsty, and knowing not whither to wend, till it was noon, and the sun beat down upon him with burning heat. By that time he came in sight of a great city, with massive base and lofty bulwarks, but it was ruined and desolate, nor was there any live thing therein save owl and raven. As he stood among the buildings, marvelling at their ordinance, lo, his eyes fell on a damsel, young, beautiful, and lovely, sitting under one of the city walls, wailing and weeping copious tears. So he drew nigh to her and asked, Who art thou, and who brought thee hither? She answered, I am called Bint al-Tamimah, daughter of Al-Tiaq, king of the Grey Country. I went out one day to obey a call of nature, when an Ifrit of the Jinn snatched me up and soared with me between heaven and earth. But as he flew, there fell on him a shooting star in the form of a flame of fire, and burned him, and I dropped here, where these 3 days I have hungered and thirsted, but when I saw thee I longed for life. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 17. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, January 2012.
Section 18 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 18. When it was the 582nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the prince, when addressed by the daughter of King Al-Tayek, who said to him, When I saw thee I longed for life, was smitten with ruth and grief for her, and took her up on his courser's crupper, saying, Be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear. For if Allah, extolled and exalted be He, restore me to my people and family, I will send thee back to thine own folk. Then he rode on, praying for deliverance, and presently the damsel said to him, O king's son, set me down, that I may do an occasion under this wall. So he drew bridle, and she alighted. He waited for her a long while, as she hid herself behind the wall, and she came forth with the foulest of favours, which, when he saw, his hair stood on end, and he quaked for fear of her, and he turned deadly pale. Then she sprang upon his steed, behind him, wearing the most loathly of aspects, and presently she said to him, O king's son, what ails thee that I see thee troubled and thy favour changed? I have bethought me of somewhat that troubles me. Seek aid against it of thy father's troops and his braves. He whom I fear careth not for troops, neither can braves affright him. Aid thyself against him with thy father's monies and treasures. He whom I fear will not be satisfied with wealth. Ye hold that ye have in heaven a God who seeth and is not seen, and is omnipotent and omniscient. Yes, we have none but him. Then pray thou to him. Haply he will deliver thee from me thine enemy. So the king's son raised his eyes to heaven and began to pray with his whole heart, saying, O my God, I implore thy succor against that which troubleth me. Then he pointed to her with his hand, and she fell to the ground, burnt black as charcoal. Therewith he thanked Allah and praised him, and ceased not to fare forwards. And the Almighty, extolled and exalted be he, of his grace made the way easy to him, and guided him into the right road, so that he reached his own land, and came upon his father's capital, after he had despaired of life. Now all this befell by the contrivance of the Wazir who travelled with him, to the end that he might cause him to perish on the way. But Almighty Allah succoured him. And this, said the damsel, have I told thee, O king, that thou mayest know that wicked Wazirs deal not honestly by, nor counsel with sincere intent their kings. Wherefore be thou wise and ware of them in this matter. The king gave ear to her speech, and bade put his son to death. But the third Wazir came in and said to his brother ministers, I will warrant you from the king's mischief this day. And going in to him, kissed the ground between his hands, and said, O king, I am thy true counsellor, and solicitous for thee and for thine estate, and indeed I rede thee the best of rede. It is that thou hasten not to slay thy son, the coolth of thine eyes, and the fruit of thy vitals. Haply his sin is but a slight slip, which this damsel hath made great to thee. And indeed I have heard tell that the people of two villages once destroyed one another because of a drop of honey. Asked the king, How was that? And the Wazir answered, saying, Know, O king, that I have heard this story anent. The drop of honey. A certain hunter used to chase wild beasts in wold, and one day he came upon a grotto in the mountains, where he found a hollow full of bees' honey. So he took somewhat thereof in a water skin he had with him, and throwing it over his shoulder, carried it to the city, followed by a hunting dog which was dear to him. He stopped at the shop of an oilman and offered him the honey for sale, and he bought it. Then he emptied it out of the skin that he might see it, and in the act a drop fell to the ground, whereupon the flies flocked to it, and a bird swooped down upon the flies. Now the oilman had a cat, which sprang upon the bird, and the huntsman's dog, seeing the cat, sprang upon it and slew it. Whereupon the oilman sprang upon the dog and slew it, and the huntsman in turn sprang upon the oilman and slew him. Now the oilman was of one village, and the huntsman of another, and when the people of the two places heard what had passed, they took up arms and weapons, and rose one on another in wrath, and the two lines met. Nor did the sword leave to play amongst them, till there died of them much people. None knoweth their number, save Almighty Allah. And among other stories of the malice of women, continued the Wazir, I have heard tell, O king, one concerning the woman who made her husband sift dust. A man once gave his wife a dirham to buy rice. So she took it and went to the rice seller, who gave her the rice and began to jest with her and ogle her, for she was dowered with beauty and loveliness, saying, "Rice is not good but with sugar, which if thou wilt have, come in with me for an hour." So saying, "Give me sugar," she went in with him into his shop, and he won his will of her, and said to his slave, "Weigh her out a dirham's worth of sugar." But he made the slave a privy sign, and the boy, taking the napkin in which was the rice, emptied it out, and put in earth and dust in its stead, and for the sugar set stones, after which he again knotted up the napkin and left it by her. His object in doing this was that she should come to him a second time, so when she went forth of the shop he gave her the napkin, and she took it, thinking to have in it rice and sugar, and ganged her gait. But when she returned home, and setting it before her husband, went for a cooking pot, he found in it earth and stones. So as soon as she came back bringing the pot, he said to her, "Did I tell thee I had aught to build, that thou bringest me earth and stones?" When she saw this, she knew that the rice seller's slave had tricked her. So she said to her husband, "O man, in my trouble of mind for what hath befallen me, I went to fetch the sieve and brought the cooking pot." "What hath troubled thee?" asked he, and she answered, "O husband, I dropped the dirham thou gavest me in the market street, and was ashamed to search for it before the folk. Yet I grudged to lose the silver, so I gathered up the earth from the place where it fell, and brought it away, thinking to sift it at home. Wherefore I went to fetch the sieve, but brought the cooking pot instead." Then she fetched the sieve and gave it to her husband, saying, "Do thou sift it, for thine eyes are sharper than mine." Accordingly he sat sifting the clay till his face and beard were covered with dust, and he discovered not her trick, neither knew what had befallen her. "This then, O king," said the wazir, "is an instance of the malice of women, and consider the saying of Allah Almighty, 'Surely the cunning of you women is great.' And again, 'Indeed the malice of Satan is weak in comparison with the malice of women.'" The king gave ear to his wazir's speech, and was persuaded thereby, and was satisfied by what he cited to him of the signs of Allah. And the lights of good counsel arose and shone in the firmament of his understanding, and he turned from his purpose of slaying his son. But on the fourth day the favourite came in to him weeping and wailing, and kissing the ground before him, said, "O auspicious king and lord of good rede, I have made plainly manifest to thee my grievance, and thou hast dealt unjustly by me, and hast forborne to avenge me on him who hath wronged me, because he is thy son and the darling of thy heart. But Allah, extolled and exalted be he, will presently succour me against him, even as he succoured the king's son against his father's wazir." "And how was that?" asked the king. And she answered, "I have heard tell, O king, a tale of the enchanted string. There was once in times gone by a king who had one son and none other. And when the prince grew up to man's estate, he contracted him in marriage to another king's daughter. Now the damsel was a model of beauty and grace, and her uncle's son had sought her in wedlock of her sire, but she would none of him. So when he knew that she was to be married to another, envy and jealousy gat hold of him, and he bethought himself and sent a noble present to the wazir of the bridegroom's father, and much treasure, desiring him to use craft for slaying the prince, or contrive to make him leave his intent of espousing the girl, and adding, "O Wazir, indeed jealousy moveth me to this, for she is my cousin." The Wazir accepted the present and sent an answer, saying, "Be of good cheer and of eyes cool and clear, for I will do all that thou wishest." Presently the bride's father wrote to the prince, bidding him to his capital, that he might go in to his daughter. Whereupon the king his father gave him leave to wend his way thither, sending with him the bribed Wazir and 1,000 horse, besides presents and litters, tents and pavilions. The minister set out with the prince, plotting the while in his heart to do him a mischief. And when they came into the desert, he called to mind a certain spring of running water in the mountains there, called Al-Sara, whereof whosoever drank from a man became a woman. So he called a halt of the troops near the fountain, and presently mounting steed again, said to the prince, "Hast thou a mind to go with me and look upon a spring of water near hand?" The prince mounted, knowing not what should befall him in the future, and they rode on, unattended by any, and without stopping till they came to the spring. The prince, being thirsty, said to the Wazir, "O minister, I am suffering from drouth." And the other answered, "Get thee down and drink of this spring." So he alighted and washed his hands and drank, when behold, he straightway became a woman. As soon as he knew what had befallen him, he cried out and wept till he fainted away, and the Wazir came up to him as if to learn what had befallen him, and cried, "What aileth thee?" So he told him what had happened, and the minister feigned to condole with him and weep for his affliction, saying, "Allah Almighty be thy refuge to thine affliction. How came this calamity upon thee, and this great misfortune to betide thee? And we carrying thee with joy and gladness, that thou mightest go in to the king's daughter. Verily now I know not whether we shall go to her or not, but the rede is thine. What dost thou command me to do?" Quoth the prince, "Go back to my sire and tell him what hath betided me, for I will not stir hence till this matter be removed from me, or I die in my regret." So he wrote a letter to his father, telling him what had happened, and the Wazir took it and set out on his return to the city, leaving what troops he had with the prince, and inwardly exulting for the success of his plot. As soon as he reached the king's capital, he went in to him, and, telling him what had passed, delivered the letter. The king mourned for his son with sore mourning, and sent for the wise men and masters of esoteric science, that they might discover and explain to him this thing which had befallen his son, but none could give him an answer. Then the Wazir wrote to the lady's cousin, conveying to him the glad news of the prince's misfortune, and he, when he read the letter, rejoiced with great joy, and thought to marry the princess, and answered the minister, sending him rich presents and great store of treasure, and thanking him exceedingly. Meanwhile the prince abode by the stream 3 days and 3 nights, eating not nor drinking, and committing himself in his strait unto Allah, extolled and exalted be he, who disappointeth not whoso relieth on him. On the 4th night, lo, there came to him a cavalier on a bright bay steed, with a crown on his head, as he were of the sons of the kings, and said to him, "Who brought thee hither, O youth?" The prince told him his mishap, how he was wending to his wedding, and how the Wazir had led him to a spring, whereof he drank and incurred what had occurred. And as he spoke, his speech was broken by tears. Having heard him, the horseman pitied his case, and said, "It was thy father's Wazir who cast thee into this strait. for no man alive save he knoweth of this spring, presently adding, Mount thee behind me and come with me to my dwelling, for thou art my guest this night. Acquaint me who thou art, ere I fare with thee, quoth the prince. And quoth the other, I am a king's son of the Jann, as thou a king's son of mankind. So be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes clear of tear, for I will surely do away thy cark and care, and this is a slight thing unto me. So the prince mounted him behind the stranger, and they rode on, leaving the troops, from the first of the day till midnight, when the king's son of the Jinn asked the prince, Knowest thou how many days' march we have covered in this time? Not I. We have come a full year's journey for a diligent horseman. The prince marvelled at this and said, How shall I do to return to my people? That is not thine affair, but my business. As soon as thou art quit of thy complaint, thou shalt return to thy people in less than the twinkling of an eye, for that is an easy matter to me. When the prince heard these words, he was ready to fly for excess of joy. It seemed to him as he were in the embroglio of a dream, and he exclaimed, Glory be to him who can restore the unhappy to happiness. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 583rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the prince of the Jinns said to the prince of mankind, When thou art quit of thy complaint, thou shalt return to thy folk in less than the twinkling of an eye. And the king's son rejoiced. They fared on all that night till the morning morrowed, when lo, they found themselves in a green and smiling country, full of trees spiring, and birds quiring, and garths fruit growing, and palaces high showing, and waters a flowing, and odoriferous flowers a blowing. Here the king's son of the Jinn alighted from his steed, and bidding the prince do the like, took him by the hand and carried him into one of the palaces, where he found a great king and puissant sultan, and abode with him all that day, eating and drinking till nightfall. Then the king's son of the Jinn mounted his courser, and taking the prince up behind him, fared on swiftly through the murks and glooms until morning, when lo, they found themselves in a dark land and a desert, full of black rocks and stones, as it were a piece of hell. And the prince asked the Jinni, What is the name of this land? Answered the other, It is called the Black Country, and belongs to one of the kings of the Jinn, by name Zuul Janahan, against whom none of the other kings may prevail, neither may any enter his dominions save by his permit. So tarry thou here whilst I go ask leave. So saying, he went away, and returning after a while, they fared on again, till they landed at a spring of water welling forth of a black rock, and the king's son of the Jinn said to the king's son of men, Alight. He dismounted, and the other cried, Drink of this water. So he drank of the spring without stay or delay, and no sooner had he done so than, by the grace of Allah, he became a man as before. At this he joyed with exceeding joy, and asked the Jinni, O my brother, how is this spring called? Answered the other, It is called the women's spring, for that no woman drinketh thereof, but she becometh a man. Wherefore do thou praise Allah the Most High, and thank him for thy restoration, and mount. So the prince prostrated himself in gratitude to the Almighty, after which he mounted again, and they fared on diligently all that day, till they returned to the Jinni's home, where the prince passed the night in all solace of life. They spent the next day in eating and drinking till nightfall, when the king's son of the Jinn asked the prince, "Hast thou a mind to return to thy people this very night?" "Yes," he answered, "for indeed I long for them." Then the Jinni called one of his father's slaves, Raji's height, and said to him, "Take this young man mounted on thy shoulders, and let not the day dawn ere he be with his father-in-law and his wife." Replied the slave, "Hearkening and obedience, and with love and gladness, and upon my head and eyes." Then, withdrawing a while, reappeared in the form of an Ifrit. When the prince saw this, he lost his senses for affright, but the Jinni said to him, "Fear not, no harm shall befall thee. Mount thy horse, and leap him on to the Ifrit's shoulders." "Nay," answered he, "I will leave my horse with thee, and bestride his shoulders myself." So he bestrode the Ifrit's shoulders, and when the Jinni cried, "Close thine eyes, O my lord, and be not craven," he strengthened his heart and shut his eyes. Thereupon the Ifrit rose with him into the air, and ceased not to fly between sky and earth, whilst the prince was unconscious, nor was the last third of the night come before he alighted down with him on the terrace roof of his father-in-law's palace. Then said the Ifrit, "Dismount and open thine eyes, for this is the palace of thy father-in-law and his daughter." So he came down, and the Ifrit flew away and left him on the roof of the palace. When the day broke and the prince recovered from his troubles, he descended into the palace, and as his father-in-law caught sight of him, he came to meet him, and marvelled to see him descend from the roof of the palace, saying, "We see folk enter by doors, but thou comest from the skies." Quoth the prince, "Whatso Allah, may he be extolled and exalted, willeth, that cometh to pass." And he told him all that had befallen him, from first to last, whereat the king marvelled and rejoiced in his safety, and as soon as the sun rose, bade his wazir make ready splendid bride feasts. So did he, and they held the marriage festival, after which the prince went in unto his bride and abode with her 2 months, then departed with her for his father's capital. As for the damsel's cousin, he died forthright of envy and jealousy. When the prince and his bride drew near his father's city, the king came out to meet them with his troops and wazirs, and so Allah, blessed and exalted be he, enabled the prince to prevail against his bride's cousin and his father's minister. "And I pray the Almighty," added the damsel, "to aid thee against thy wazirs, O king, and I beseech thee to do me justice on thy son." When the king heard this, he bade put his son to death. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 584th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the favourite had told her tale to the king, she said, 'I beseech thee to do me justice by putting thy son to death.' Now this was the 4th day, so the 4th wazir entered, and kissing the ground before him said, 'Allah stablish and protect the king. O king, be deliberate in doing this thou art resolved upon, for the wise man doth not till he hath considered the issue thereof, and the proverb saith, Whoso looketh not to his actions' end hath not the world to friend, and whoso acteth without consideration, there befalleth him what befell the Hammam keeper with his wife.' 'And what betided him?' asked the king. And the wazir answered, 'I have heard tell, O king, a tale of the wazir's son and the Hammam keeper's wife.'" There was once a bath-keeper to whom resorted the notables of the folk and head men, and one day there came in to him a handsome youth of the sons of Wazirs, who was fat and bulky of body. So he stood to serve him, and when the young man put off his clothes, he saw not his yard, for that it was hidden between his thighs, by reason of the excess of his fat, and there appeared thereof but what was like unto a filbert. At this the bath-keeper fell a lamenting and smiting hand upon hand, which when the youth saw, he said to him, "What ails thee, O bath-keeper, to lament thus?" And he answered, saying, "O my lord, my lamentation is for thee, because thou art in sore straits. For all thy fair fortune and goodliness and exceeding comeliness, seeing thou hast not wherewithal to do and receive delight like unto other men." Quoth the youth, "Thou sayest sooth, but thou mindest me of somewhat I had forgotten." "What is that?" asked the bath-keeper. And the youth answered, "Take this gold piece and fetch me a pretty woman, that I may prove my nature on her." So he took the money, and betaking himself to his wife, said to her, "O woman, there is come to me in the bath a young man of the sons of the Wazirs, as he were the moon on the fullest night, but he hath no prickle like other men, for that which he hath is but some small matter like unto a filbert. I lamented over his youth, and he gave me this dinar and asked me to fetch him a woman on whom he might approve himself. Now thou art worthier of the money than another, and from this no harm shall betide us, for I will protect thee. So do thou sit with him a while and laugh at him, and take this dinar from him." So the good wife took the dinar, and rising, adorned herself and donned the richest of her raiment. Now she was the fairest woman of her time. Then she went out with her husband, and he carried her into the Wazir's son in a privy place. When she came into him, she looked at him, and finding him a handsome youth, fair of favour as he were the moon at full, was confounded at his beauty and loveliness, and on like wise his heart and wit were amazed at the first sight of her and the sweetness of her smile. So he rose forthright, and locking the door, took the damsel in his arms, and pressed her to his bosom, and they embraced, whereupon the young man's yard swelled and rose on end, as it were that of a jackass, and he rode upon her breast and futtered her, whilst she sobbed and sighed and writhed and wriggled under him. Now the bath-keeper was standing behind the door, awaiting what should betide between them, and he began to call her, saying, "O Abdillah, enough! Come out, for the day is long upon thy sucking child." Quoth the youth, "Go forth to thy boy, and come back." But quoth she, "If I go forth from thee, my soul will depart my body. As regards the child, so I must either leave him to die of weeping, or let him be reared an orphan, without a mother." So she ceased not to abide with him till he had done his desire of her 10 times running, while her husband stood at the door, calling her and crying out, and weeping and imploring succour. But none came to aid him, and he ceased not to do thus, saying, "I will slay myself," till at last, finding no way of access to his wife, and being distraught with rage and jealousy, to hear her sighing and murmuring and breathing hard under the young man, he went up to the top of the bath, and casting himself down therefrom, died. "Moreover, O king," continued the Wazir, "there hath reached me another story of the malice of women." "What is that?" asked the king. And the Wazir said, "Know, O king, that it is anent the wife's device to cheat her husband. There was once a woman who had no equal in her day for beauty and loveliness and grace and perfection, and a certain lewd youth and an obscene setting eyes on her fell in love with her and loved her with exceeding passion. But she was chaste and inclined not to adultery. It chanced one day that her husband went on a journey to a certain town, whereupon the young man fell to sending to her many times a day, but she made no reply. At last he resorted to an old woman who dwelt hard by, and after saluting her he sat down and complained to her of his sufferings for love of the woman and his longing to enjoy her. Quoth she, "I will warrant thee this, no harm shall befall thee, for I will surely bring thee to thy desire, inshallah, an it please Allah the Most High." At these words he gave her a dinar and went his way. When the morning morrowed, she appeared before the woman, and renewing an old acquaintance with her, fell to visiting her daily, eating the undertime with her and the evening meal, and carrying away food for her children. Moreover, she used to sport and jest with her till the wife became corrupted, and could not endure an hour without her company. Now she was wont, when she left the lady's house, to take bread and fat, wherewith she mixed a little pepper, and to feed a bitch that was in that quarter. And thus she did day by day, till the bitch became fond of her, and followed her wherever she went. One day she took a cake of dough, and putting therein an overdose of pepper, gave it to the bitch to eat, whereupon the beast's eyes began to shed tears for the heat of the pepper, and she followed the old woman weeping. When the lady saw this she was amazed, and asked the ancient, "O my mother, what ails this bitch to weep?" Answered she, "Learn, O my heart's love, that hers is a strange story. Know that she was once a close friend of mine, a lovely and accomplished young lady, a model of comeliness and perfect grace. A young Nazarene of the quarter fell in love with her, and his passion and pining increased on him till he took to his pillow, and he sent to her times manifold, begging her to have compassion on him and show him mercy, but she refused, albeit I gave her good counsel, saying, 'O my daughter, have pity on him, and be kind, and consent to all he wisheth.' She gave no heed to my advice, until the young man's patience failing him, he complained at last to one of his friends, who cast an enchantment on her, and changed her human shape into canine form. When she saw what transformation had befallen her, and that there was none to pity her case save myself, she came to my house and began to fawn on me, and buss my hands and feet, and whine and shed tears, till I recognized her and said to her, 'How often did I not warn thee? But my advice profited thee naught.'" And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 18. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon.
Section 19 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 19. When it was the 585th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the old trot related to the young lady the tale of the bitch, and recounted the case in her cunning and deceit, with the view to gain her consent, and said to her, When the enchanted beast came to me and wept, I reminded her, how often did I not warn thee? But my advice profited thee naught. However, O my daughter, seeing her misery, I had compassion on her case, and kept her by me. And as often as she bethinketh herself of her former estate, she weepeth thus in pity for herself. When the lady heard this, she was taken with great alarm, and said, O my mother, by Allah, thou affrightest me with this thy story. Why so? asked the old woman. Answered the lady, Because a certain handsome young man fell in love with me, and hath sent many times to me, but hitherto I have repelled him. And now I fear lest there befall me the like of what befell this bitch. O my daughter, rejoined the old woman, look thou to what I counsel thee, and beware of crossing me, for I am in great fear for thee. If thou know not his abiding place, describe his semblance to me, that I may fetch him to thee, and let not any one's heart be angered against thee. So the lady described him to her, and she showed not to know him, and said, When I go out I will ask after him. But when she left the lady, she went straight to the young man, and said to him, Be of good cheer, for I have played with the girl's wits. So tomorrow at noon wait thou at the head of the street, till I come and carry thee to her house, where thou shalt take thine ease with her the rest of the day and all night long. At this the young man rejoiced with exceeding joy, and gave her 2 dinars, saying, When I have won my wish of her, I will give thee 10 gold pieces. Then she returned to the lady, and said to her, I have seen him and spoken with him on this matter. I found him exceeding wroth with thee, and minded to do thee a harm. But I plied him with fair words till he agreed to come tomorrow at the time of the call to noon prayer. When the lady heard this, she rejoiced exceedingly, and said, O my mother, if he keeps his promise, I will give thee 10 dinars. Quoth the old woman, Look to his coming from none but from me. When the next morn morrowed, she said to the lady, Make ready the early meal, and forget not the wine, and adorn thyself, and don thy richest dress and decoration, whilst I go and fetch him to thee. So she clad herself in her finest finery, and prepared food, whilst the old woman went out to look for the young man, who came not. So she went around searching for him, but could come by no news of him. And she said to herself, What is to be done? Shall the food and drink she hath gotten ready be wasted, and I lose the gold pieces she promised me? Indeed, I will not allow my cunning contrivance to come to naught, but will look her out another man, and carry him to her. So she walked about the highways till her eyes fell on a pretty fellow, young and distinguished looking, to whom the folk bowed, and who bore in his face the traces of travel. She went up to him, and saluting him, asked, Hast thou a mind to meat and drink, and a girl adorned and ready? Answered he, Where is this to be had? At home in my house, rejoined she, and carrying him to his own house, knocked at the door. The lady opened to them, and ran in again, to make an end of her dressing and perfuming, whilst the wicked old woman brought the man, who was the husband and housemaster, into the saloon, and made him sit down, congratulating herself on her cunning contrivance. Presently in walked the lady, who no sooner set eyes on her husband sitting by the old trot than she knew him, and guessed how the case stood. Nevertheless, she was not taken aback, and without stay or delay bethought her of a device to hoodwink him. So she pulled off her outer boot, and cried at her husband, Is this how thou keepest the contract between us? How canst thou betray me, and deal thus with me? Know that when I heard of thy coming, I sent this old woman to try thee, and she hath made thee fall into that against which I warned thee. So now I am certified of thine affair, and that thou hast broken faith with me. I thought thee chaste and pure till I saw thee, with my own eyes, in this old woman's company, and knew that thou didst frequent loose baggages. So saying, she fell to beating him with her slipper about the head, and crying out, Divorce me, divorce me! Whilst he excused himself, and swore to her, by Allah the Most High, that he had never in his life been untrue to her, nor had done aught of that whereof she suspected him. But she stinted not to weep and scream and bash him, crying out, and saying, Come to my help, O Moslems! Till he laid hold of her mouth with his hand, and she bit it. Moreover, he humbled himself to her, and kissed her hands and feet, whilst she would not be appeased, and continued to cuff him. At last she winked at the old woman to come and hold her hand from him. So she came up to her, and kissed her hands and feet, till she made peace between them, and they sat down together, whereupon the husband began to kiss her hands, saying, Allah Almighty requite thee with all good, for that thou hast delivered me from her. And the old woman marvelled at the wife's cunning and ready wit. This then, O king, said the wazir, is one of the many instances of the craft and malice and perfidy of women. When the king heard this story, he was persuaded by it, and turned from his purpose to slay his son. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 586th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the fourth wazir had told his tale, the king turned from his purpose to slay his son. But on the 5th day the damsel came into him hending a bowl of poison in hand, calling on heaven for help, and buffeting her cheeks and face, and said to him, O king, either thou shalt do me justice and avenge me on thy son, or I will drink up this poison cup and die, and the sin of my blood shall be on thy head at the day of doom. These thy ministers accuse me of malice and perfidy, but there be none in the world more perfidious than men. Hast thou not heard the story of the goldsmith and the cashmere singing girl? What befell the twain, O damsel? Asked the king. And she answered, saying, There hath come to my knowledge, O august king, a tale of the goldsmith and the cashmere singing girl. There lived once in a city of Persia a goldsmith who delighted in women and in drinking wine. One day, being in the house of one of his intimates, he saw painted on the wall the figure of a lutanist, a beautiful damsel. Beholder never beheld a fairer or a more pleasant. He looked at the picture again and again, marveling at its beauty, and fell so desperately in love with it that he sickened for passion and came near to die. It chanced that one of his friends came to visit him, and sitting down by his side, asked how he did and what ailed him. Whereto the goldsmith answered, O my brother, that which ails me is love. And it befell on this wise. I saw a figure of a woman painted on the house wall of my brother, such an one, and became enamored of it. Hereupon the other fell to blaming him, and said, This was of thy lack of wit. How couldst thou fall in love with a painted figure on a wall, that can neither harm nor profit, that seeth not, neither heareth, that neither taketh nor withholdeth? Said the sick man, He who painted yonder picture never could have limned it save after the likeness of some beautiful woman. Haply, rejoined his friend, he painted it from imagination. In any case, replied the goldsmith, here am I dying for love of the picture, and if there live the original thereof in the world, I pray Allah Most High to protect my life till I see her. When those who were present went out, they asked for the painter of the picture, and finding that he had travelled to another town, wrote him a letter, complaining of their comrade's case, and inquiring whether he had drawn the figure of his own inventive talents, or copied it from a living model. To which he replied, I painted it after a certain singing girl belonging to one of the wazirs in the city of Kashmir, in the land of Hind. When the goldsmith heard this, he left Persia for Kashmir city, where he arrived after much travail. He tarried a while there, till one day he went and clapped up an acquaintance with a certain of the citizens who was a druggist, a fellow of a sharp wit, keen, crafty, and being one eventide in company with him, asked him of their king and his polity, To which the other answered, saying, Well, our king is just and righteous in his governance, equitable to his lieges, and beneficent to his commons, and abhorreth nothing in the world save sorcerers. But whenever a sorcerer or sorceress falls into his hands, he casteth them into a pit without the city, and there leaveth them in hunger to die. Then he questioned him of the king's wazirs, and the druggist told him of each minister, his fashion and condition, till the talk came round to the singing girl, and he told him, She belongeth to such a wazir. The goldsmith took note of the minister's abiding place, and waited some days, till he had devised a device to his desire. And one night of rain and thunder and stormy winds, he provided himself with thieves' tackle and repaired to the house of the wazir who owned the damsel. Here he hanged a rope ladder with grappling irons to the battlements, and climbed up to the terrace roof of the palace. Thence he descended to the inner court, and making his way into the harem, found all the slave girls lying asleep, each on her own couch, and amongst them reclining on a couch of alabaster, and covered with a coverlet of cloth of gold, a damsel, as she were the moon rising on a 14th night. At her head stood a candle of ambergris, and at her feet another, each in a candlestick of glittering gold, her brilliancy dimming them both. And under her pillow lay a casket of silver, wherein were her jewels. He raised the coverlet, and drawing near her, considered her straitly, and behold, it was the lutanist whom he desired, and of whom he was come in quest. So he took out a knife and wounded her in the back parts, a palpable outer wound, whereupon she awoke in terror. But when she saw him, she was afraid to cry out, thinking he came to steal her goods. So she said to him, Take the box and what is therein, but slay me not, for I am in thy protection and under thy safeguard, and my death will profit thee nothing. Accordingly, he took the box and went away. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 587th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the goldsmith had entered the wazir's palace, he wounded the damsel slightly in the back parts, and taking the box which contained her jewels, wended his way. And when morning morrowed, he donned clothes after the fashion of men of learning and doctors of the law, and taking the jewel case went in therewith to the king of the city, before whom he kissed the ground, and said to him, O king, I am a devout man, with all a loyal well-wisher to thee, and come hither a pilgrim to thy court, from the land of Khorasan, attracted by the report of thy just governance and righteous dealings with thy subjects, and minded to be under thy standard. I reached this city at the last of the day, and finding the gate locked and barred, threw me down to sleep without the walls. But as I lay betwixt sleep and wake, behold, I saw 4 women come up, one riding on a broomstick, another on a wine jar, a third on an oven peel, and a fourth on a black bitch, and I knew that they were witches making for thy city. One of them came up to me, and kicked me with her foot, and beat me with a fox's tail she had in her hand, hurting me grievously. Whereat I was wroth, and smote her with a knife I had with me, wounding her in the back parts, as she turned to flee from me. When she felt the wound, she fled before me, and in her flight let drop this casket, which I picked up, and opening, found these costly jewels therein. So do thou take it, for I have no need thereof, being a wanderer in the mountains, who hath rejected the world from my heart, and renounced it and all that is in it, seeking only the face of Allah the Most High. Then he set the casket before the king, and fared forth. The king opened the box, and emptying out all the trinkets it contained, fell to turning them over with his hand, till he chanced upon a necklace whereof he had made a gift to the wazir to whom the girl belonged. Seeing this, he called the minister in question, and said to him, This is the necklace I gave thee? He knew it at first sight, and answered, "It is, and I gave it to a singing girl of mine." Quoth the king, "Fetch that girl to me forthwith." So he fetched her to him, and he said, "Uncover her back parts, and see if there be a wound therein or no." The wazir accordingly bared her backside, and finding a knife wound there, said, "Yes, O my lord, there is a wound." Then said the king, "This is the witch of whom the devotee told me, and there can be no doubt of it," and bade cast her into the witch's well. So they carried her thither at once. As soon as it was night, and the goldsmith knew that his plot had succeeded, he repaired to the pit, taking with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, and entering into converse with the warder, sat talking with him till a third part of the night was past, when he broached the matter to him, saying, "Know, O my brother, that this girl is innocent of that they lay to her charge, and that it was I brought this calamity upon her." Then he told him the whole story, first and last, adding, "Take, O my brother, this purse of 1,000 dinars, and give me the damsel, that I may carry her to my own land, for these gold pieces will profit thee more than keeping her in prison. Moreover, Allah will requite thee for us, and we two will both offer up prayers for thy prosperity and safety." When the warder heard this story, he marveled with exceeding marvel at the device and its success. Then taking the money, he delivered the girl to the goldsmith, conditioning that he should not abide 1 hour with her in the city. Thereupon the goldsmith took the girl and fared on with her, without ceasing till he reached his own country, and so he won his wish. "See then, O king," said the damsel, "the malice of men and their wiles. Now thy wazirs hinder thee from doing me justice on thy son, but tomorrow we shall stand, both thou and I, before the just judge, and he shall do me justice on thee, O king." When the king heard this, he commanded to put his son to death. But the 5th wazir came in to him, and kissing the ground before him, said, "O mighty king, delay and hasten not to slay thy son. Speed will oftentimes repentance breed, and I fear for thee lest thou repent, even as did the man who never laughed for the rest of his days." "And how was that, O wazir?" asked the king. Quoth he, "I have heard tell, O king, this tale concerning the man who never laughed during the rest of his days. There was once a man who was rich in lands and houses and moneys and goods, eunuchs and slaves, and he died and went to the mercy of Allah the Most High, leaving a young son who, when he grew up, gave himself to feasting and carousing and hearing music and singing and the loud laughter of parasites, and he wasted his substance in gifts and prodigality till he had squandered all the money his father left him." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 19. Recording by Rhonda Federman. Section 20 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 6, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 20. When it was the 588th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man, when he had squandered all the money his father had left him, and naught thereof remained to him, betook himself to selling his slaves and handmaids, lands and houses, and spent the proceeds on likewise, till he was reduced to beggary and must needs labor for his living. He abode thus a year's space, at the end of which time he was sitting one day under a wall, awaiting who should hire him, when, behold, there came up to him an old man of comely aspect and apparel, and saluted him. The young man asked, "O uncle, hast thou known me aforetime?" And the other answered, "Not so, O my son. I know thee not at all, but I see the trace of gentle breeding on thee despite thy present case. O uncle, rejoined the poor man, needs must fate and fortune be accomplished. But, O uncle, O bright of blee, hast thou any occasion wherein thou wouldst employ me? Said the other, I wish, O my son, to employ thee in a slight manner. What is it? Quoth the young man, and quoth the stranger, We are 11 old men in one house, but we have none to serve us. So an thou wilt stay and take service with us, thou shalt have food and clothing to thy heart's content, besides what cometh to thee of coin and other good, and haply Allah will restore thee thy fortune by our means. Replied the youth, hearkening and obedience. But I have a condition to impose on thee. What is that? O my son, it is that thou keep our secret in what thou seest us do, and if thou see us weep, that thou question us not of the cause of our weeping. It is well, O uncle. Come with me, O my son, with the blessing of Allah Almighty. So he followed him to the bath, where the old man caused cleanse his body of the crusted dirt, after which he sent one to fetch a handsome garment of linen and clad him therein. Then he carried him to his company, which was in his domicile, and the youth found a house lofty and spacious and strongly builded, wherein were sitting chambers facing one another, and saloons, in each one a fountain of water, with the birds warbling over it, and windows on every side, giving upon a fair garden within the house. The old man brought him into one of the parlors, which was variegated with many-colored marbles, the ceiling thereof being decorated with ultramarine and glowing gold, and the floor bespread with silken carpets. Here he found 10 sheikhs in mourning apparel, seated one opposite other, weeping and wailing. He marveled at their case and purposed to ask the reason, when he remembered the condition and held his peace. Then he who had brought him delivered to him a chest containing 30,000 dinars, and said to him, O my son, spend freely from this chest what is fitting for our entertainment and thine own, and be thou faithful and remember that wherewith I charge thee. I hear and I obey, answered he, and served them days and nights, till one of them died, whereupon his fellows washed him and shrouded him, and buried him in a garden behind the house. Nor did death cease to take them, one after other, till there remained but the sheikh who had hired the youth for service. Then the 2 men, old and young, dwelt together in that house alone for years and years, nor was there with them a third save Allah the Most High, till the elder fell sick, and when the younger despaired of his life, he went up to him, and condoling with him, said, O uncle mine, I have waited upon you 12 years, and have not failed of my duties a single hour, but have been loyal and faithful to you, and served you with my might and main. Yes, O my son, answered the old man, thou hast served us well until all my comrades are gone to the mercy of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory, and needs must I die also. O my lord, said the other, thou art in danger of death, and I would fain have thee acquaint me with the cause of your weeping and wailing, and of your unceasing mourning and lamentation and regrets. O my son, answered the old man, it concerns thee not to know this, so importune me not of what I may not do, for I have vowed to Almighty Allah that I would acquaint none of his creatures with this, lest he be afflicted with what befell me and my comrades. If then thou desire to be delivered from that into which we fell, look thou open not yonder door, and pointed to a certain part of the house. But if thou have a mind to suffer what we have suffered, then open it, and thou shalt learn the cause of that thou hast seen us do. And whenas thou knowest it, thou shalt repent what time repentance will avail thee not. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 589th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the surviving sheik of the 10 said to the youth, Beware how thou open yonder door, or thou shalt repent what time repentance will avail thee not." Then his sickness grew on him, and he accomplished his term, and departed life to the presence of his Lord. And the young man washed him with his own hands, and shrouded him, and buried him by the side of his comrades. After which he abode alone in the place, and took possession of whatsoever was therein. Withal he was uneasy and troubled concerning the case of the old men, till one day as he sat pondering the words of his dead master, and his injunction not to open the door, he suddenly bethought himself to go and look for it. So he rose up, and repaired to the part whither the dead man had pointed, and sought till, in a dark unfrequented corner, he found a little door, over which the spider had spun her webs, and which was fastened with 4 padlocks of steel. Seeing this, he recalled the old man's warning, and restrained himself, and went away. And he held aloof from it 7 days, whilst all the time his heart prompted him to open it. On the 8th day his curiosity got the better of him, and he said, "Come what will, needs must I open the door, and see what will happen to me therefrom. Nothing can avert what is fated and foreordained of Allah the Most High, nor doth aught befall but by his will." So saying, he rose and broke the padlocks, and opening the door saw a narrow passage, which he followed for some 3 hours, when lo! he came out on the shore of a vast ocean, and fared on along the beach, marvelling at this main, whereof he had no knowledge, and turning right and left. Presently a great eagle swooped down upon him from the lift, and seizing him in its talons, flew away with him betwixt heaven and earth, till it came to an island in the midst of the sea, where it cast him down and flew away. The youth was dazed and knew not whither he should wend, but after a few days, as he sat pondering his case, he caught sight of the sails of a ship in the middlemost of the main, as it were a star in the sky. And his heart clave to it, so haply his deliverance might be therein. He continued gazing at the ship until it drew nigh, when he saw that it was a foist builded all of ivory and ebony, inlaid with glistening gold made fast by nails of steel, with oars of sandal and line aloes. In it were 10 damsels, high-bosom maids, as they were moons. And when they saw him, they came ashore to him, and kissed his hands, saying, "Thou art the king, the bridegroom." Then there accosted him a young lady, as she were the sun shining in sky serene, bearing in hand a silken napkin, wherein were a royal robe and a crown of gold set with all manner rubies and pearls. She threw the robe over him and set the crown upon his head, after which the damsels bore him on their arms to the foist, where he found all kinds of silken carpets and hangings of various colours. Then they spread the sails and stretched out into mid-ocean. Quoth the young man, "Indeed, when they put to sea with me, meseemed it was a dream, and I knew not whither they were wending with me. Presently we drew near to land, and I saw the shore full of troops none knoweth their number save Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and all were magnificently arrayed and clad in complete steel. As soon as the vessel had made fast to the land, they brought me 5 marked horses of noble breeds, housed and saddled with gold, inlaid with all manner pearls and high-priced bezel stones. I chose out one of them and mounted it, whilst they led the 4 others before me. Then they raised the banners and the standards over my head, whilst the troops ranged themselves right and left, and we set out with drums beating and cymbals clashing, and rode on. Whilst I debated in myself whether I were in sleep or on wake, and we never ceased faring, I believing not in that my estate, but taking all this for the imbroglio of a dream, till we drew near to the green mead, full of palaces and gardens and trees and streams and blooms and birds chanting the praises of Allah the One, the Victorious. Hereupon, behold, an army sallied out from amid the palaces and gardens, as it were the torrent when it poureth down, and the host overflowed the mead. These troops halted at a little distance from me, and presently there rode forth from amongst them a king, preceded by some of his chief officers on foot. When he came up to the young man, saith the tale-teller, he dismounted also, and the two saluted each other after the goodliest fashion. Then said the king, Come with us, for thou art my guest. So they took horse again, and rode on stirrup touching stirrup in great and stately procession, conversing as they went till they came to the royal palace, where they alighted together. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 590th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the two rode together in stately procession till they entered the palace, when the king, taking the young man by the hand, led him into a domed room, followed by his suite, and making him sit down on a throne of gold, seated himself beside him. Then he unbound the swath from his lower face, and behold, the king was a young lady, like the splendid sun shining in the sheeny sky, perfect in beauty and loveliness, brilliancy and grace, arrogance and all perfection. The youth looked upon this singular blessing and embodied boon, and was lost in wonder at her charms and comeliness and seemlihead, and at the splendor and affluence he saw about him, when she said, Know, O king, that I am the queen of this land, and that all the troops thou hast seen, whether horse or foot, are women. There is no man amongst them. For in this our state the men delve and sow, and ear and occupy themselves with the tillage of the earth, and the building of towns and other mechanical crafts and useful arts, whilst the women govern and fill the great offices of state and bear arms. At this the youth marvelled with exceeding marvel, and as they were in discourse, behold, in came the wazir, who was a tall, grey-haired old woman of venerable semblance and majestic aspect, and it was told him that this was the minister. Quoth the queen to her, Bring us the Kazi and witnesses. So she went out to do this, and the queen, turning to him, conversed with him in friendly fashion, and enforced herself to reassure his awe of her, and do away his shame with speech blander than the zephyr, saying, Art thou content to be to me barren, and I to thee femme? Thereupon he arose, and would have kissed ground between her hands, but she forbade him, and he replied, saying, O my lady, I am the least of thy slaves who serve thee. Seest thou all these servants and soldiers, and riches, and hoards, and treasures? Asked she, and he answered, Yes. Quoth she, All these are at thy commandment, to dispose of them, and give and bestow as seemeth good to thee. Then she pointed to a closed door, and said, All these things are at thy disposal, save yonder door. That shalt thou not open, and if thou open it, thou shalt repent when repentance will avail thee not. So beware, and again I say, beware. Hardly had she made an end of speaking, when the waziress entered, followed by the Kazi and witnesses, all old women, with their hair streaming over their shoulders, and of reverend and majestic presence. And the queen bade them draw up the contract of marriage between herself and the young man. Accordingly they performed the marriage ceremony, and the queen made a great bride feast, to which she bade all the troops. And after they had eaten and drunken, he went in unto his bride, and found her a maid virginal. So he did away her hymen, and abode with her 7 years in all joyance and solace and delight of life. Till one day of the days he bethought himself of the forbidden door, and said in himself, except there were within treasures greater and grander than any I have seen, she had not forbidden me therefrom. So he rose and opened the door, when, lo, behind it was the very bird which had brought him from the seashore to the island, and it said to him, "No welcome to a face that shall never prosper." When he saw it and heard what it said, he fled from it, but it followed him, and seizing him in its talons, flew with him an hour's journey betwixt heaven and earth, till it set him down in the place whence it had first carried him off, and flew away. When he came to his senses, he remembered his late estate, great, grand, and glorious, and the troops which rode before him, and his lordly rule, and all the honour and fair fortune he had lost, and fell to weeping and wailing. He abode 2 months on the seashore, where the bird had set him down, hoping yet to return to his wife, till as he sat one night wakeful, mourning and musing, behold, he heard one speaking, albeit he saw no one, and saying, "How great were the delights! Alas, far from thee is the return of that which is past." When he heard this, he redoubled in his regrets, and despaired of recovering his wife and his fair estate that was. So he returned, weary and broken-hearted, to the house where he had dwelt with the old men, and knew that they had fared even as he, and that this was the cause of their shedding tears and lamenting their lot. Wherefore he ever after held them excused. Then, being overcome with chagrin and concern, he took to his chamber and gave himself up to mourning and lamentation. And he ceased not crying and complaining, and left eating and drinking, and pleasant sense and merriment. Nor did he laugh once till the day of his death, when they buried him beside the sheikhs. "See then, O king," continued the wazir, "what cometh of precipitance. Verily it is unpraiseworthy, and bequeatheth repentance, and in this I give thee true advice and loyal counsel." When the king heard this story, he turned from slaying his son, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 20. Recording by Rhonda Federman.